He had been in the system for 6 months already and had even managed to draw a few high-level cards, but even now he was considered a loser. This time, he was offered a transfer. Lin Huan was 25 years old, and now he stared at the message on his phone with skepticism, thinking that the loser's reward was his reward. Nothing new. Even though he hadn't managed to prove himself, the offer to move to another world was somewhat intriguing. After all, he didn't really have anything to lose. On the other hand, it was completely unclear how the game would play out if the hero agreed, so he spent some time thinking about the possible consequences. Be that as it may, the guy pressed the confirmation button, and immediately the system notified him that he was now an official participant with his own number, and the cards would be dealt shortly. This infuriated Lin Huang, who had spent the entire past 6 months doing nothing but waiting to choose a card and complete a simple task. He tapped the screen at random. The clock began to rotate around the 12 rectangles laid out in a circle. Waiting for the result wasn't particularly enjoyable either. The young man waited humbly, realizing that nothing depended on him now, but still not losing hope of receiving a reward. A card appeared and the hero exclaimed indignantly that this must be some new kind of joke. What kind of black blessing card was this? The light from the phone shone directly into his eyes, making it nearly impossible to make out what was written on the screen. Lin Huang strained his eyes. Squinting, he managed to read that the system had made its choice, and the player would immediately be sent to a randomly selected world, and it would be Monster Paradise. Everything around him spun like a kaleidoscope, and the boy felt his body get caught in an energy vortex and begin moving through space. All that remained in the room was a bag of belongings and a phone that had shattered upon hitting the floor when its owner left his world. The system wished the hero a safe journey, but he could no longer read the message. The other world looked nothing like he had imagined. Immediately, statistics appeared showing the player's number and his new age. The young man found himself in the body of a teenager. He was now 15 years old. Thankfully, his name remained the same. The only items he had were his clothes, a pair of bracelets, and a saber. The young man immediately decided to test the weapon he'd been given. Fortunately, it wasn't broken. A week passed, and he still hadn't managed to activate the system, so the young man used his sword mainly for everyday needs. A message arrived stating that the celestial wheel of life had broken, and Lin Huang's time of existence was rapidly, by human standards, shrinking. The body he had received was simply amazing. At the School of Knights, the hero had received the highest recommendations, but now that was of little use, so he called his sister to the table. Without waiting for a reply, the young man flung open the door to Lin Xin's room, his only relative in this new world, where the girl was changing clothes. Shouting that he needed to learn to knock before entering, the beauty kicked her brother out the door, not holding back in her language, and even hitting him with a book. Unsurprisingly, the mood at the table wasn't exactly cheerful, but Lin Huang's cooking was still excellent. Suddenly, the Emperor's ring vibrated. Our hero looked at it with interest, expecting news, since the artifact was most often used for precisely that purpose. It also served as an ID in this new world, where documents and statistics were stored, letters arrived, and there was even a designated space for storing belongings. Lin Xin's ring also vibrated and reported that the Eye of the Abyss had been detected not far from where the girl was. It even provided the exact coordinates. Everyone in the vicinity should be careful. There was a very high probability of a monster invasion, and the girl grew anxious. Her brother reassured her that the message wasn't exactly fresh, and the monsters could have left long ago. Besides, their district was well protected. In reality, he was lying. The district's population was no more than 10,000 people, and everyone took care of their own safety here. There had been precedents. The hero sat down at the computer to check the information. If powerful monsters appeared, there would be no help coming, and the city would be doomed. Lin Xin said she would do her homework. The eye turned out not to be that strong. The knights were conducting a sweep. Killing monsters could prolong his life, but he hadn't fought in this body yet. His sister promised to wash the dishes later. The hero decided to go outside the city tomorrow and kill a couple of monsters left over from the sweep, but he was still afraid of dying. Having calmed down, he went to clear the table himself when suddenly a heart-wrenching scream rang out from Lin Xin's room. Lin Huang rushed down the hallway. He realized that a monster had appeared in their apartment, or that something even worse had happened. The girl kept screaming and calling for his help, so the hero kicked the door down to avoid fiddling with the handle and lock. Lin Xing had cowered in a corner, while some kind of green ghoul with glowing red eyes was trying to break into the room. It had practically crawled through the window, leaving scratches on the table and trails of dark, thick energy around its claws. Lin Huang grabbed the first thing that came to hand. It was his sister's school backpack. He ordered her to hold on to it while he figured out what to do about the vampire. As a diversion, he slammed the backpack into the monster's face, then scooped his sister into his arms and headed for the exit. He ordered Lin Xin to hide, while he decided to lure the monster out onto the street. Vampires were the weakest iron rank monsters, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. In reality, things were far from that simple, but the hero couldn't let his sister get hurt. She was all he had left in this world. As expected, the vampire ran quite briskly after its potential victim. Lin Huang could barely keep up. There were literally just a couple of meters left before the exit of the building. But for some reason, the bloodsucker stopped. The hero had to shout a couple of insults to lure him out. With a terrifying growl, the vampire lunged at Lin Huang. A flash of light erupted, as if from an explosion, perhaps from contact with the stairwell door. Our hero ran down the hallway again, realizing that the monster intended to catch up to him and destroy him. There was no time to waste. The monster left marks on the walls as it continued to growl. It turned out to be far stronger than anyone could have imagined. In the closet, covering her mouth with her hands to keep from screaming, Lin Xin trembled with fear, continuing to mentally beg her brother to come to her aid. He pulled out a pistol and took aim. Several shots rang out almost simultaneously, but the bullets seemed to hang in the air, and the enemy wasn't seriously injured. It only grew even angrier. The monster began to transform, releasing some kind of spikes from its body. It was clear that this process was far from pleasant. This frightened Lin Huang a little. He remembered that vampires could do something like this for self-defense, using the energy of blood. The young man broke into a run. He realized he could very well die. The monster's level was definitely not iron, but at least bronze. On its spider-like legs, the vampire quickly caught up to the young man, and he had to smash through a window to escape. The flight wasn't long. He even managed to land on his feet, but he had to figure out a way to make the monster leave. There was no point in even thinking about defeating it now. When the vampire attacked, it used a lot of energy. It was very powerful. The hero dodged but sensed that something was off about the enemy. The realization came fairly quickly. Due to the transformation, the monster's strength and speed had diminished, and they were decreasing with every passing second. Suddenly, the bloodsucker turned around, revealing a huge wound on his chest. Now everything was crystal clear. The monster had fled from the knights who were hunting him. With a wound like that, it wouldn't last long, so he could try using the pistol again. If everything went well, Lin Huang would not only save himself and his sister, but also extend his life in this world a little longer with the reward for killing the monster. The guy jumped back again and started shooting at the vampire. Now his mood was much better than before. The monster continued to growl and made attempts to reach its prey with its claws. Fortunately, to no avail. The guy jumped back once more, but reminded himself that he needed to keep his distance if he didn't want to become lunch. At one point, the young man slipped and began to fall backward. The enemy was already right there. It scrambled up the wall of the house to jump down on Lin Huang. Our hero fired with his last ounce of strength, convinced he was already a goner. The young man fired a few more shots at random. It was a waste of ammunition because their trajectory didn't even come close to the target. But to die like this, confirming his reputation as a loser, was too much to bear. So the young man started shooting at the enemy again. This time the bullets hit the vampire and even wounded him. The monster, suffering from the pain, decided against attacking. The bullets struck the unprotected body one after another, allowing Lin Huang to get back on his feet. As the monster simply collapsed downward, it smashed through the asphalt, and all that was visible now were its hideous, spider-like claws. Our hero was glad the job was done, but the vampire leaped out of the hole in the ground in a single bound and was now preparing for a new attack. And yet it was seriously wounded, including from Lin Huang's shots, so he had to strike first and simply finish off this creature. The young man convinced himself that what stood before him was merely prey that needed to be finished off. He gathered his strength to complete what he had started. Suddenly, the vampire collapsed face first. Now all that remained was to finish him off with a shot to the back of the head, and the young man took aim. With the hope that it would die, our hero pulled the trigger. He was extremely pleased that everything had turned out so well. The job was done, and now he had to get home as soon as possible to make sure his sister was okay. A message appeared stating that the system had finally been activated. Lin Huang was congratulated on successfully completing his first mission. He was, to put it mildly, surprised. The young man couldn't believe he'd actually achieved any success in the game and opened the information window. He had indeed received a reward for the kill. Not only that, but the monster was of a higher level, so the young man received a level up and was also able to choose a new card. In response to the hero's surprised exclamation, he was told that everything was absolutely correct. Those were the rules of the game, and a strange monster appeared, quite cute-looking. Lin Huang cursed in surprise. This seemed rude to the speaker, who asked him to communicate with his assistant in a more polite manner in the future. Then the creature got down to business, noting that in addition to gold, Lin Huang also had a special card for killing a monster. Looking in the indicated direction, the young man froze. Before him was his personal card with his name and stats. And those stats were utterly disheartening. Combat power and combat skills were completely absent. The game remained cruel and unfair. Meanwhile, the stats of the monster he had defeated were far higher. The vampire belonged to the 3rd combat level, green copper, and also possessed the skills of rebirth and blood magic. Our hero asked his assistant how to evaluate cards in this world. The assistant replied that white ones were common, green ones rare, blue ones legendary, and purple and orange ones divine. But Lin Huang only had loser cards. He slapped his hand and asked why he couldn't draw a rare monster card. Couldn't he just choose one himself? The assistant hit the guy on the head with something heavy, saying that he was actually quite lucky. Hadn't he looked in the mirror in a while? The young man nodded and began to shed tears, saying that he knew it himself. He was a loser with a terrible reputation. This reaction puzzled the assistant, but he was even more puzzled by the suspicious sounds nearby. It seemed someone had come here and was now slowly approaching. The assistant vanished and the guy froze in place. The vampire's ashes hadn't even cooled yet when a female knight arrived at the scene of the battle. She was very pretty and smiled as she fixed her hair, then asked who had killed the vampire. The beauty's name was Li Lan, and she explained that she had received a warning about danger. It had been reported that a monster had appeared here. Lin Huang explained, flustered, that this was indeed the case. His sister must have called since the vampire had attacked them right at home. He glanced at the knight. It was strange to realize that the association's famous silver hunter, Li Lan, turned out to be a girl. She wasn't about to back down and reminded him that she wanted an answer to her question, which he still hadn't heard. The hunter stepped on the monster's corpse and declared that she would ask it another way. Did our hero kill this vampire? He shouldn't try to be evasive. Lin Huang replied that it might be so. The monster was already partially rotting, so what happened could be called an accident. Li Lan noticed that the guy's life wheel was broken. Besides, he hadn't even reached the iron rank yet. It was hard to believe that someone with such stats could kill a vampire. It must have been sheer luck, so the knight asked for details. Lin Huang started to tell her something, but then immediately remembered his sister. After all, they had been together at the very beginning. He rushed home to check if everything was okay with Lin Xing, shouting to the hunter that he would share the details later, which upset her. The young man's sister was safe and sound, which couldn't be said for the building that had long been their home. Smoke was billowing from it. The girl looked at the surviving wall. In her funny pajamas, she looked like a little girl. Now all that was left was to cry. They would have to pay off the mortgage on this apartment for another 32 years. Just then, Lin Huang came running up. He was trying to catch his breath, but still called out to his sister. She rushed toward him with open arms, screaming that she'd been terrified and had been sure Lin Huang was dead. The hero tried to comfort his sister. Li Lan appeared. After assessing the destruction, she realized she had even more questions for the boy. He had managed to kill a monster of at least 3rd-rank copper all by himself. Lin Xin explained with delight and pride that her brother was the best student at the Night Academy. He asked her sheepishly not to spread the word about it, especially now. The little girl immediately changed the subject and asked Li Lan who she was and why she had come to them. The girl explained that she was a silver hunter and had come in response to a distress signal. While the hunter was scanning, Lin Xin exclaimed that she couldn't believe she was seeing this famous person with her own eyes. The little girl asked what kind of equipment it was. It turned out to be a gold-tier item that could record and document damage, and the association would pay the boy's compensation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin was thrilled. Such a device meant that Li Lan was fabulously wealthy, and our hero fell into despair. Noticing that the girl had mentioned the life crystal with admiration, the hunter burst out laughing, declaring that she had plenty of them. Li Lan asked the little girl to close her eyes. Since she had called the heroine Big Sister, she would receive a small gift. The silver hunter gave Lin Xing a 3-year-old life crystal, a true treasure. Our hero thought that his sister wasn't as simple as she seemed. Meanwhile, the knight noted that since the vampire was dead, there was no need to dwell on the matter. Lin Huang simply asked what exactly she needed to know. The girl explained that even she would have a hard time defeating such a monster, And since the guy's life wheel was broken, special equipment had clearly been used. Hearing that the hunter wanted to buy this equipment, the hero was taken aback. He explained that there was nothing of the sort, and that, in fact, he had seen golden equipment for the first time in her hands. The girl replied that she was very sorry to hear that. It meant the guy had abilities, and it was a shame his life wheel was broken. If he'd restored it, he would have become famous. Li Lan had already turned and walked away, wishing him luck and promising that someone would come tomorrow to settle his payments and arrange for free housing. Lin Huang apologized for the disturbance. Li Lan turned back and winked at him, asking him not to rush to die. They would see each other again someday. He waved cheerfully to the silver hunter in farewell, while Lin Xing was only concerned with where they would sleep tonight. They went into the nearest house where no one was home. The hero suggested they just get some sleep and deal with their problems tomorrow. Lin Xin started snoring before her cheek even touched the pillow. After all, she was still just a child. Looking at the sleeping little girl, the young man caught himself thinking that being a responsible older brother wasn't all that easy. Just then, Xiaohei appeared, saying that the little sister was simply adorable, but that Lin Huang himself was good for nothing. The young man jumped again in surprise. The hero said that his assistant had scared him, to which he received the reply that no one could see him except the player himself, so there was no need to worry. The guy replied that he really was too weak to protect Lin Xing, so he wanted to draw another card immediately. The assistant asked several times if he was sure he wanted to do this right now, as the consequences could be anything. All 12 randomly selected cards were laid out in front of Lin Huang. Now he just had to draw one of them. The young man reached out, saying that everything would be fine. In this new world, he was incredibly lucky. He pointed his finger at a rectangle, which immediately began to emit a very bright yellow light, a good sign. For a while, nothing else happened. The guy was already starting to lose patience, waiting for the result of his choice. Suddenly, the card rose into the air and began to spin. Images began to appear on it, and a glow emerged. The system notified the master that he had received congratulations for his choice of mission card. The message sounded strange. Lin Huang took the mission card in his hand and began to examine it closely, but this yielded absolutely no results. Then an image of a girl appeared, and she informed him that he needed to become a novice hunter within a month and obtain a correction card. Otherwise, the player would lose his blessing. The guy was outraged. You had to be at least iron rank to participate in the rookie selection, and you couldn't lose the blessing. The assistant told him to read the conditions again. Lin Huang flipped the card over and studied the task more closely, then clutched his head and cried out that he would be a loser for the rest of his life. He realized he had to complete the task, no matter what the correction card's value was, because without the blessing, he would simply perish. The next morning, the first thing our hero heard upon waking was his sister saying she was heading to school. He barely managed to dash out the door of their ruined house. The girl had already gotten quite far ahead, and the boy was left waiting for the workers. There were no monsters left in the area. Lin Huang caught himself thinking that his little sister, true to form, was running late for class, but he wasn't the least bit upset about it. The hero went inside and closed the door behind him. Well, it was time to get down to business. He simply couldn't put it off any longer. Xiaohui suddenly appeared. He looked a bit strange and was surrounded by a pile of various objects. The assistant didn't immediately think to say hello. The guy took him in his hands and said they needed to sort out the situation with the card. They had to find a way to complete the task at any cost. The little monster continued to lick himself, realizing that the chances of passing the selection were slim. Fate had played a cruel joke on the guy, since at least an iron rank was required. Lin Huang threatened to turn the assistant into dog stew if he didn't figure out a way to bypass registration. He had to take the novice hunter exam, no matter the cost, so now was the moment to really put his mind to work. The hero suggested he could disguise himself as a tamer to take part in the selection. He'd already received a level-up card, and the assistant praised the idea. Tamers are a rarity these days. A third-rank copper-class vampire should be a solid enough foundation. The main thing is that no one coats their weapon with blood-suppressing poison. The assistant was greatly surprised when he realized that his charge was actually going to use the level-up card. Lin Huang explained that he understood how wasteful this was, but he had no other options, so he asked for details on how to summon a monster using the card. Upon hearing that he had to present the card and then crush it for the monster to appear, the young man asked if anyone besides himself would see the card. Xiaohei replied that only the player, his assistant, and the monster could see the card, so he shouldn't worry about his trick being exposed. Our hero decided to test how it worked and presented the card of a defeated vampire with the rating Total Wimp. It immediately appeared in his hand. Then the guy crushed it. The shards began to glow and scattered in all directions, like moths. Many fell behind Lin Huang and began to turn red. Gradually, they formed the very vampire he had summoned, resembling the player himself. A whirlwind of blood-white light swirled around him, and the young man asked his assistant in surprise if there really was a vampire standing before him. Xiao Hui informed him that he could choose one of the summoned creature's skills, and the young man decided to take the camouflage ability. Then Lin Huang suggested using a level-up card on the vampire, which surprised the assistant. He reminded him that this could only be done once. Upon receiving the command to begin, the little monster took out a gold card of an advanced-level vampire and waved it in front of his master's nose several times. The process happened in the blink of an eye, and when it was all over, nothing much had changed. Except perhaps for the summoned creature's appearance, which had transformed. Its hair had taken on a silvery hue, and our hero called it a real looker. After taking another look at the color of its hair, the young man announced that he had already come up with a name for the monster. It would be called Bai. Apparently, the system approved this choice, and a process of recording information began around the vampire's head. The card in Lin Huang's hand began to glow again. Something interesting was happening. Namely, the vampire's level was increasing. Now the card recorded the name, as well as the level and rarity. The monster belonged to the rare category, and the regeneration skill and the ability to be summoned appeared. The young man wondered why the monster's level had dropped. It turned out to be because his master, that is, Lin Huang himself, was too weak. Xiao Hui kept mocking him, saying that this sort of thing happens extremely rarely. Our hero told him to keep quiet if he didn't want to end up without any friends. Just then, someone started pounding on the door. The assistant said he didn't need any friends at all, to which Lin Huang simply told him to get lost. Calm down. Our hero walked to the door and grabbed the handle. He still couldn't figure out who had come. Standing on the threshold were a couple of burly men in expensive suits and dark glasses. The guy asked fearfully who they were. There was no answer, and Lin Huang wondered who had come to visit him. The mafia, hitmen, or vampires seeking revenge. Meanwhile, one of the guests asked for the guy's name. It turned out they were employees of the association, tasked with inspecting and renovating the house. Saying that the renovation would take 5 days and that temporary accommodations had been arranged for him and his sister, the employee handed him a key card and promised to take their renovation requests into account. As he took the key card for a luxury hotel, the young man listened to the apologies for the temporary inconvenience and could hardly believe his ears. It also turned out that the association was providing massive subsidies to victims of the monster attack. At the hotel entrance, Lin Huang remarked that he never thought he'd end up in such a luxurious place. His little sister happily announced that the school was also right nearby. They were greeted by the doorman, and our hero suddenly decided he wanted to eat first and then go up to the room, which surprised the girl. When they entered the restaurant, Lin Xin said in a trembling voice that she wasn't hungry at all. Her brother immediately approached her with a pile of food in his hands and noted that it was all free for them, so she shouldn't hold back. The girl didn't make him repeat the offer twice and immediately began to eat. Lin Huang thought she could have been a little more reserved. Suddenly, he noticed that everyone around them had fallen silent, and the restaurant had become eerily quiet. The people at the tables looked frightened for some reason, and a man in a black suit, clad in armor and armed, was making his way past them. This bald man really did look very scary and fierce. It was no wonder that everyone had suddenly lost any desire to socialize. Suddenly, Lin Xin pointed directly at the bald man and told her brother that he scared her. Our hero asked her not to show it in public and to just eat. The stranger sat down right behind Lin Huang, so his little sister was very curious as to why the man was staring at them so intently. Finally, the girl finished all the food her brother had brought her and stretched contentedly. She had really eaten her fill. Our hero immediately pulled her toward the exit. The stranger's aura wouldn't leave him alone. Since defeating such an opponent was impossible, they needed to make a quick getaway back to their room. While his sister protested that she hadn't tried the dessert yet, the young man noticed that the stranger in black had also risen from the table. The man hadn't even finished half of the dishes he'd ordered. He looked preoccupied and even a little angry. Lin Huang was walking toward the room door. While the little girl marveled at the softness of the carpet, he was thinking only of the pursuer. Lin Xin showed them the room number they needed, while her brother pondered that even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he was duty-bound to protect his little sister. But his nerves suddenly gave out completely, and our hero turned to the stranger and simply shouted that there was no need to follow them at all. The man's face remained calm but ominous. He began to explain why he had come here and stopped at the door. It turned out that his room was right across from the one they'd given the guys. With that, the bald man pulled out a key card and opened his door. Lin Huang apologized and went into his room. It was simply enormous, with 2 separate rooms, but he still couldn't calm down right away. Lin Xin flopped down on the couch without a care, saying that there were too many people in this hotel so no one would dare to harm them. Her brother agreed and sent the girl to take a shower and then to do her homework, adding that he really had gotten too worked up from exhaustion. They spent the night at the hotel. His little sister was still sleeping soundly like a baby, but it wasn't so easy for her brother to relax. He decided to check the news about the Silver Hunter, their benefactor, hoping to glean some useful information. Li Lan was an excellent fighter. It was no wonder she was called a genius among all the Silver Hunters. The girl was very beautiful. Suddenly, some strange sounds came from the neighboring room, causing the young man to become alert. Lin Huang walked over to the window and looked out. It was around midnight, but one of the guests had decided to take a walk. It was that same stranger in black. He was walking away from the hotel toward the park, or something like that. The man was gripping the hilt of his enormous sword with one hand. I wonder why he left the room and what he was planning to do. Suddenly, the bald man drew his weapon from its sheath and lunged forward sharply, as if trying to pierce someone invisible. Then he stepped back and swung, repeating the motion several times in a row. Apparently, that was exactly why the man had gone out onto the street. Lin Huang realized that this man was a skilled warrior and needed to train to stay in shape, which was exactly what the young man had been lacking. The hero decided to watch the training for a while, hoping to pick up at least something, since there were only 18 styles of swordplay. Watching the well-honed, masterful movements, the young man caught himself thinking that staying at this hotel was a real gift for him. The next morning, a huge eagle flew up to the window of our hero's room. It worked for the delivery service. Lin Xin peeked out from the bathroom. She was just brushing her teeth and needed to find out if her brother had ordered anything. A mountain of packages towered over Lin Huan. He replied that everything was fine and reminded his sister that it was time to get dressed for school. The girl tried to find out what her brother had bought, but he just brushed her off, saying he was preparing for his hunter's exam and hurried to show her the door. Finally left alone, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent practically everything he had on this gear. He really wanted to believe that such expenses would pay off. At the very least, he couldn't decide which box to unpack first. There were quite a few of them. One small box contained armor-piercing bullets. The young man sincerely hoped they might save a life. He had also ordered binoculars and a canteen, but his main weapon was a special sword, the weapon he handled best. A long blade made of black steel and well-balanced. Taking the sword in his hands, Lin Huang tried to recall all the techniques of the 18th style. He was confident he could execute them perfectly. He lunged forward in a flash, then swung from right to left and executed a few more attacking moves. Everything went perfectly. Immediately, a system message appeared stating that the player had received a new fragment of the sword map, which surprised him somewhat. The guy didn't quite understand what was going on, so the assistant explained that for every achievement, you could get a map fragment, and eventually they would all combine into an additional skill. Lin Huang was delighted that, if he worked hard enough, he could quickly collect all the fragments. But Xiao He asked him to keep his expectations in check. It wasn't that simple. Simply practicing the moves wouldn't be enough to get 100%. Practical application in battle and good effectiveness were required, not just perfect technique. It turns out you have to move exactly like the man with the scars to get a fragment, and that goes for every single one of them. This further strengthened the hero's resolve to learn the necessary techniques and finally add a combat skill to his repertoire. The assistant announced that he was going to sleep. For about 8 hours, the young man diligently practiced the moves of the 18th combat technique without stopping for a single minute. After 9 hours, he simply collapsed onto the floor, completely exhausted and could only groan. Every muscle in his body ached. The system reported that the technique was about 20% mastered. Our hero could barely breathe, let alone say anything about it. Meanwhile, Lin Xin returned from school. The hotel manager, Ding Zhu, came in with her. He had intended to greet the guest but decided to come back later if the young man was busy. The young man invited the manager to sit down and offered him some tea, noting that he had just been training a bit and was perfectly capable of chatting. He just needed to catch his breath. Lin Huang thanked the staff and management for their hospitality. The accommodations were simply amazing. Ding Zhu asked him to contact him immediately if he needed anything. His sister remarked that the manager was quite modest yet understanding. The tea he'd offered helped the guy recover. The girl also added that the association had rewarded them for killing the monster and had passed something on to them. They needed to see what it was. Lin Huang was delighted. Since they'd managed to destroy the green copper vampire, They might have been given something truly useful. The box looked impressive and opened with the young man's fingerprints. There was clearly something valuable inside. It turned out to be the latest weapon, one of the association's newest developments. The Black Eagle pistol, capable of switching between sniper mode and full auto-fire. This black steel weapon was far superior to green copper-level guns. It was exactly what she needed for hunting. Lin Xin once again appreciated the capabilities of the association. The problem was that mechanical weapons required energy. Until a player reached the black steel rank, they couldn't use the pistol. She needed to level up faster. Her little sister started to worry that the hunter selection process seemed like a dangerous venture. Sure, her big brother was strong, but anything could happen. Lin Huang reassured the girl, saying that since he had promised to take care of her, he would do everything to be by her side, so she shouldn't worry. The conversation ended with the kids agreeing that Lin Xin should do her homework, while the young man would train a little more. The boy picked up his sword. After the tea prepared by the manager, he felt completely rested and rejuvenated. He honed his movements until he unlocked a few more fragments of his sword-fighting skill. In the process, the hero caught himself feeling like he simply couldn't stop. With each card, he felt his concentration and dexterity growing. This went on until morning. The water jug was nearly empty, and the boy was desperately thirsty, but he kept practicing his moves. Lin Xin came out of the room. She realized her brother had been training all night and was very surprised. Lin Huang replied that he was close to his goal. There was very little left. The girl snorted and said she was going to class. Meanwhile, her brother kept swinging his sword, now with maximum precision. The system sent a notification that another fragment of the new skills map had been obtained. At this rate, the plan would indeed be successful. The notifications came with a distinctive sound, making Lin Huang jump every time, but now the wild sword of nature skill was getting closer. And that was inspiring. All 300 fragments must be assembled together. This would unlock the corresponding option in this world's game system. When the signal sounded for the 300th time, the boy gained the ability to merge the fragments into a single whole. He was literally beaming with joy. He could already picture the entire map in his mind and was getting ready to press the confirmation button, humming a cheerful tune. The rare skill was a very tempting prospect, so our hero immediately selected the corresponding option and began waiting for the data to update. A new card immediately appeared in his hand, depicting Lin Huang himself with his sword. The rare wild nature skill was indeed available. He needed to look at the information on the top of the card to understand how to use the new skill. This was a rare gold rank weapon skill, a treasure obtained through hard work, now ready for use. Its power depended on the owner's level and grew along with it. The assistant explained that the wild nature skill had two sides. If fused together, they could yield a legendary level ability, but the second side had been lost. Since no one knew its location, Lin Huang decided that the scarred man might know something, since it was a technique he had seen him use. The decision was made in a matter of seconds, and soon the young man was already pressing the call button for the room across the hall. The stranger opened the door almost immediately and asked in a displeased tone why he had been disturbed. Our hero bowed and said he was very grateful for having had the opportunity to learn an unusual sword technique over the past 3 days. The man remained silent. Finally, he said that he hadn't taught anyone, so if the young man had picked something up and mastered it, that was none of his business. The door slammed shut with a crash. Lin Huang only managed to say that, whatever the case, he was grateful for the knowledge he had gained. He repeated his thanks with a smile several more times, but the room across the hall remained completely silent. The young man flinched, but thought that first he needed to pass the novice hunter exam, and then he could return to this conversation and get the information. Soon his sister arrived. It turned out that their house had already been repaired, and they would be able to return to their apartment tomorrow. A message to that effect had just come in. The girl looked upset, and her brother asked if she didn't want to lose her nice room or good restaurant food anymore. Lin Huang promised that he would soon be able to provide them with excellent housing and food. The girl thanked him and said she had no doubt that her brother would take care of her. They both decided to go to bed early. Tomorrow would be a long and eventful day, and the lights in the house across the street began to go out. The man with the scar told the manager that he didn't understand why they were pinning their hopes on a kid with a low level and a broken wheel of life. He only had 2 months left to live. The man reminded the fighter, whose name was Gu Yi, that they had known each other for a long time. Could there really be any doubt about his knowledge and intuition? The warrior replied that he didn't doubt them at all, but asked why Gu Qin had decided to teach the boy a sword-fighting technique that wasn't really suited for this world in the first place. The boss reminded the player that he too had interacted with the hero. he should share his impressions. The man replied that the kid was talented, but not a genius. He was far from Li Lang. The mentor asked with a smile how long it had taken Gu Yi himself to learn the upper part of the Wild Nature Sword skill card. The bald man replied that it involved deep processes. He had practiced for 18 hours a day, over 103 days to master this technique. If such a brilliant swordsman spent so much time studying it, then Lin Huan would need about 2 to 3 years according to rough estimates. The manager, or whoever called himself that, held up 3 fingers and asked if the hunter was sure. The hunter noted that it might take even longer. The old man smiled and said that the young man had already studied and mastered this skill. It had taken him only 3 days. Gu Yi shouted that this was impossible, to which he received the reply that nothing was impossible. They should hurry up, as the young man had already started packing his things to leave. The man with the scar closed his eyes and nodded. He still couldn't wrap his head around how the master had recognized the young man's power so quickly. The next day, Lin Huang and Lin Xing headed straight for the neighborhood where their house was located. At the sight of what they saw, both of them were speechless. The kids couldn't even imagine that everything could change so incredibly in such a short time. The girl suggested they had the wrong address, but her brother assured her it was correct. This was their house, though now it looked more like a palace. A servant stood at the door and immediately prepared to open it, greeting the owners. The man asked with a smile if Li Huang was satisfied with their work. The hero asked in confusion if this was the standard for restoring houses destroyed by monsters. The association employee laughed and replied that they had gone the extra mile because the young man was a friend of Miss Li's. At first, the player didn't understand who they were talking about, but his sister hinted that they owed their new mansion to Li Lang, the Silver Hunter. The hero asked where the girl got so much money and influence. It turned out that Li Lang's father was one of the top 3 leaders of the Hunters Association, and her mother was a member of the district board. As he left, the man waved and wished them a pleasant day. Lin Huang thought he wouldn't want to run into him again. Let the house remain safe and sound in the future. Lin Xing noticed that they had been mistakenly showered with gold. Her brother declared that everything had its advantages, and now they would be living in a luxurious place. Watching his little sister jump around the living room in delight, the player decided that the first part of the plan, concerning housing, had been completed. Now it was time to focus on the main goal. In 3 days, the exam for young hunters was scheduled to take place. All participants would fiercely compete for a place in the sun. Lin Huang decided he simply had to be the best among them, or at the very least not lose face despite the broken wheel of life. But first, he had to overcome his own fear. A fear of heights that had tormented our hero for almost his entire life in the previous world. He had to take a short journey on a monster that was a cross between a lion and an eagle. It was often used for such tasks. The first few seconds were terrifying, but then the sensation of flight and freedom allowed the young man to relax and rein in his emotions. Quite quickly, this low-level monster transported the young man to his destination. It turned out that everything had been planned out. The speed was simply incredible, and by the end of the flight, Lin Huang was extremely inspired. He had done a great job. The city turned out to be quite large and crowded. He needed to find the registration office as soon as possible and report his success. Our hero thought of his sister. He had left her all his savings, so she would have to live on her own for a while. But she was more worried about her brother than herself. Just then, a guy with a suitcase appeared and shouted that he was looking for company to register for the exam. Yin Yihang was surprised that Lin Huang had decided to try his hand at it without even reaching the black steel rank. The guy was amazed by such knowledge. The new acquaintance suggested following the flow of people. There were both newcomers heading for their assignments and locals who had finished their missions. Lin Huang noticed that Yin Yihang knew his way around well. He replied that he had dreamed of joining the association his whole life and had learned everything there was to know about it. A beautiful woman came out to meet the guys, offering to escort them to the exam registration area. It was very kind and unexpected. When they entered the building, their jaws dropped in surprise. It should be noted that such a reaction was entirely justified. There were so many people wanting to join the ranks of the new recruits that the line didn't fit in the lobby and wound in a spiral. Lin Huang asked what to do next, and his companion replied that there would be an interview before the exam, where they would explain all the necessary details and rules for participation. He wanted to share rumors about what kind of test had been prepared this year, but a red-haired woman shouted that the hall must be quiet. The beauty's name was Ye Yu. She announced that everyone currently in the hall could proceed, while those who were late would automatically be disqualified from the exam. Yin Yi muttered in astonishment that their examiner would be the witch Ye Yu, and our hero asked what she meant by witch. The examiner announced that she would now explain the rules of the test. If anyone was inattentive or noisy, they had only themselves to blame. The exam site is 330 kilometers from the given coordinates in the Golden Flame Desert. It will take about 15 days to reach the final destination. The girl pointed out the coordinates on the map of the area, noting that they were not allowed to bring water or food with them. Such were the rules of the exam. Noticing that Lin Huang had marked the areas with monsters but hadn't written down the coordinates of the water sources, Yi Yin was surprised. But the boy replied that he feared the monsters more than he feared thirst. Yi Yu continued to describe the route. They had to cross the Divine Snow Mountain Range. If they didn't, the exam wouldn't count. Equipment couldn't be used, but a gold-tier artifact was installed at the summit that could be utilized. The group shared their impressions in horror. The woman announced that the newcomers' gear would be inspected by specialists. All items above the black steel level would be confiscated, along with other listed items. Everyone will be issued communication devices in case of an emergency. Using them will save them, but the exam will be failed. With these words, the witch ordered Lin Huan to wait. For a while, she just looked at him with a smile, and the guy decided that, because of his low rank and broken wheel of life, they would simply weed him out right now. A second later, Yi Yu allowed the player to continue on his way. He thanked her and thought that, in some ways, the new world wasn't so bad after all. Before stepping into the portal, our hero caught himself feeling once again that this was simply unbelievable. He was about to be transported to the map. Behind Yin Yi's back, Yi declared that this new spatial equipment was worth more than the best weapon. Lin Huang suggested naming the witch Doraemon. Before inspecting the inventory, the newbies were told that some functions of the Imperial Ring would be restricted and tested, especially the distress signal. Everyone was horrified. With capabilities cut back and features like the map disabled, passing the exam would be nearly impossible. Instead of answering, Yi Yu announced that the clock was ticking. Those who passed the test would not regret it in the future, and the strict selection was entirely justified. The newcomers rushed forward, some hurried to the water source, while others simply wanted to outpace their competitors. They would fight later. His new friend told our hero that he would go ahead and scout the area. Lin Huang agreed. He couldn't run at that speed anyway. He estimated that at this pace he wouldn't be able to cover more than 40 kilometers a day, which meant he'd cover at most half the distance in 15 days. They were being watched closely. The witch had mentioned that our hero was of a lower rank than the others. She had thought he might have a special gift or skill, but she hadn't seen anything of the sort. At the same time, the woman was certain that the young man was capable of surprising everyone and suggested waiting a little while to confirm her hunch. The desert looked exactly as a desert should look. Lin Huang was completely alone, clearly lagging behind the others. The assistant wasn't in a hurry to encourage the young man either, complaining that he wouldn't achieve much at a snail's pace. The hero waved him off, saying he was different from the other test subjects. In a couple of days, Snow Mountain would be in sight. Xiao He reminded him that they needed to cover about 100 kilometers a day. Lin Huang could only count on himself. He carefully reviewed his notes to formulate a plan. The system's functions were limited, but the assistant could still be quite useful. The hero requested information on the Golden Flame Desert, specifically the monster Shatu. The enormous monsters lived in groups, so Lin Huang decided that by killing them, he would level up his skill to collect map fragments. Besides, he could move faster on a Shatu. Xiao He shouted that this was madness and that a single player couldn't handle the Shatu. But the guy calmly asked, "Who said I'm alone?" The Shatu tribe's camp looked quite settled and civilized. Even at night, they kept a fire burning and posted sentries. However, the two-headed monster wasn't particularly vigilant. It was practically asleep, sitting by the fire. Everything changed when a fairly large rock flew straight into the monster's forehead. It clearly hadn't expected that. Both heads turned to look at the dark shadow at the edge of the dune. It was Lin Huang, but the Shatu couldn't really make out human features. The monster raised its club and stood up. It was certain it could defeat the insolent intruder with a single blow, and saw no point in waking the others. Soon the weapon crashed down where the young man had been standing just a moment ago. Fortunately, the hero's speed allowed him to dodge it easily. As he leaped aside, the young man caught the repulsive stench emanating from the giant. The young man scrambled up the dune, shouting that fresh, juicy meat was right there. He was trying to lure the giant out of the camp. The giant roared and charged after him, holding his club above his head. The monster was not so much hungry as it was angry. In the next second, something whizzed past the monster's neck, and the menacing roar ceased instantly. Bai, the summoned vampire, stood completely calm. He had severed both of the Shatu's heads with a single swing of his blade. Lin Huang was extremely pleased. His summoned green copper-level monster could now do all the dirty work, while the hero himself remained safe. He approached Bai and thanked him for working cleanly and efficiently. In response, the vampire merely grunted. He wasn't one for small talk. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Our hero's health bar appeared on the screen, and he looked at it closely. Suddenly, the wheel appeared above the young man's head, and now it looked almost full. Moreover, it had grown in size. The assistant remembered that he hadn't shared the main news. The summoned monster gives half of its experience and rewards to the master, and since Bai's health bar is full, it gives everything. This delighted Lin Huang. Before he had only 3 health points, but now he had 28. The hero certainly wouldn't die so easily now. It would be easy to reach the steel rank now. The young man drew his sword and shouted that it was time to go hunting. Meanwhile, the rest of the tribe woke up and began calling out to their comrade. The boy's shouts had roused half the tribe. The monsters were dying so quickly that they didn't even have time to figure out who had attacked their camp. Bai wielded his sword in silence, while our hero commented on every move of the recently mastered wild nature sword technique. More and more Shatu rushed toward the sound of voices and the roars of their comrades. A little longer, and the situation could have become critical for Lin Huang. But it didn't. The more monsters he killed, the more fragments of the new map he earned. With that much life energy, it wasn't difficult at all. Bai's victims also counted toward the summoner, and with every passing minute, he felt stronger and stronger. Soon, all 152 cells of the Wheel of Life were filled. The assistant reported that a new gray level for new energy would be activated, and the guy agreed. The new level of cells added at least 10 years to his life. Just a couple of days ago, our hero couldn't even have dreamed of this. He took out his gun and started shooting, goading Bai to fight even more aggressively. He needed to make the most of the situation. All the Shatu had been destroyed, and Lin Huang slowed down a bit, but then a terrifying roar came from behind him. The young man asked his assistant if someone had actually managed to survive. The assistant replied only that someone had gotten into serious trouble. The heart-wrenching sound was so loud that the other players gathered around the campfire to rest heard it. They recognized the Shatu's voice, but the roar was so loud that it clearly belonged to a monster in a berserk state, and the group grew alarmed. Yin Yi Hang knew that other monsters could attack the Shata, meaning a bloody massacre was nearby. The player hoped his friend was far away from here right now. He didn't know that Lin Huang was right in the thick of it. Not only that, but he'd started the fight. And now our hero was beginning to regret it. He stared at the monster that had appeared, a good 10 meters tall, and panicked. His assistant wished him luck, noting that one giant Shatu was better than a bunch of small ones. It was the leader of the green copper-level tribe, and it was charging straight at those who had destroyed its kin. Bai didn't wait long, and in the very next moment, the monster was one head shorter, but that didn't stop it. The monster's hide proved so tough that the vampire couldn't deal enough damage to it. Lin Huang began to grind his teeth in anger. He hadn't expected to get involved in such a venture at all. The leader of the horde continued to advance on the player, intending to punish him for his audacity and for all his kin. The guy pulled out his gun and took aim. The giant had excellent health and strength stats. If he wasn't stopped, everyone was doomed. The hero decided to shoot for the eyes to hit the most vulnerable spots. This gave them a chance to survive. Shatu didn't suffer much from this attack. He could simply close his eyes and avoid the damage. Besides, it wasn't easy to aim properly, especially with the constant barrage of blows from massive fists and clubs that he had to dodge. The young man fired a couple more shots and tried to run to the side, ordering Bai to attack from behind. The monster held out his palm against the pistol and thus stopped the bullets. His skin was indeed armored. But the tribal chief didn't yet know that a vampire, roughly his equal in power, was already flying at him from behind. The attack failed. The giant simply kicked the flame-engulfed opponent aside with a flick of his foot. Lin Huang kept shouting something about needing a new attack, but he looked a little flustered and glanced back at Shatu. The very next second, he completely forgot about Bai and charged straight at our hero, choosing him as his new target. We had to come up with a backup plan immediately, or the guy would have literally only a few seconds left to live. The huge, toothy monster had clearly decided that he was going to have a hearty lunch at our hero's expense. He sped up even more. Well, there was no choice left. Lin Huang switched the black steel pistol to a higher power setting. Now the weapon was dealing maximum possible damage. The guy wished his opponent a quick death and opened fire. This time the effectiveness was excellent. The system displayed a corresponding message about the new stats. The chief of the Shatu tribe, a massive berserker, collapsed to the ground. The assistant praised our hero for a job well done. Bai said nothing, but it was clear he was impressed too. The young man noticed that Xiaohei ran away very quickly whenever things got dangerous. He replied that he wasn't very useful in combat and didn't want to be a burden. A notification appeared about the slaying of a higher-level monster. For this, the hero received a Sha-Tu map. It was a full set, and Lin Huang was overjoyed. It seemed that luck had finally turned in his favor. The Sha-Tu's stats were simply superb. Although the game classified it as trash, the most important thing was that it could now be summoned. The hero took the card in his hand and explained that Bai wouldn't have been able to defeat this monster because of its special ability, so everything had worked out perfectly. The assistant started explaining something about muscle mass and increased health stats, after which he was told off for being too boring. After destroying the Sha-Tu tribe and its leader, our hero now had 3 summonable monsters, a decent combat unit. Xiaohei explained that this wasn't quite the case. No matter how many cards a player had, they could only summon monsters one at a time. Lin Huang sighed heavily and said goodbye to Bai, thanking the vampire for a job well done. The chief of the Sha-Tu tribe took his place, huge and fearsome, and the hero decided to name him Tyrant. The assistant asked if the player wanted to use the summoned creature as a mount. The young man replied that the card was too rare to be used that way. The young man sent this monster to rest as well, deciding that an ordinary Sha-Tu would be far better suited for the task. This creature looked far more suitable for carrying a couple of people, and Xiaohei praised the young man for his quick thinking. The Sha-Tu walked through the desert, while the assistant explained that monsters of the same type but of a higher rank could absorb lower rank cards and thus become stronger. The hero replied that he could do that later, after strengthening the Tyrant, but for now he would simply use the Sha-Tu for transportation, protection, and hunting. He gave the command to speed up, and the beast raced across the dune no worse than any racehorse. Lin Huang was in high spirits. On his own, he wouldn't have made it even a tenth of the way through the desert. Everything was simply wonderful until the Sha-Tu stumbled. After all, it was quite bulky and clumsy. But that wasn't the issue. A taut chain was hidden in the sand. The boy landed in the sand and began to wonder who could have set this up. Then someone asked if the boy wasn't afraid of dying right there, in the middle of the desert. This came as a complete surprise to the player. It was 3 candidates taking the exam. They laughed at the kid who had dared to embark on this adventure, even though he was lower in rank. Sha-Tu growled, and our hero replied that he hadn't expected to meet people here. He thought the reason for the fall was some strange monster. The guys laughed, saying he'd fallen into a trap, though they added it wasn't on purpose, and introduced themselves as cousins, Zuo Kui Kang and Shuji. Immediately identifying the leader, Lin Huang announced that he would ask them to make way, as he needed to continue his exciting journey. Zhu Kui Kang suggested they team up. The Sha-Tu wouldn't be able to climb the snowy mountain, and they could help him with that. The group's leader invited Lin Huang to join them with open arms, but the young man replied that he didn't like teamwork, preferring solitude. Then one of the players snidely remarked that he shouldn't turn down the offer. They needed his Sha-Tu, and if he didn't join voluntarily, he'd be killed, and no one would even notice. Our hero recalled that the Kui Kang family was of the gold rank, and moreover had connections. It was no surprise that they could afford to behave this way. The squad leader said he really didn't want to do this, but the young man had wasted too much of their time and had to pay for it. Nothing personal. The rest of the players who had been hiding in the shadows immediately stepped forward. They intended to teach Lin Huang a lesson, but they didn't yet fully understand who they were dealing with. As soon as the command to attack was given, the thugs rushed forward. Sha-Tu didn't hesitate either and let out a terrifying roar, stomping his feet. The players landed several blows but missed their target. The monster simply vanished so quickly that no one even noticed. In reality, his master had shattered the card, intending to summon someone far more formidable, but the attackers couldn't have known that either. Hearing that the leader had ordered an attack on the summoner, the young man summoned Bai and remarked with a smile that it was unlikely anyone would succeed. Just a few sword strikes stopped the first of the guys who had dared to pounce on Lin Huang. The others rushed to their cousin's aid. Now they were far more frightened, for they realized the hero had summoned a completely different creature. Noticing this panic, Lin Huang decided to surprise his enemies even more. He canceled the Bai card and summoned the Tyrant. The players ran even faster. The new monster appeared right behind them, and its sheer size was literally mind-boggling. The guys couldn't believe that our hero had the ability to summon 3 monsters. It was something out of this world. Tyrant didn't wait long for the right moment, and in just a couple of moves, scattered all of his master's enemies in different directions. As he struggled unsuccessfully to get up, Xiu Ji hurled a torrent of curses at the young man. The others still couldn't believe that a player who hadn't even reached the Black Steel rank could pull off something like this. The summoned monster growled menacingly behind its master's back, and Lin Huang asked if anyone else wanted to teach him a lesson. Holding his shield in front of him, Zhou Kuikang suggested they settle this amicably. He was absolutely terrified. The squad leader understood that the monster summoned by our hero was at least green copper rank. They wouldn't stand a chance against it under any circumstances. Then the young man asked Tyrant to tone it down a bit. He wanted to hear what these people had to offer. Zhou Kuikang apologized for the misunderstanding, while his cousin hissed angrily that if Lin Huang killed them, he would be blacklisted and fail the exam. The squad leader brushed off this inappropriate comment. He understood that the situation had reached a stalemate for them. He offered the young man compensation in the form of his family's protection and some equipment, but was refused. Our hero pointed his finger at Xu and said that all he needed was some of the scoundrel's gear as compensation for the damage and to recover. The player was outraged, yelling that a useless summoner wasn't worth a penny without his monsters, and that he wouldn't give him a thing. Before the guy could finish speaking, Tyrant's massive hand darted toward the target at his master's command. The shuriken he threw at Lin Huang missed its mark, but our hero grabbed his gun and fired several shots. The bullet hit the scoundrel in the shoulder, and he screamed in pain. Our hero simply said that he shouldn't be underestimated. Shuji raised his hand and began begging his cousin to save him, but it was clear from his face that his chances of success were slim. Zhou Kuikang pretended not to hear a thing, though it was clear that this was far from the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Huang moved right up to the enemy and told him he had 3 seconds to follow his order. Pointing his gun at the player, the guy suggested that he say his last words before dying. The thug's eyes widened in fear, but he kept repeating that our hero simply wouldn't dare kill him, or else he'd lose everything. The young man asked what he would lose. The chance to earn a hunter's qualification was important to him, but not that important. He reminded him of what he was capable of despite his low rank, and noted that other companies would go to great lengths to recruit a player like him, and the association itself would be interested and wouldn't change its decision so easily. He was simply too valuable an asset. So, having nearly killed both cousins, the likelihood that Lin Huan would be punished was very low. They would simply turn a blind eye, pretending not to notice. Shuji began begging for mercy. The hero pointed the gun at the enemy and calmly told him to count to 3, or whatever he wanted to do. The squad leader screamed in terror that he was willing to do anything if his cousin's life was spared. Now he was truly terrified. Zhou Kan begged, promising every possible favor. Shuji shouted that he had 4 Black Steel rank items in his inventory and told him to take them all. The young man thought hard. More than anything, he just wanted to pull the trigger right now. But if he killed one of the players, his cousin's family might seek revenge and cause trouble. Besides, killing people wasn't exactly a pleasant activity. Just then, Lin Huang spotted a familiar figure nearby. A voice timidly begged to be saved. It was Yin Yi Hang, who had emerged from behind a dune. It was clear that the player could barely stand on his own 2 feet. Seeing how far he'd walked across the sand on his own 2 feet, it became clear why the guy was begging for help. Soon he was sitting by the fire our hero had built, recounting what had happened on the way here, and expressing surprise that Lin Huang turned out to be a summoner. Turning a juicy piece of meat on a skewer, the guy asked why his friend was here alone. He thought he had gone with a group of other newbies. Yinhui explained that they had set up camp and were getting ready to sleep, but enraged shadows had come running, and the newbies had scattered in terror. The tyrant was drooling. He was hungry. The guy cut off a mouth-watering piece of meat, saying he was very grateful to his savior. They'd had every chance of dying. He explained that he had obtained the pork using Black Steel rank devices. It turned out juicy. Lin Huang thought his friend's culinary skills were surprisingly good. At that, Yin Yi's eyes lit up. He declared that he dreamed of becoming a food hunter and chef. It was his life's main goal. The hero dreams of traveling the world in search of interesting monsters, suitable for food and other ingredients to cook incredible dishes. What followed was a fascinating lecture on the characteristics of meat from different regions and cooking techniques. Tyrant couldn't stop drooling. Lin Huang realized that his friend was a decent guy and knew how to cook. He would make an excellent companion if only he could speak a little more quietly and less. Finally, the guys finished eating and set up the tent. Our hero wouldn't let Yin Yi inside, which infuriated the fat guy. He exclaimed that he had lost his tent while fleeing the camp. Surely his friend wouldn't be so cruel as to leave him out in the open in this desert. The young man poked his head out and declared that he refused to let anyone inside because he was used to sleeping alone and wouldn't break that rule. Yin Yi curled up by the fire and began whining that he was just very fat and therefore faced all kinds of discrimination. Meanwhile, Lin Huang assessed the situation. The tyrant looked quite alert, so he could be left on guard. Soon it grew dark. Everything looked more or less calm. No one was lurking in the shadows of the rocks, and he could sleep soundly. Our hero closed the tent flap but kept sniffing around. The smell of roasted meat still lingered, and soon sleep overtook him. In fact, Yin Yi had fallen asleep too. He was snoring loudly, sprawled on his back, and there was absolutely no sign of trouble. Suddenly, the young man was awakened by strange sounds. He thought the fat man had gotten up to eat, but soon realized the footsteps were too heavy. Through the tent fabric, he could make out Tyrant's silhouette, and Lin Huang immediately realized that something unexpected was happening. He darted outside in an instant and nearly screamed at the sight. He had to wake his soundly sleeping partner immediately. Tyrant decided to do it first and roared loudly, counting on the fact that after such an alarm, there would be no misunderstanding. The guy realized they were in big trouble and that fighting made no sense at all. They needed to get out of there as fast as possible. He rushed to help Yin Yi up, but Yin Yi didn't understand why this was necessary since they were under the protection of such a powerful monster, the leader of the Shatu. Lin Huang started yelling at him to get a move on if he wanted to live. They couldn't waste a single minute. The tyrant wouldn't save them. The fat man never fully woke up and kept whining about having dreamed of a whole roasted piglet. Then his friend had to explain in more detail why they had to wake up immediately and run, though there was really no need for an explanation. A quick glance was enough. A black swarm of flying monsters was rapidly approaching. There were so many of them that in some places they completely obscured the sky. The tyrant grabbed both players and started running. Before the blonde guy could even move, he began screaming in terror. Since Yin Yi was screaming that he didn't want to die and calling for help, Lin Huan had to order the fat man to shut up, as he was attracting even more monsters. The guy knew that these shadowy swarms of creatures were spiritual beings without physical bodies. Hiding from them was practically impossible. This was most likely the end. He'd seen news reports about attacks by similar creatures. People had been found dried out, like mummies, their life force completely drained. Yin Yi finally turned on his brain and realized that even gold-rank hunters were powerless against these shadow swarms. Just at that moment, for some reason, Tyrant decided he didn't want to carry the fat guy anymore and dropped the guy on the ground. Lin Huang considered this unfair and ordered the monster to pick the man back up. The huge hand complied, but they lost time in the process. The giant had to get annoyed and start running. It couldn't be said that this brought him any pleasure whatsoever. Our hero understood that the only chance to survive was to send the examiners a distress signal, but then they would likely be disqualified from the exam. And yet failing the exam was far better than failing his entire mission, or even losing his life. He had to make a decision immediately. The shadow crows were closing in. Their eyes glowed with an ominous red light, and their numbers exceeded all conceivable limits. In the nearby town, everything was quiet. Many were getting ready for bed, while others had long since fallen asleep. Yi Yu poured herself a glass of wine. It had been a tough day, with so many people passing through her hands during the newcomer selection. This time the players were weak. Most of the participants weren't capable of impressing the association, which meant there would be complaints from management again. She had already received several distress signals, and now the call sounded again. Even after midnight, they wouldn't let the witch rest. The girl looked more closely at the map and was greatly surprised. The player who had requested help was moving at a very high speed, unreal for a human. She activated the portal, thinking that only a green copper rank player was capable of such a feat in the desert. Yi Shuyu stepped out into the desert, practically certain that some scum had been swallowed by a monster and was now calling for her to save them. The wind ruffled the witch's hair. She peered intently at the desert landscape but hadn't seen anything suspicious yet. Then on the horizon, the silhouette of Tyrant became visible, racing forward with all his might, kicking up a dusty sandstorm behind him. Two guys were sitting on the monster's shoulders, and Lin Huang shouted for the examiner to move them as far away from here as possible. The tyrant set the hero down, and he continued to shout that they needed to flee as quickly as possible. This time, Yi Yu herself. But the summoned monster didn't quite understand who those words were meant for, causing Lin Huang to curse loudly. The monster tried to escape through the portal and was now simply stuck in it, unable to move forward or backward. The young man smiled and apologized to his monster. He had completely forgotten to shrink it or simply recall it. But in reality, it wasn't Tyrant who needed worrying about. After running through the portal, the guy landed right on top of the witch, knocking her off her feet in the process. After grumbling a bit, the girl sat down on the couch and listened to the story about the shadow monsters. She couldn't believe that the players had been able to run from them for an hour and a half. She skeptically remarked that shats couldn't possibly reach such speeds unless they'd somehow encountered a mutant. Lin Huang understood that his monster wasn't a mutant and that it was all due to the map's mechanics, but he didn't want to give himself away, and besides, he couldn't clearly explain what was happening. Still, Yi Yu decided not to punish the newbies. She said the shadow crows would be cleared out by morning and a request would be sent out right away. The hero thanked her. He apologized for the disturbance, already wondering where else they recruited hunters and held exams for newbies. The witch informed him that once the shadow crows were cleared, the players would be returned to the course. Lin Huang thanked her, but wasn't overly pleased. The wheel of life had been broken once again. He suddenly decided to return his cheat and began insisting that he hadn't called for help. It was a system error. The girl appreciated his quick thinking and suggested they rest for now, and then they would bring them back with the fat guy to take the exam. After waiting a bit, the young man pretended to be overjoyed and asked again if it really was that simple. Yi Yu was a little surprised and asked if he wanted to be disqualified and removed from the test. Realizing it was time to make a run for it, the guy dragged his friend along, wishing the examiner a good rest and assuring her they wouldn't bother her anymore. The guy promised to close the door behind him and immediately vanished. The girl sat back down on the couch, shrugging her shoulders in surprise. It was a good thing the guys hadn't seen her face. Otherwise, their surprise would have been immense. The beauty smiled. Realizing she was alone, the witch laughed with joy. A promising newcomer had appeared, one who could summon monsters. He'd kick everyone else's ass and she'd get the bonus. It was clear outside the door. The desert looked completely safe. Lin Huang couldn't believe that so many shadow crows had been destroyed in literally a minute. Yi Yu proudly announced that they had sent their best hunters, so the guy should continue on his way and quickly raise his rank to at least black steel. Finally, she joked that if the player dared to call for help again, she'd bill him for the hotel. He replied that it was a reasonable warning. Yin Yi was glad they'd gotten off with just a scare and asked what the hero had been talking about with the beauty. Deciding it was a dirty innuendo, the guy ordered him to shut up or he'd go on alone. The fat guy got scared and apologized. They needed to figure out what kind of place this was. It turned out that Tyrant had run off about 60 kilometers yesterday, so now they were a little off course. To make up for lost time, the players would have to come up with some kind of trick. Lin Huang began to think about what that might be. The Tyrant carried the players again, but while Yin Yi whined about the heat, our hero tried to find the path to Snow Mountain with the fewest losses. A building appeared ahead. Judging by the map, it was the very house where the examiners had prepared a supply of food for the participants. The fat man shouted that they needed to hurry to the shelter and rest until lunch. But Lin Huang reminded him that there might be other newcomers inside, and since they were enemies, they could attack. Inside, they found supplies of food and water. While his friend rejoiced, our hero continued to urge caution. Upon discovering a stash of his favorite chips, the fat guy started insisting that his companion try them immediately. The guy replied that they would take only what was necessary. They shouldn't break the rules set by the association. Then he noticed signs of other players' presence in the corner of the room and grew wary. It seemed someone had indeed been there before. Within a 100-kilometer radius, this was the only shelter and food storage area. I wonder who they could be. Yin Yi replied that he didn't see anything strange about the situation. Lin Huang objected that it all looked suspicious. Valuable items were just lying around, as if they'd been left in a hurry or thrown away because they were no longer needed. Most likely, the players had encountered danger and were forced to flee. The fat man asked not to scare him with such a speculation. Just then, Tyrant's menacing roar echoed from the street. It seemed there really was something to fear here. It was impossible to figure out what was happening, so our hero suggested they leave the place as soon as possible. The Tyrant grabbed them and ran off again. Strange sounds came from underground, and the movement of something enormous was clearly audible. This did not escape Lin Huang's notice. He realized that this creature had begun to pursue them, and the fat man panicked even more. Now the sand was rising in waves, as if a huge snake were slithering beneath it. The gentleman ordered Tyrant to be careful and run even faster. It didn't help. A second later, the monster began to sink into the sand, and the people nearly fell off his shoulders from the jolt. The Shatu chieftain's fist struck the ground, as if summoning whoever was there to come out. It was a rash decision. A huge sandworm rose halfway to its full height, baring all its terrifying teeth. The giant lost his balance and began to topple to the side. He looked utterly tiny compared to his pursuer. Yin Yi and Lin Huang screamed in fear in unison. The boys had never encountered anything like this before. It was a demonic monster, not typical of the Golden Flame Desert, and the boys were on a safe route. How could the death worm have appeared here? Our hero quickly pulled himself together and opened fire on the monster, even though he knew the damage would be like a mosquito bite to it. But the guy aimed for the sensitive mucous membranes inside its mouth, hoping to scare the monster off. The plan didn't work. The worm just got angry and rose even higher out of the sand. They had to come up with a different tactic. The tyrant rushed to flee again. The players panicked. They didn't want to die, but their speed was still insufficient. Suddenly, Lin Huan had a brainwave. He suddenly became serious and calm, ordering the summoned monster to stop and not move. The fat man kept wailing, and his partner ordered him to shut up and stay still too. It was unexpected. The player remembered that the monster had no eyes, no ears, or any other senses. It reacted only to vibration and movement. The blonde guy moaned that he hadn't come across such information in any book about monsters, but soon fell silent anyway. If they didn't move, there was a chance the players would stop being the worm's target, but if it continued to pursue them, they were doomed. Then another good idea came to Yin Yi's mind. He reached into his bag, thinking there might be a way to increase their chances of survival. He tossed a few pieces of meat to the worm to distract it. This would allow them to escape, or at least buy some time. Lin Huan didn't like the fat guy's actions very much. He ordered the kid to freeze and not move. The death worm's enormous maw froze right above the hapless blonde. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. Suddenly, Yin Yi felt himself losing his grip on Tyrant's shoulder and slowly sliding down, as if down a mountainside. The next second, the young man simply fell down, causing his companion to scream in terror at the top of his lungs. It seemed their plan had failed. Having kicked a ton of sand into the air, the fat man stood completely still for a moment, frozen with fear. But worst of all, he was buried up to his neck and now couldn't move even if he wanted to. He began trying to free himself, but could only free his shoulders and arms, after which he simply started calling out to his partner for help, the monster looming directly above him. There was nothing else to do, so Lin Huang ordered Tyrant to save Yin Yi at any cost. He understood perfectly well what that meant, and the monster roared. And yet he carried out the order, lunging straight at the worm and attacking it with his foot. The blow was very powerful and distracted the monster from the player. The huge maw was now aimed at the Shatu leader, and Lin Huang shouted with all his might for his comrade to run. But first he had to free himself from the sand. The player screamed in pain and terror, but still began to gradually free the lower half of his body. To buy him time, our hero began jumping and shouting on Tyrant's shoulder so as not to lose the worm's attention. Meanwhile, the fat man had freed himself, but for some reason he wasn't in a hurry to run. He sat on the ground, nearly in tears, realizing that his partner had sacrificed himself. Meanwhile, Tyrant, with Lin Huang on his shoulder, raced forward at top speed. The monster kept pace. At some point, the guy ordered the summoned monster to drop him and keep running alone. The command was obeyed. After making sure that his master was now far enough away, the Shat sighed and continued to flee, drawing the pursuer after him. As a farewell, our hero waved to the monster. He understood perfectly well what fate he had condemned it to. Lin Huan truly felt very sorry, and he asked the Shatu chieftain for forgiveness for what he had done. He had no choice but to use Tyrant as bait for the monster. The chase ended, and the giant stopped. His legs were already in the death worm's enormous maw. The monster let out its final roar, and drops of blood spattered. The summoned monster began to vanish instantly. It was clear that it no longer felt pain, only relief. It's worth remembering that Lin Huang was a summoner, and losing his precious monster was absolutely not part of his plans. The very next moment, the tyrant appeared safe and sound right behind the young man. Everything had ended well. Immediately, the master gave the order to move on. They couldn't waste a single minute, as they had already strayed quite far from the path. His partner ordered the fat man to hurry up, and with a proud expression, strode across the sandy dunes of the Golden Flame Desert. Snow Mountain came into view ahead, which they were about to climb very soon. The only problem was that Yin Yi was nowhere to be seen, which meant that something unexpected had happened. Lin Huang called out to his partner several times, straining his eyes to scan the sands, but he couldn't spot him anywhere. It was a difficult choice, but the boy decided to press on. Perhaps they would meet again ahead. As they moved eastward, he and Tyrant encountered dangerous monsters several times, but each time they emerged victorious from the battles. Nevertheless, the thought that the route planned by the Hunters Association was too difficult never left our hero's mind. The monsters were strong and came in vast numbers. Ever since they were attacked by giant wolves, the young man began to suspect that something was clearly wrong here. Everything was very strange. Nevertheless, they made it to the divine Snow Mountain and began the difficult ascent to the summit. Although it wasn't easy to make that decision, Lin Huang made full use of all the abilities of the summoned creatures at his disposal. The tyrant's size proved unsuitable for climbing the icy cliffs. The hero suggested to Bai that they share their life energy to help with this difficult task, and the vampire nodded in agreement. He tied a rope around his waist and climbed up first, as if belaying the young man following behind him. But climbing on ice was very difficult for the player. Physically, his body wasn't yet ready for such trials. He constantly told himself to keep going, because this was an opportunity to level up and improve his skills. But these intrusive thoughts disrupted his concentration, and at one inopportune moment, Lin Huang's foot simply slipped off the foothold. He only managed to shout Bai's name before he began to fall, stretching out his arms as if trying to grab at the air. The vampire reacted in time and managed to grab the ice firmly with one hand, while holding on to the rope with the other, preventing the boy from pulling him down after him. That sudden jolt nearly shook the very soul out of our hero. Fear made his heart pound like a madman's, and yet he found the strength to pull himself together. Saying he'd been scared to death, the young man began to climb up after Bai, who was waiting humbly. The vampire could think of nothing better than to hoist Lin Huang onto his shoulders to ensure this wouldn't happen again. And although the player protested and shouted that he didn't want to be a backpack and could climb on his own, no one listened to him. There was nothing left to do but resign himself to the situation and let the summoned monster solve the problem on its own. When it got dark, they decided to stop for a rest and set up camp. They managed to find a suitable ledge on the mountainside. Our hero warmed up some meat cooked by the fat man over the campfire and began to wonder what had happened to Yin Yi. Taking a bite, Lin Huang asked his companion, wherever he might be, not to die. He really wanted to try some more of his dishes. Just then, the guy noticed the vampire moving toward the cliff and asked if he wanted to eat too, more out of politeness than in hope of a positive answer. Before the man could finish speaking, Bai vanished from sight with a huge leap. It seemed something had caught his attention. A short while later, a strange, fluffy, white creature appeared right in front of the player, somewhat resembling a fur pom-pom with sad eyes. It was this creature that the vampire had been chasing, and now he had brought it to his master as an amusing trophy. The guy was delighted. It was a snowball, a harmless, valuable, and rare monster whose value was on par with green copper rank equipment. Lin Huang asked Snowball why he had come closer, simply because he was hungry or because he had caught the scent of meat. The little one made completely incomprehensible sounds, but happily opened its mouth when the young man decided to feed it a little. The hero decided the creature was very cute. No wonder girls loved them so much. But the vampire was a little nervous, even though Snowball looked completely helpless. Meanwhile, the little monster pounced on the food and devoured Lin Huang's entire dinner in an instant. He turned out to be surprisingly nimble and voracious. The guy didn't get angry, but simply patted the little one on the head, telling him that now he could go home. There was no more food. Snowball kept begging and even tried a bite of Lin Huang's pant leg as if it might be edible. Then the monster started dragging the young man aside, as if intending to show him something or give him something. The vampire grew even more wary. The little one was hopping up and down and kept squeaking playfully. Now the young man was very curious to see what it was all about. The little white fluffy ball jumped off the cliff, and our hero told Bai he wasn't busy, so he'd go check it out. Catching up to the little one wasn't so easy. He was making his way through the snow quite nimbly with huge leaps. A snow tunnel appeared ahead, and Lin Huang shouted for Snowball to be careful. If he got buried, it would be hard to dig himself out. The monster didn't listen and went even deeper, after which he completely disappeared from view. The young man hesitated for a long time before deciding to follow him further. Suddenly it dawned on him that this was a passage leading somewhere deeper, and the white ball knew this path well, which was why it acted without fear. And so it turned out. After taking a few more steps forward, the player discovered a portal. Whether to step through it or not, that was the main question. Beyond the passage, which looked like an icy wall, there was clearly something interesting, and curiosity got the better of him. Lin Huang suggested to Bai that they go see what was there. He was the first to step into the portal. The vampire remained cautious and stayed on high alert, ready to react immediately in case of danger. It was so cold on the other side of the wall that our hero felt as if he had dived into an icy pool. A blinding light reflecting off the snow and ice struck his eyes. The young man shielded his eyes and raised his hand. When he decided to open them again and see what lay ahead, he was very surprised. Lin Huang was completely unprepared for this. A snowy mountain landscape unfolded before him, bearing no resemblance to the mountain that the novices were supposed to conquer. It was completely unclear what kind of place this was. But the strangest thing was that Bai hadn't followed his master. It was completely unclear why. Lin Huang muttered in surprise that this couldn't be possible. But Snowball suddenly spoke up and explained that only humans could enter here, not monsters. The hero was very surprised that Snowflake was able to speak human language. But Snowflake didn't think it was anything special. The young man explained that the creature's voice didn't quite match its appearance, which was what struck him as odd. Snowball said that if that was the reason, it would be very easy to fix so as not to embarrass the guest of this world. He began spinning rapidly around his axis, whipping up a veritable snowstorm. It grew bigger and bigger. Lin Huang realized that not only was the air current growing, but so was the monster inside it. Soon, a white, fluffy giant with horns on its head appeared and announced that it had decided to reveal its true form to avoid any cognitive dissonance. The boy exclaimed in fear that he hadn't expected to see a snow and ice giant. Now he had to practically shout to be heard. The hero understood very well that such a creature was of an advanced level and very powerful. If it wanted to, the monster could kill him in 3 seconds. He kept looking up in confusion and muttering something incoherent about himself and Snowball. Finally, the giant couldn't take it anymore and asked him not to panic. He wasn't here to harm Lin Huan. It turned out the monster could read minds. The horned creature explained that he had brought the young man here in the hope of asking for his help and receiving it. This surprised our hero even more. He didn't understand how he could help such a huge and powerful creature. It was easier to ask directly, which is what Lin Huang did, after which he looked questioningly at the monster, waiting for an answer. The monster stretched out its enormous hand, and currents of air swirled around the young man once more, as if inviting him to climb up. In the blink of an eye, the boy was standing on the giant's palm, and Snowball asked him to come with him to a certain place. On the way, the giant said he wanted to tell a long story, so the man should be patient and listen carefully. The player understood perfectly well that he didn't really have a choice. Since he was already here, he would have to listen. The ice giant began by saying that in those distant times, when he was very, very small, he had a mistress, the kindest and most beautiful creature in the world. All his fondest memories were connected to this woman, or rather not quite a woman. Lin Huang was surprised that such a monster had been someone's pet. His mistress loved humans and often visited their world, taking the form of a young girl. Snezhka felt lonely without her, but seeing how his mistress's eyes would shine upon her return, he endured it. One day, the mistress fell in love with a mortal. She was ready to do anything to be with him, and it seemed trouble was brewing. When after a long time she returned to the divine snow mountain, it was clear that this was the last time. The pet ran joyfully to his mistress. He had missed her love and light terribly, as well as her games, care, and attention. But it turned out that the lady was mortally wounded and might die. Her lover had done this to her. Upon learning that his future wife was not human, the man had hired killers. They set out to kill her, but the most absurd thing was that during the battle, he himself was seriously injured. To save her beloved, the lady sacrificed her life by removing her own heart. The man survived, but now the beautiful heroine could only lie there awaiting her own death. And the worst part was that Snowflake couldn't do anything to help. Lin Huang sighed. A story with such a good beginning couldn't end badly. The giant added that he had granted his mistress's final wish and lowered her into that icy lake. From that very day, the mountain became Snow Mountain. Now there is no question of the 4 seasons. Only winter exists. The boy asked what the monster wanted from him. If the lady had died so many years ago, was there really anything left to do? Snowball explained that she had said the chosen one would come here. This person would make the ice melt, and then the beautiful maiden would be resurrected. When asked if he really considered him the chosen one, the giant shook his head. He had already brought 3 guys here, but to no avail. The young man asked if the monster brought everyone here indiscriminately, and was told that in thousands of years, only 4 young men with kind hearts had come along, and he had risked trusting them. Realizing that he was the 4th, our hero was moved and asked what he must do to melt the ice. The giant replied that a single drop of blood would suffice. He would let the hero go in peace regardless of the outcome, but if it failed, he would erase his memory of this place. It all seemed extremely simple to Lin Huan, so there was no reason to refuse Snow, who had been dreaming of resurrecting his mistress for so long. Turning to the invisible girl, the player dripped blood onto the ice, saying that he truly hoped she would be reborn. The drops shattered into tiny spatters, as if a beautiful red flower had bloomed on the snow. The young man asked what to do next and was advised to simply wait and see if it worked. They sat by the frozen lake for about an hour, but absolutely nothing happened. There wasn't even a hint of movement. Finally, Lin Huang apologized and said that it seemed there was nothing more he could do. The attempt had failed. Immediately after these words, the monster leaped up and stood to its full height. The ice on the lake cracked and began to melt. It all happened so fast that the boy didn't even realize how the water and the beautiful green shore had appeared. The snow was receding, and the plants were coming back to life as well. The hero cried out in fright, not even expecting that his blood was so nourishing that it had given new life to so many flowers. Snowball cried out that he could see his mistress, and a stunningly beautiful girl slowly rose from the water. Staring at her, Lin Huang blushed and seemed to have completely forgotten how to breathe. The lady approached her pet. She called him the Ice King and added that she had missed him very much. The girl thanked the monster for guarding her all this time, and then her chosen one, after which she introduced herself as Shuluo. The hero replied, somewhat embarrassed, that there was no need for thanks. She could just call him Lin Huang. An awkward pause ensued, and the young man apologized for his rudeness, but still ventured to ask if the beauty was a monster. The monster roared that this was unacceptable, but his mistress simply replied that she was of the race of gods who lived 3,000 years ago. The young man only remembered the invasion of the gods 800 years ago. The beauty explained that these self-proclaimed gods were merely servants who had received the pitiful remnants of the blood of the gods to whom she belonged. But they were not weak either. She realized the hero didn't believe her and decided to demonstrate to him the true power of the divine race to which she belonged. Streams of energy began to approach Lin Huan. He had absolutely no idea what to do, whether to try to defend himself or just wait. He began to feel something strange, and then suddenly realized that his broken life wheel was fully functional and restored. The goddess smiled and said she had noticed the hero's little problem and decided to help him out a bit. When asked if divine power was truly that great, the beauty replied that it was far greater. She had a particularly valuable gift for Lin Huang. When the energy surges subsided and the system notifications stopped flashing, the young man read that he had received the full Wild Nature Sword skill card. Unbelievable. It was a very valuable and rare skill. No one had managed to obtain it in its entirety for many years, and the hero appreciated the goddess's magnificent gift. Suddenly, the beauty giggled and remarked that although the player was mortal, he wasn't as simple as he seemed. This puzzled him a little. Finally, the Ice King placed Lin Huang on his palm and promised to return him to where they had met. The young man was extremely pleased. Setting him down on the ground, Snowball said that as soon as our hero left these lands, he and the lady would also leave as far away from here as possible. The goddess explained, somewhat sadly, that she intended to return to her own world and had no plans to let humans in there anymore. She asked the young man to take care of himself and be careful. He would encounter many more monsters on the Divine Snow Mountain. The beauty warned that the Golden Flame Desert had now become particularly dangerous because exceptionally powerful monsters had awakened underground. They all serve the super monster, which is why all these swarms of creatures are by no means random. We need to stay on our guard. Lin Huang wanted to ask why this had happened and what people should do now, but the goddess chose to remain silent. As a farewell, the boy waved his hand. He was sure he would meet these two again. They parted as friends. When the goddess disappeared, our hero was on the verge of tears. At the very least, he really hoped he would see her again at least once. The Divine Snow Mountain remained just as cold and forbidding as it had been before the player left it. After passing through the barrier, Lin Huang continued to feel the deadly cold, and dawn was approaching. At the entrance, he saw a vampire with a pile of snow already piled up on his head. Don't tell me Bai had been waiting here all night. The guy felt full of energy and announced that they should move on immediately. He was confident he could climb the rock face. And so it turned out. Now the hero could move on his own. He had become much stronger after restoring his life wheel, reaching the black steel rank. They had climbed almost to the very top and were set to make it just in the nick of time before the exam's allotted time ran out. Suddenly, they heard some strange sounds like the quacking of ducks and the croaking of frogs at the same time. Bai grew wary. Around the bend appeared several geese that looked quite good-natured. They were slowly striding toward our heroes. Lin Huang hadn't expected to see geese or swans in the snowy mountains. He didn't know much about local birds, but he still understood that they had no business being there. Nevertheless, the hero suggested to Bai that they take a couple with them. If they roasted them over a fire, they would turn out quite tasty. Suddenly, one of the geese opened its beak, and it became clear that these weren't exactly ordinary creatures, and they certainly didn't feed on grass. Inside was a row of razor-sharp teeth. The monsters immediately began to attack, and the guy had no choice but to run for his life, urging the vampire to hurry up. While Bai scrambled up the sheer cliff, dragging the player behind him on a rope, The player fired back at his pursuers, though there were simply too many of them. The entrance to a cave came into view, and the vampire thought it would make a good enough hiding place. He climbed in himself and began pulling in Juan, who kept firing his pistols nonstop. With one final tug, Bai finally dragged his master inside. The man hit his back hard and stopped shooting. Suddenly, the monster geese let out frightened cries and began scattering in all directions, ceasing their attack on our heroes. It turned out they had been frightened by a huge black sparrow, at least a green copper rank. Now they could relax a little. The bird targeted one of its smaller kin, but it was clear that this was nothing more than an appetizer for it. At first, the player was frightened. He had never seen such a huge sparrow before, but then he began to rejoice, for the geese's attack no longer threatened him and Bai. The joy was short-lived. The monstrous bird's eyes glowed red. Apparently, it had set its sights on a human or a vampire for today's lunch. The monster began circling the cave entrance, and the young man realized they were in for a real fight to fend it off. Huge claws dug into the rocks to widen the passage into the cave and finally reached these appetizing guests of the mountain. Bai looked up resolutely, but Lin Huang told him not to even think about fighting the monster. It would be suicide. It was much safer to attack from a distance, and the boy began firing his cannons again. To his utter amazement, the bullets didn't wound the monster. They didn't even ricochet, but seemed to dissolve upon contact with its feathers. This fact greatly upset the young man. He realized he might very well die, practically right after finishing the exam. Bai muttered something, and this gave Lin Huang pause for thought. Perhaps things weren't so bad after all. While the huge monster kept pounding against the rocks, trying to get at our hero, he managed to come up with a decent plan. He warned Bai that they had to act very quickly and that he should distract the monster's attention the moment he gave the signal. When the monster tried to peer into the cave again, the guy shouted that now was the time. The vampire enveloped the creature in streams of his energy, preventing it from simply flying away and escaping death. Lin Huang rushed forward with all his might to carry out his plan as quickly as possible. He raced like the wind. He had to aim very carefully because the only vulnerable spot on this giant sparrow with steel feathers and iron bones was its eye. And that eye looked fearfully at the man approaching it. The monster seemed to have realized that the final moments of its life had arrived. The next moment, several explosions thundered, and the sparrow let out its death cry. That was the end of its story. The claws clinging to the rocks loosened, and the monster began to fall slowly downward. Now it no longer made much sense. Lin Huang watched it fall, realizing he had used his last 3 bullets, all of which had gone into the bird. Apparently, the sparrow was finally dead, having crashed into the rocks far below. Immediately, an alert sounded. The system reported that a monster superior to our hero in many stats and of a higher rank had been destroyed. As a reward, the hero received a map fragment. It meant that instead of one map, there would be a double map. The assistant explained that rewards are usually distributed randomly, so what happened could be considered a lucky coincidence. A double card meant that everyone the player defeated within the next hour would grant double experience points and loot. Xiaohei remarked that finding a suitable monster wouldn't be so easy. Man, what bad luck, the guy brushed it off, saying he wasn't in the mood for jokes. Suddenly, the Emperor's ring vibrated, signaling that the trial was coming to an end. Lin Huang snapped out of it. They'd wasted too much time and needed to finish the climb as soon as possible so they wouldn't be late. They climbed upward quite briskly, but with every new ledge, another one appeared higher up the slope. Looking ahead, the young man decided he had practically no chance of finishing the trial on time. Then a voice from the shadows declared that for losers, life always seems too unfair and difficult. A young man appeared, dressed in shades of blue and light blue. Even his hair shimmered with those colors. It was strange that neither the hero himself nor Bai had sensed his presence nearby. Lin Huang asked who he was, to which he received the reply that he was a test participant just like the player himself. He stepped closer and asked why the young man had killed his black sparrow. Our hero was surprised. He realized that his new acquaintance was also a summoner. He had to explain that it was self-defense. If the monster hadn't attacked them, it would have remained safe and sound. The stranger snorted and replied that he had sent his pet out to hunt for food. If it had decided that their party would make good prey, then so be it. Now the young man was going to avenge the killing of his summoned monster, with the help of his colleague, who was of a higher level. He had already raised the corresponding card, but at the last moment he crumpled it up, declaring that he would definitely take revenge, but not now. Later, Bai and his master looked at the idiot with some apprehension. It was strange that he had changed his mind about fighting now. It could very well be a trick. With a green copper rank bird perched on his head, The player praised the vampire's skills but noted that Lin Huang himself was still too weak, which was why his monsters couldn't reach their full potential. He promised once again to take revenge, but since he had to finish the exam, time was running out. With those words, the summoner ordered the bird to fly away, which finally infuriated our hero, but in turn gave him a brilliant idea on how to finish conquering the summit. More precisely, his vampire, who continued to look down on the gentleman a bit, was starting to drive him crazy. And yet the spread wings of the enormous bird reminded Lin Huan that Bai could fly too. He immediately pulled a chain from his inventory and chained himself to the summoned monster. The creature clearly didn't like it, but disobeying the order was out of the question. Bai spread his demonic wings and rose into the air, carrying his master with him. The young man was breathless with excitement. First, there was hope that they would make it in time, and second, an incredible sight unfolded below. Skyscrapers came into view. It seemed our hero had indeed arrived at the right district, whose coordinates were marked on the map as the final destination. Landing on the roof in front of the examiner, Lin Huang thanked Bai. The girl greeted the player and remarked that she never would have thought he'd arrive first. You congratulated him on passing the exam and added that as soon as everyone had finished the test, he could register as a reserve hunter. What he heard greatly surprised our hero. He hadn't expected to be first, let alone to be hired by the association so quickly. The girl didn't understand why Lin Huang was puzzled, and he explained that he was sure the player on the bird with the face of a rich fool would beat him to it. He clarified that the bird was a blood-red dragon. Yu reported that the guy's name was Bai Yang, but he didn't count. Then why was this person among the newcomers? He isn't taking the test, but simply completing a quest, apparently. The beauty explained that the player was passing the trials, but he didn't need an exam. This was a special case. Bai Yang had confirmed his title as a bronze hunter and had insisted on taking the test himself. This information wasn't particularly important, but it still piqued Lin Huang's interest. He hadn't known that was possible. A short while later, the young man checked his inventory and decided to sell some of the loot from the trial. 3.5 million was added to his account, mostly for that very crystal. The guy almost burst into tears. For the first time in his life, he felt like a rich man. As they parted ways, Yu explained that the hero should stay in this city for a few days to wait for registration and make the most of his time. The gun shop didn't have the right ammunition. The clerk noted that it was too expensive and sent him to his colleague Zhang on the other side of town. The young man stepped out onto the street. This place was larger than the town where he lived, but he couldn't find the rare equipment he was looking for. It seemed he would have to track down that salesman. He had to wander around quite a bit, but the time spent was worth it. As soon as Lin Huang found Zhang's shop, he realized his search had not been in vain. Inside, there was an incredible amount of interesting stuff, though he had to call out to the shopkeeper a few times. Finally, a small, hunched-over old man appeared and told him to quickly grab what he needed, pay, and get out. Our hero explained what he had come for. He doubted the shop would have the right ammunition, but Zhang just asked how much he needed. The guy replied that he needed 3,000 rounds and 300 explosive rounds. The shopkeeper chuckled, saying the hero must be rich. Soon a beautiful and rather heavy box appeared. It became clear that Zhang wasn't just joking around. The total came to 135,000, and the old man asked for payment right away. Lin Huang agreed and mentioned that he'd come back a little later to place another order. Zhang narrowed his eyes slyly and remarked that he already had enough. But if the young man was interested in other rare items, that wouldn't be a problem either. He should just let him know. The young man thanked him and promised to come back next time. He hadn't expected the seller to be this kind of person at all. Suddenly, a terrifying alarm sounded. When asked what was going on, the old man explained that this was how the association sounded the alarm in case of danger. Saying goodbye, Lin Huang hurried to the exit, saying he'd be back soon, but couldn't continue the conversation right now. The salesman merely watched him go with a keen gaze. It was clear that figuring out this new customer wouldn't be so simple. The huge white church trembled as if it were about to collapse. Its silhouette against the blue sky looked very ominous. Lin Huang began to make his way through the crowd. The exam wasn't over yet, so the city was full of residents and players. Yu was trying to calm the crowd. A super monster had appeared in the desert, summoning waves of smaller monsters. Many players were in trouble, but measures were being taken. Our hero immediately realized that what the goddess had warned about had happened. For everyone's safety, they were asked to wait out the threat in the city. One of the guys shouted that he didn't want to stay here and just wait. He could be useful. Lin Huang appreciated his courage. The examiner explained that for berserker monsters, active both on the ground and in the air, guys like him were just lunch. The association was saving them by not sending them out into the desert. The girl asked which of them wanted to die first. There was no answer, but our hero did have a few thoughts. The association sent a special task force to mop up the area. As soon as the main monster was destroyed, the rest would die too. Lin Huang thought it would be great if everything turned out to be that simple. In that case, there would be no need to worry. Then Bai Yang appeared, saying that another super powerful monster could very well be lurking behind the first one, in which case the squad's strength wouldn't be enough. He added that he wasn't going to sit here like an idiot and wait to die, while Yi Yu reassured everyone that everything would be fine by tomorrow. Lin Huang thought intently. Even if Bai Yang was provoking the players, what he said wasn't without merit, so our hero decided to speak with the examiner. First and foremost, he was concerned about the fate of the fat guy Yin Yi. It was him the guy asked the association worker about. The beauty replied that she remembered that oddball well. Not long ago, he had pressed the button and sent a distress signal. This cheered Lin Huang up. Apparently, he had worried for nothing. Yu turned and walked away, asking the player to hurry up and find a safe place to spend the night. He nodded. A fierce battle was raging in the desert. The flames blazed so brightly that they could be seen from miles away. Our hero sat on the windowsill, thinking about how a super squad of hunters was currently battling super monsters. It was truly epic. The guy felt that it wasn't quite fair to rely on someone else's skill and combat power rather than his own. Lin Huang fell asleep while looking out the window. He was awakened by the cold morning rain, which began to pour down in buckets. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in horror as the piercing alarm sounded again. He looked ahead and saw a mountain engulfed in flames, as if a volcanic eruption had begun. The young man stepped out into the hallway. A group of hunters was running past, discussing the need to summon Li Lan as soon as possible. When asked what had happened, one of the men replied that the situation had reached a boiling point. He should hurry to the temple and hide there. It turned out that the super hunter was dead. In the battle with the monster, the beast had proven stronger, and now it was completely unclear what to do. Inside, chaos reigned. People were trying to assert their rights and demanding to be let out so they wouldn't be locked up, waiting to die. Our hero preferred to keep quiet and just listen as Yi Yu explained that it was the player's duty to protect the population from monsters, and there were a lot of monsters right now. Many newbies started begging to leave. They were afraid they'd be ordered to fight alongside the other hunters. Lin Huang told them to shut up. He was tired of listening to this cowardly whining, and the young upstart didn't like the request. Our hero told them about the monsters he'd encountered in the Golden Flame Desert. They'd all been summoned by a super monster, so leaving the building was too dangerous. The guy asked how long Yi Yu would last outside. She was roughly gold ranked and clearly the most competent of those present. She replied that at best until tomorrow night, because there were many dangerous monsters in both the desert and on Snow Mountain, and their numbers were growing. Then Lin Huang announced that he himself wouldn't last even 3 hours, so the rest of them should sit tight and keep quiet. One of the newbies declared that he was a lucky guy and was sure he'd survive simply because he was born under a lucky star. Our hero finally lost his nerve and decided to take control by jumping up onto the platform next to the examiner. He shouted that even if they all consecrated this place right now and prayed to the gods with all their might for help, nothing would come of it. As soon as the monsters roll over the mountain, every single one of us here will be doomed to certain death, so running away isn't an option. The guy pointed at a few newbies and asked what they personally could do to help the Hunters Association. He suggested joining forces and working together to defend the Snow Mountain area from the monsters that continue to advance. Several men immediately jumped on board with this idea and began chanting that they would protect their families in the Snow Mountain area. Bai Yang turned around and headed for the exit, muttering that a bunch of idiots had decided to commit mass suicide. Lin Huang noticed this and called out to the player. He clearly remembered that this guy was of a much higher rank than the rest of the people here. Yi Yu hugged our hero and thanked him for the idea of joining forces. Now they really had a chance of winning. The order was given to go get their gear and then return here to register for the raid. Lin Huang was about to jump down from the platform to go and get ready as well, so he warned the examiner about it. She asked the young man to wait a moment. It seemed things were far from as simple as they might appear at first glance. The young man looked questioningly at Yi Yu. It seemed he was about to hear some truly important information. The hunter explained that she could transport no more than 50 people at a time, so her first priority was to send away those under the age of 20. Lin Huang was outraged. After all, she had supported his idea to fight, but it turned out that was only to calm people down. Soon this place would turn into hell, and no one would survive. The beauty shouted the last sentence so loudly that it became clear she herself could no longer control her emotions from the horror. Yu explained that the association had mobilized all its resources to hold back the monsters, but even that would last for 10 hours at best. After that, the monsters would destroy both this place and everyone who didn't manage to teleport in time. The girl explained that she herself would die here, defending the organization's honor, but before that, she would evacuate the young blood, the players who would become the association's bright future. Hearing that people like him would survive at the expense of the others, the young man shouted that he wasn't going to leave this place either. He shouted that everything he had said was serious, not just to calm people down, because he really would fight. The guy added that just sitting around and waiting for the super players to arrive and defeat the super monster wasn't an option, but there was no need to run away either. Yidwai Ashu shouted that with their strength and equipment, the players and hunters who had been here for a long time wouldn't last. Lin Huang objected, saying that if there was a chance to hold out, it shouldn't be ignored. The civilians should be evacuated, and the hunters, who were practically rookies, should be fought off to protect the area. Hearing that they only needed to hold out for a couple of days, the beauty remembered the tunnel in the mountain, which could serve as an excellent hideout. Our hero put his arm around the girl's shoulders and gently assured her that he would help her with everything. She could count on him. The guy kept singing sweetly, which made the examiner a little embarrassed, and yet she really was starting to like him. The hunter pulled herself together and asked him not to stray from the plan. They were talking about saving 20,000 people. There was no time for jokes in such circumstances. Yi Yu walked down the hallway, thinking that they all had to survive because this player was truly one of a kind. Soon, a crowd of thousands made their way through the gorge into the mountains to take shelter in the very hideout the examiner had mentioned. Many were nervous, but they were reassured by the fact that there were hunters here capable of protecting the civilians. Our hero stared intently ahead. Julie Yuguang and Wang Lena had skills well suited to organizing the operation, as the newcomer walking ahead reminded them. All three of these players nodded happily. Their small squad looked like a pretty good fighting unit together. Then the girl with the gift of foresight froze. When asked what was happening, she replied that she was trying, but could see only horror. They pressed forward. Everything around them was littered with the remains of monsters. There were so many that every step brought a new discovery. The newcomers discussed how the professional hunters had really gone all out, leaving them no chance to encounter any monsters. It seemed they were very strong. Lin Huang asked the guys not to be too careless. According to his information, new monsters were appearing constantly, and they shouldn't let their guard down. They needed to distract the monsters so that the evacuation of civilians could proceed as smoothly as possible. He hadn't even finished speaking when he lunged forward and shielded his colleague with his body. It seems someone had decided to attack this group of players, but the others hadn't reacted in time. Right where Julie had been standing just moments ago, an axe was now stuck in the ground. The weapon clearly hadn't fallen from the sky. The enemies were nearby. Our hero began looking around and shouted for everyone to group up. They were under attack. Soon the monsters appeared in all their glory. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Even Lin Huang himself was seriously frightened. They were demons with the heads of cows and surprisingly powerful muscles, armed mainly with axes and chains. But the main danger was that there was a whole herd of these ferocious warriors here, each one looking as if it were ready to tear the players to pieces. The guys assessed the enemy's strength, black steel, and there were plenty of them. Their chances of victory were practically zero. Only Lin Huang remained calm. He urged them not to panic. The young man decided to first strip the demons of their main motivation and thoroughly dampen their fighting spirit. Yu Guang was to cover his incredible sword attack with magic. This would allow them to fend off the first assault. The severed horns flew straight at the bespectacled man, but he was quite effective at firing magic arrows at the cows. This allowed him to strike their most vulnerable spot, the eyes, so that Lin Huang could break through and finish the job. Julie was ordered to set traps, while Wang Lan was tasked with ensuring the girl remained unharmed. The heroine immediately activated her magic staff. Terrifyingly loud sounds began to emanate from it, nearly knocking her off her feet. Not to mention the demons who lost the ability to move. They clearly weren't prepared for such a cunning move, and neither were the raid members. At the same time, setting traps became much easier, since all the monsters' attention was focused on resisting the magic. Lin Huang decided to use the encounter with the demons to test all the new capabilities of his sword. He was impressed. The 18th style had become the 36th, the blade obeying as if at the command of its owner's heart, destroying enemies with a single strike. But there was no time to relax, because one of the demons had already planned an attack from above. aiming straight for the young man's head. He continued to marvel at the possibilities that had opened up in the appearance of his shining sword, which had attained legendary status. The young man managed to react, destroying the demon in a flash. Those who sought death got what they wanted. It was far more effective than firing pistols. Yu Guang praised Lin Huang's sword technique, but he was quickly reminded that it was time for him to join the battle himself. Just at that moment, both the cow boss and his smaller minions had fallen into traps and were easy targets. The newbies were fired up. Now each of them could show off all their best combat skills and tricks. Meanwhile, our hero continued to swing his sword, collecting more and more map fragments for killing monsters that out-leveled him. An option to transform into a black steel-level demon with a cow's head appeared, but it wasn't clear what exactly that meant. It turned out that for 24 hours, he could take on the form of any summoned monster, but this card could only be used once. The prospect of taking on the form of a huge and powerful creature was very tempting, but it also frightened our hero. But worst of all, these thoughts consumed him so completely that the young man forgot he was on the battlefield. Drops of blood splattered on him and brought him back to reality. Fortunately, Lin Huang was unharmed. Someone had shielded him. The enormous demon, which had intended to attack the young man, collapsed dead with a terrifying crash. Bai had helped his master stay alive, but now he looked at him with a slight reproach, as if accusing him of being too carefree. That look spoke volumes, so the player began to make excuses and thank the vampire for saving him. The rest of the guys were doing quite well. Everyone managed to find a suitable tactic and destroy quite a few monsters. The monsters were much stronger and faster, and at first this frightened the players. But as things went on, they got the hang of it. The only thing that scared them was the sheer number of new enemies. But Lin Huang took them all down in a flash with his sword, naturally not without Bai's help. The guys were impressed. 20 demons in a couple of seconds was an incredible feat. The hero noted that this wasn't the time to relax. They needed to head toward the pass into the mountain range. The players agreed. Now they even wanted to face the monsters to improve their skills. Suddenly, the Imperial ring vibrated. The signal came from Yi Ayu, which meant it was something extremely important. The girl asked somewhat anxiously about the squad's whereabouts. They were taking quite a while. Lin Huang replied that there had been a small skirmish, but everything was fine. They should arrive at the location in 2 hours. The others were surprised by his manner of speaking to the examiner. His smile did nothing to reassure Yi Ayu. She remained tense and informed them that they had only 1 hour to arrive. The monster invasion was gaining new momentum, and if they didn't make it in time, they were guaranteed to die. The situation at the entrance to the gorge was extremely tense. Too many monsters and demons were appearing, and even the best hunters couldn't neutralize them all in time. Yi Ayu fought like a woman possessed, swinging her whip and killing several monsters at a time, but even that wasn't enough. Less experienced players were dying practically right before her eyes just a few meters away. A colleague with a rifle shouted that they wouldn't last long. Too many people were seriously wounded or killed, and the girl ordered them to retreat. The man pointed out that as soon as they retreated and blocked the entrance to the gorge, the people outside would be doomed. Yi Ayu replied that she would stay here until the end, with those who chose to remain. A bloodied hyena came out to meet the hunters, and it was obvious that its pack would soon follow. The players recoiled in horror. Going up against monsters of this level was pure suicide. The examiner was determined. She shouted that they had no choice but to fight, but a colleague remarked that even she was in over her head. The girl gave the order to advance. Her colleagues shouted that they wouldn't let her, the squad leader, die. In truth, no one wanted to die. Suddenly, half the pack of hyenas froze in place. The beasts had caught a new scent and turned their attention to it. When Yi Ayu looked in the right direction, she was overcome with incredible joy. Now there was a chance to escape. It was Lin Huang with Tyrant. The young man had not only survived, but had also arrived in time to come to their aid. Our hero immediately rushed into the attack, but the bloodthirsty hyena clamped down on his sword with such force that there was no way to free the blade and fight. The hero shouted for Yu Guang and Wang Lan to tend to the wounded, while he and Zhu Li would deal with the monsters. The others agreed. The player had already managed to retrieve his sword and was now chopping down the hyenas like cabbage, while his comrade and Tyrant covered the leader from the attacks of the other beasts. The third-level black steel hyenas seemed like an excellent opportunity for our hero to improve his sword-fighting technique. He mentally ordered the pack leader to come closer. In this battle, only one of the two was destined to survive. The beast seemed to have heard his thoughts and lunged into the attack, making an incredible leap. The man did not frighten it at all. Lin Huang was a little surprised. He noticed that the hyena's rank was gradually changing, randomly rising and falling. The enormous monster pounced on our hero and pinned him to the ground with its clawed paw, intending to have a hearty meal. The guy remained calm. The only thing that bothered him in this situation was the huge hyena's foul breath. His partner wanted to help the boss, but another monster attacked him. There was absolutely no room for distraction. Julie dealt with the small hyena fairly quickly. He was already quite confident in taking down these creatures, but he was still worried about Lin Huang. Yi Yu kept a cool head. She suggested that the player deal with the smaller hyenas first and only then take on the pack leader. Our hero had already freed himself and continued fighting the blood hyena. Tyrant was also actively helping to destroy the enemies. The pack leader was not only strong and fast, but also intelligent enough to retreat at the most opportune moment. Lin Huang noticed that intelligence wouldn't save the monster from certain death. As a summoner, he had studied monster psychology well. He played a card, and a bright blue glow instantly destroyed several hyenas. It seemed the right skill had been activated. The young man summoned Bai again, and now the fiery whirlwind killed one hyena after another in literally a matter of seconds. The vampire and the main monster also took a hit, but the blood hyena was a very strong opponent, so it didn't die right away. When it finally happened, Lin Huang realized he had outsmarted and overpowered it. He received another fragment of a rare skill card. The other players were thrilled. It was incredible. The examiner was now smiling, praising the sword technique the boy had used. The girl began to praise the hero, but he reminded them that they should hurry before the blood hyenas recovered. His companions thanked the young man with smiles. He had made it in time, otherwise no one would have survived. Yi Yu ordered everyone to move toward the entrance of the gorge, heal up as much as possible, and boost their stats. They needed to be well prepared. Suddenly, Lin Huang noticed a new group of enormous monsters approaching them. He asked to be woken up if this was a dream. They were giant spiders, and there were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. The examiner replied that it wasn't a dream. Unfortunately, the super monster continued to spawn new creatures. A new wave of the monster invasion was approaching, and by all accounts, it was far more dangerous than all the previous ones. If the spiders kept moving at the same speed, the hunters would have no more than 10 minutes to prepare. Panic set in. Many decided that the easiest thing to do was to flee, because fighting in this situation was simply madness. Lin Huang reminded them that escaping this way wouldn't work anyway, and that they needed to fight the monsters. Yi Yu supported him in this decision. Their teammates realized they could be useful and decided to stay and fight as well. They were confident that, together with our hero and the examiner, they had a chance. Julie suggested that he could organize a retreat into the gorge and cover the others while our heroes dealt with the creatures. They could also drop rocks on them. The leader liked the idea and the fighting spirit, and she gave the appropriate orders. They had to act immediately. Lin Huang promised he could handle it. Yi Yu didn't want to leave the players without support, but the guy reminded her that she was the only commander here and had to take care of everyone else. She couldn't leave 2,000 locals unprotected. The girl was on the verge of tears, but agreed that he was right. Calling on everyone who wasn't afraid of death to follow him, the young man charged forward at the spiders to buy Yi Yu some time. The girl watched them go, as if seeing them for the last time. It was quite possible that this was indeed the case. But then the beauty pulled herself together and ordered them to hurry. They had little time, and their comrade's sacrifice must not be in vain. Her thoughts were gloomy, but still, if there was a chance to carry out their plan, they had to try not to let it slip away. Lin Huang had already brought his sword down on the first monster, shouting that he wasn't going to die here over such nonsense. The young man dealt with the first wave of spiders and immediately summoned Xiaohei. He needed to consult with him. The assistant appeared, saying he was being summoned in a critical situation. As always, the hero replied that he wanted to use the card he'd received for the blood hyena. The assistant carried out the order, reminding him that the card might activate randomly, so he couldn't guarantee the player's safety. The decision was made, and Lin Huang immediately activated his transformation skill. Everything around him was flooded with green light. It turned out to be the skill of invisible snow walking, one of the rare rank, gold-level skills of the hyena. The card proved very useful, allowing the young man to move through space at incredible speed as he killed the spiders one after another. This was enough to thin their ranks considerably. Now the young man with his sword was particularly effective. His companions didn't understand who our hero was talking to, but they couldn't help but notice that his movement speed had become simply fantastic. Soon the skill's power waned because his energy was running out. He needed to replenish it urgently, and the spiders began their assault. Lin Huang realized he had to switch to a different skill and turned to Xiaohei for help again. Xiaohei reminded him that it was possible to feed one skill with the life force of another, but he had to choose which one to sacrifice. The assistant read out the entire list of stats that could be disabled to free up some energy. A decision had to be made immediately. The guy shouted that it didn't matter what to reduce. The main thing was to strengthen the sword, because killing spiders had to be as efficient as possible. Then Xiaohei announced that he would reduce the connection. It wouldn't be critical in this situation and would free up a lot of life energy. Now Lin Huang would be able to survive this difficult situation. The main thing was that a new wave of creatures didn't arrive. The hero was the only barrier standing in the spider's way. The battle lasted an incredibly long time, and yet our hero prevailed. By the next morning, all the spiders had been killed. Yi Yu and the others had managed to block the gorge with hyena corpses and rocks, and were now calling the players and our hero over to them to recover. The guy was truly exhausted and very tired. He didn't listen to Julie's praise and just wanted to rest until new monsters appeared. He thought of his sister and silently promised her that he wouldn't let the monsters destroy the city. Suddenly, the imperial rings vibrated violently. Judging by the signs, there was no good news to be expected. Moreover, the signal reached all players at the same time. It seemed something was happening on a nationwide scale. It was reported that several areas of District 7 had been overrun by berserker monsters, 3 cities had been destroyed, and there were many casualties, but the hunters had managed to stabilize the situation. The players' relatives and families were there. While they were exploring the mountainous area here, everyone was worried. But as fate would have it, Yi Yu and Lin Huang, along with the others, ended up here. They must destroy the super monster. It became clear who the monster's main target would be. Both heroes realized this quite clearly, almost simultaneously. The fortification they had built was quite substantial and could well hold off a new wave of the monster invasion. The only question was whether the players could hold out here until the super hunters arrived. According to preliminary estimates, they would arrive by evening. Yi Yu angrily declared that she had not feared death since the moment she became a hunter, but she was terrified by the thought of civilian casualties. We cannot allow the deaths of 20,000 residents. Our hero's hand gently rested beside the girl's. He confidently stated that she was already a gold-ranked player, so no monsters should be a problem. The beauty realized the guy was right. All they could and must do was not lose their fighting spirit and keep fighting. They needed to pull themselves together and protect those who needed protection. Lin Huang thought he'd gone a bit too far and felt embarrassed. The enemy invasion had begun, and the situation was heating up. It wasn't easy for the other players to pull themselves together either, but new trials lay ahead. Both our hero and Yi Yu watched in horror as what was rushing toward them at breakneck speed. Now the defensive structure could be considered useless. The mammoth monsters charging along the gorge could easily tear the structure apart in a matter of seconds. These were battle mammoths clad in steel armor. With their tusks and foreheads, the beast could easily crush even the rocks. The examiner was fully aware of the threat and began to get angry. Lin Huang also didn't know what to do. The girl noticed that this type of monster was designed to break through walls. Half of their bodies were made of metal. The only option was to take a risk and defend their fortifications. Suddenly, our hero noticed that some object was rapidly approaching the herd from the air. When the hunter looked in that direction, she couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed she recognized someone. A player was rushing toward the monsters. A young man with light hair shrouded in a blue glow. In his raised hand was a sword, and sparks of energy were literally shooting from his eyes. A sign of nothing good for the mammoths. The hunter's strike was so powerful that it pierced the monster's steel armor, sending a fountain of blood spraying out. The choice of target was excellent. The eyes were indeed the monster's most vulnerable spot. Lin Huang realized that the player before him was at least a gold-tier player. The young man pushed off from the fallen enemy and leaped. There was no doubt he would land on a new victim. And so it happened. A swing of his sword bathed everything around him in blue, and once again, the area around yet another mammoth was drenched in blood. The number of dead monsters was rapidly increasing, and Yi Yu explained that this was Yi Cheng, not just a gold-rank hunter, but one of the 11 geniuses, practically a super hunter. As soon as the warrior destroyed one mammoth, he immediately switched to the next. The creature's glowing red eyes made for excellent targets. The enormous giants crashed to the ground with a terrifying roar, sending tons of dust and rocks flying into the air. Yi Jing flew from one to the next like a circus acrobat. It seemed he knew neither fear nor fatigue. Soon, the player swung his sword one last time. It seemed the threat of the fortifications being destroyed had been eliminated. Yi rushed toward the young man with a smile, greeting him as if he were an older brother. Lin Huang realized they knew each other. But getting too close was dangerous. The last mammoth could very well have crashed right onto the beauty. She waited until the carcass had fallen and Yi Jung had safely climbed down, then ran to the young man. The girl didn't hide her joy, but the hunter just sighed heavily. It seemed he knew more than our heroes did. Finally, the guy turned and said that the danger wasn't over yet. They wouldn't be hearing the all clear anytime soon. In the rays of the sun, a group of new monsters appeared on the horizon, and there were a great many of them. It seemed this was yet another wave of the invasion. They were spiders again, but this time much larger, apparently a special species, and their sheer number was literally mind-boggling. Wei Yu explained that these were black sand spiders, and our hero recalled that they create special webs. Yixing explained that they weren't particularly strong opponents. Apparently, the super monster wanted to use their sturdy webs to bring down the walls. The hero noted with regret that a single massive cannon would be enough to wipe out this entire army of monsters. Unfortunately, there was no suitable weapon to be found in this area. The examiner replied that it was too early to panic and immediately activated her inventory. A yellow glow flared in her hand. A second later, a gigantic rocket launcher appeared in the beauty's hands, so heavy that even holding it aloft required effort. Her colleague expressed doubt that the girl had a certificate for handling heavy weapons. How had she even bought this weapon? Lin Huang simply gazed at her in awe. Yi Iwas replied that if you have the money, anything is available on the black market, even a gold-rank cannon. But this wasn't the time to be a bore, it was time to act. At that very moment, the hunter activated the weapon and fired. The recoil nearly knocked her off her feet. For some reason, the rocket didn't hit the spiders but struck the rocks instead, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. It exploded immediately and everything shook. Yijing laughed and said that, as expected, the beauty had missed her target. She suggested they just watch what would happen next. The rocks cracked, then began to sway, and soon streams of snow poured through them, a veritable avalanche. The spiders were simply buried and crushed. They didn't have time to hide or save themselves by releasing their webs. Yijing was very serious and asked Lin Huang to remember forever that one must never underestimate women, but it's better not to get involved with them. The guy immediately understood what he meant. While Yi Yeyu was glad that no one would be lecturing her now, shadow crows appeared through a gap in the rocks. Many shadow crows. The guys rushed forward to get a better look. Both cursed. Now the situation was rapidly escalating. The more intently the players peered into the distance, the more terrified they became, because this time there were far more monsters, and their weapons were powerless against them. Lin Huang decided that the apocalypse had begun. So many shadow monsters simply wouldn't leave a single living soul in this world. But the most terrifying thing was that, along with the crows, other incorporeal monsters were approaching. They simply walked on the ground, which is why they weren't as noticeable. These were the demons we already knew, with the heads of cows and horses. Their mood was far from cheerful, for their main driving force was revenge. The team of newbies didn't hold back in their expressions. Everyone was scared to death and didn't know what to do next. Our hero whispered that they were doomed. Yicheng ordered Xiao Yu to open the corridor of green doors. He insisted that the girl teleport the players out of there. They held great promise and were destined to become humanity's hope. The beauty declared that she wouldn't leave this place. Her colleague was much stronger, so he was the one who had to escape. There was no room for discussion. It turned out the players were brother and sister, which is why they were arguing so fiercely, caring for each other. Meanwhile, Lin Huang summoned his assistant, who asked what his last words would be. He reported that he had defeated many monsters of a higher level than his own and asked how many cards had been collected. It turned out to be over 1,000. The young man wanted to use them all, but that was impossible, so he decided to activate them one at a time at random until he found one that was truly worthwhile. The young man suddenly realized that even if he found one, he might not be high enough level to use it. The thought of that was unbearable. And yet Lin Huang announced that since all roads lead to death, he intended to take the risk and activate all the cards at once. The assistant carried out the order, and now a whole wheel of glowing yellow rectangles had unfolded around him. When a single one froze briefly in the center, the player decided to choose that very one. He shouted that it didn't matter what card it turned out to be, the assistant must use it immediately. A message appeared stating that the owner had played all 1,245 of his cards, and a single small unidentified card appeared. All other unplayed rewards were reduced to 0. The card began to approach the young man's forehead, and a fireball appeared around it, constantly growing larger. Soon the entire player was engulfed in flames. Fueled by his life force, the ball grew larger and larger. The players couldn't see a thing. The blinding light was agonizingly bright, as if it were capable of destroying all life. But in reality, its target was the shadow monsters and demons. They all froze in place, staring at this ball, which was larger than the sun. Very quickly, the searing flame reached them, sweeping away everything in its path in a flash. The land demons were the first to perish in the torrent of light, followed by the shadow crows. They crumbled to ashes. The players screamed in horror as the light touched their skin, but they still managed to open their eyes. The glowing sphere began to gradually shrink, but it still shone just as brightly, the last monsters disappearing in its rays. Yi Oyu was still expecting death. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly and clenched her teeth. But with every passing second, she realized she was still alive. Finally, the beauty risked opening one eye, because it had become surprisingly quiet around her, and she hadn't felt any pain. It was all over. Then the girl's eyes widened. She looked toward the center of this radiant apocalypse. Now there was only our hero, who was so exhausted that he had to lean his hand against the ground. The examiner called out to Lin Huan. Following her, the other players began to repeat the boy's name. They were very grateful to the young man for saving them and admired his strength. Our hero paid no attention to the crowd's enthusiastic shouts. All he cared about was the chance to use that incredible card once more. His thoughts were interrupted by Yi Ayu's passionate embrace. She didn't hide her emotions, which thoroughly embarrassed the player. Yijing asked if Lin Huang had really just used a divine spell. Lin Huang hesitated, not knowing how to explain what had happened. His sister asked the hunter not to jump to conclusions. He shouldn't look down on anyone capable of surprising him, just as no one doubted Yijing's strength. For a while, both were silent. The pause was quite tense, but family ties had done their work. The beauty laughed, and the young man noticed that she had changed lately. Lin Huang was puzzled. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement among the rocks. A strange energy was emanating from that spot. Yi Yu also looked in that direction, sensing the strong, dark aura of a creature among the rocks. There could be no mistake. Yijing sighed. Their main enemy had finally revealed itself. It was that very super monster that sent forth monsters. The hooded demon snarled maliciously that he never would have thought he'd encounter a true descendant of the gods in a place like this. Lin Huang was stunned. For a moment, he didn't even realize they were talking about him. His girlfriend had warned him to be careful. Their enemy was treacherous. The super monster's presence was sapping the player's vitality. It had become hard to breathe. Why had the super hunter been gone so long? The villain smiled, saying it didn't matter how strong the super hunter was. No one could compare to him. Humans were pathetic losers. He looked at Lin Huang and the brother and sister, who had assumed fighting stances, and declared that he could give these kids a chance. If they handed over our hero to him, he would spare the lives of everyone present. It was a simply magnificent deal. Let them agree. For a while, the enemy stood there watching the players, waiting to see what decision they would make. The people remained silent. Then he reminded them that trading one person for the lives of 20,000 others was a very tempting offer. Yi Yu didn't know what to do. Her brother explained that if Lin Huang, the heir to the divine race, were eaten by the demon would gain all the power of the gods and merge it with its own. The super monster added that when the super hunter arrived, they would have to deal with the clones that would soon appear, and it wasn't certain that this would be pleasant entertainment. He also remarked that 20,000 people wouldn't be enough to satisfy his appetite, and licked his lips greedily. The players froze in horror. Xiaohui appeared and told the master that the offer was too tempting to refuse. The young man asked if he had a chance of defeating the monster. The assistant replied that with his combat skills, such a confrontation was tantamount to certain death. There was nothing to even think about. Suddenly, Yi Yeyu quietly said that she agreed. The girl's voice was breaking and trembling badly. Her brother tried to stop her, but the hunter repeated that she was willing to trade one person's life for 20,000 others. This shocked Lin Huang so much that he simply opened his mouth and couldn't utter a sound. Xiaohui said goodbye and vanished. The girl asked for a moment alone with the boy, since he was doomed anyway. The monster agreed because he wouldn't let her pull any tricks right under his nose. The examiner asked her brother to go with her as a cover. He couldn't figure out what the girl had in mind, but agreed. They took each other's hands and headed toward Lin Huan, accompanied by the disapproving and frightened glances of the other students. When the girl approached our hero, she simply stared at him for a moment, hesitating to speak. Her brother was also in no hurry to break the silence, and the three of them simply looked at each other, the tension palpable. Finally, Yi Yeyu decided to take the young man's hand, almost exactly as he had done for her recently during a difficult moment. She said they hadn't known each other for very long, but from the very beginning, our hero's courage, strength, and character had filled her with admiration. Both guys froze. Was she really about to confess her feelings right now? It was very unexpected. The beauty added that she wasn't sure if they would ever have the chance to meet again, so she wanted to confess her feelings. She was happy that he had come into her life. Yi Yu immediately apologized for her persistence and added something else about recent events. Her brother and Lin Huang were surprised. There was something suspicious in her voice. A portal was already glowing behind them, and with a wave of her hand, the girl pointed the players in the right direction. Both began to fall backward. The young people shouted. They finally understood what the hunter had in mind and had no intention of submitting to her will. She smiled gently and announced that she was leaving the future of all humanity in their hands. The teleportation was about to begin. But the super monster had no intention of letting its prey slip through its fingers so easily. It cursed and immediately began casting a spell. Black lightning shot from him toward the players. Lin Huang and Yi Jung saw it, but could do nothing. This dark energy shattered the portal, an explosion roared, and it was only by a miracle that the boys remained unharmed. Then everything was engulfed in pink smoke. It looked very ominous, but there was no way to understand what was happening. Then a bolt of lightning pierced Yeyu's chest. The girl's eyes flew open as she realized these might be her final moments. Her brother screamed. He couldn't let her die so foolishly, sacrificing herself without saving anyone. And yet, while the beauty was still alive, she cursed and began to fall onto her back, realizing what a foolish position she had found herself in. Her plan had failed. The examiner collapsed onto her back and remained completely motionless for a moment. Both players rushed to her. Yijin called out to his sister, and she whispered his name. It seemed the blow wasn't fatal, at least not yet. Yi Yeyu sighed loudly and apologized for still being too weak to handle a problem of this kind. Lin Huang was furious. Tongues of flame appeared around his body once more. The boy's sole desire was to kill the super monster. He called the girl stupid and ungrateful. They had treated her with respect, and in return, they were met with an attempt to deceive them. Shouting that the punishment for such an act was death, the monster began to transform. Its skull literally cracked and split in half. A huge snake slithered out and hissed that everyone here would die now. Its patience had run out. The monster was incredibly large, simply gigantic. People looked like ants next to it. All the players were so terrified they couldn't even put it into words. They had never encountered anything like this before. The monster opened its mouth wide and shot its tongue toward Lin Huan. Everyone else interested it far less. Soon, the boy was tightly bound and lifted into the air, having lost any chance to resist. He dangled helplessly at the level of the monster's head high above. It was obvious that something terrible was about to happen. Yeoyu's brother shouted. He wanted to make sure the player hadn't suffocated yet, but there was no response. The super monster hissed that merging with it was a great honor for a descendant of the gods. He should be proud of himself. Lin Huang continued to choke. He knew he was about to die, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. The serpent clicked its teeth. There was no turning back now. The worst thing that could happen had happened. People watched the monster and waited for it to become even stronger and more terrifying because of the divine energy. But most of all, they felt sorry for our hero. Yi Yu whispered the boy's name and closed her eyes. She was too weak even to cry. The snake with Lin Huang in its mouth hissed that the player would now merge with it into a single entity. Let everyone watch closely. For some reason, the super monster couldn't swallow the boy or even move its jaws. Soon it realized it couldn't move at all. A blue vortex of energy of incredible magnitude appeared, and soon a hand no less enormous with black nails emerged from it. Zmei was completely paralyzed. Now he couldn't even breathe, and even his pupils had lost the ability to move. The enormous hand hovered over the ground. Stones bathed in a divine yellow light flew from beneath its fingers. At that very moment, the serpent opened its mouth wide and simply spat out Lin Huang. It was hard to believe that the boy was safe and sound, but that was exactly the case. The hero fell to the ground. The height was great enough to knock him unconscious from the impact with the rocks. The giant hand from the portal rose up again. It was perfectly clear that its goal was to destroy the super monster. And so it was. The serpent screamed that it couldn't all end like this. It had practically achieved its goal. The hand slammed the monster into the ground with such force that the scream was silenced once and for all. The scale of the opponents was incomparable. A fountain of blood gushed from the monster's mouth. Rocks flew in all directions from the impact. These were its death throes. Lin Huang miraculously came to his senses and immediately began to run. The hero realized that the monster might very well bury him under a hail of rocks. After running to a safe distance, the young man stopped and looked back. The Snow King towered above him. Shulo called out to Lin Huang. She was even more beautiful than last time. The time since her resurrection had not been wasted. The young man rushed toward the goddess. He was very happy to see her, and even happier that his friends hadn't left him in trouble, hadn't walked away. The Ice King replied that the lady had been worried, so they decided to return. The girl asked her pet not to say anything unnecessary. Lin Huang was simply overjoyed. He began thanking his rescuers. If not for them, everyone here would have simply perished. Remembering the other players, the boy fell silent. He didn't want anyone to see the goddess and the Snow King. Shulo told him not to worry about it. The guys were fast asleep, some so soundly that they were snoring. It was a funny sight. The goddess explained that she had used sleep magic to avoid unnecessary witnesses to her appearance. Suddenly, the snake's corpse began to disintegrate, streams and splashes of energy resembling blood streaming from it. The goddess raised her hand and gathered all that energy into a sphere, realizing that she owed Lin Huan her life and couldn't just walk away. The girl handed him something red. When the glow faded, it was an immortal snake. It could be placed in the wheel of life and raised as a pet. Once the boy became a super hunter, he would be able to turn this little snake into a real battle dragon. She had all the makings of one. All of this was wonderful, but Lin Huan was more concerned about the examiner's fate, and he asked her to save his friend. The goddess looked at him in surprise. The hero noted that events from 700 years ago shouldn't concern the girl anymore, but still his friend had been seriously injured because of him. Shulo noticed that the girl's life wheel was severely damaged and that the life of a super being was needed to save her. Was he willing to sacrifice the dragon? The young man replied that he was ready because human life was far more important. It was clear that he hadn't hesitated for a second. The goddess smiled, tossed him the pet, and said it had been a test. She had more suitable creatures to repair the wheel. The Snow King raised his enormous palms toward Yi Ye Yu, and streams of energy began to envelop the beauty. The enormous monster seemed to be preparing her for the goddess's arrival, and she hurried to fulfill her promise. Shulo knelt down beside the hunter and began to work with her hands, healing her. A blue glow appeared. A firebird with something in its beak appeared out of nowhere. It began to approach, clearly taking part in what was happening. The goddess beckoned this magical creature with her hand, completely focused on the process. The bird seemed to dissolve above Yi Yu. A pleasant, warm glow enveloped the girl, and color began to return to her face. Now the girl was lying right in the middle of some kind of spell circle. The fiery bird's wings had become her own. It was all over, and Lin Huang asked if everything was okay. Shulo replied that the beauty would be fine once she woke up. The young man laughed happily and said that he would definitely find a way to repay her for her help someday. The goddess replied that she doubted he would have such a chance. She had already stayed too long in this world and should have left it long ago. The girl approached our hero and stood on tiptoe, whispering in his ear that she wanted to ask him one last thing. Shulo placed her hands on the player's chest. He began to feel nervous. He had never been so close to a divine being before. Finally, the beauty looked the young man straight in the eyes and asked if he believed in love. She was the most beautiful thing Lin Huang had ever seen. He was literally speechless, and the goddess repeated her question. She asked again if he believed in love, and only then was our hero able to control his emotions and return to his usual self. The young man looked at his savior and asked just how personal this simple question was. He understood perfectly well that Shulo still couldn't get past her past and what had happened several centuries ago. Lin Huang took a deep breath and uttered just one word. That word was love, and it was spoken with particular tenderness. The young man said that regardless of whether one believes in love or not, it happens. The goddess's eyes widened even further. The hero added that true love is so precious that it cannot be earned, cannot be undone, and cannot be denied. Love cannot disappear just because someone betrayed you. Even if the one you love betrayed you, it does not negate its existence. Lin Huang replied that one must embrace one's feelings, whether love or hate. They make you more beautiful and stronger. The young man replied that in his eyes, the goddess shone like the sun, just as any other girl would shine in the rays of love. At that, Shulo's expression changed. With a suspicious tone, she asked what Mr. Lin meant. He didn't answer. The goddess stepped back slightly, adjusting her hair, and said that his words had given her pause for thought. Shulin replied that there was nothing to regret and that now she owed him another favor. The hero laughed and replied that he was the one who should be thanking her, not the other way around. The Snow King appeared and announced that the preparations were complete. This man had come here to help them, but had been attacked by monsters, and he was holding a player in his hand. The goddess announced that she had altered the memories of everyone present, so that this man would be regarded as the savior. Lin Huang realized this was done for safety's sake, so that people wouldn't conclude he The heir to the gods was the cause of all the disasters. The goddess began to leave. She repeated several times that she was leaving and that Mr. Lin should take care of himself. The girl rose into the air and was now at the height of her enormous pet's hands, which now looked quite good-natured. Our hero looked at Shulo one last time and said goodbye to her. To be honest, he was on the verge of tears. The beauty turned around and called his name once more, then said goodbye herself, this time forever. A blue whirlwind of energy swirled around the Snow King. A portal was opening that would take them away from this world. Lin Huang just stood there watching. The other players were about to wake up very soon, but the hero wanted to delay that moment. He whispered once more that they most likely wouldn't have a chance to meet again, and then fell silent once more. As soon as the goddess and the Ice King vanished, Yi Yu opened her eyes and gasped for air. The other players woke up too. Yijing was the first to ask the girl if she was okay. The guy was glad that the super hunter had arrived in time and destroyed the monster. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The beauty replied that she felt as if she had died and been resurrected. All the players were happy about the battle's happy ending, but Lin Huang stepped aside and turned away. Yi Yu looked at him and her colleagues and couldn't figure out what strange feeling was keeping her from calming down. The girl felt as if she had forgotten something very important and couldn't remember it no matter how hard she tried. She continued to watch our hero. Everyone returned safely from the snowy mountains, and Lin Huang also hurried home. He was very worried about his sister. He stopped at the door to her room, filled with joyful anticipation of seeing her. It was so nice to be back. The young man gently pushed the door open. The girl was asleep. He decided not to disturb her tonight. She would wake up early for school anyway. Completely calm and happy, the young man collapsed onto the bed. He hadn't felt such bliss in a long time. Shohei appeared immediately, saying he hadn't expected to see the hero alive. The hero replied that he wouldn't be himself if it had turned out any other way. Smiling, Lin Huang reminded him that he had completed his hunter registration by the deadline. Where was the promised reward? The assistant snorted and said he'd hoped the hero would switch to serving someone else. But since that wasn't the case, here was the card. It turned out to be an excellent card that restored the owner's body and Wheel of Fortune, healing any damage, though only once, and could very well save a life. And although Xiaohei claimed that it might come in handy at a critical moment, the young man replied that he had other plans for the card. The assistant tried to explain that with this card, one could recover from any damage. Wasn't it a shame to waste it on something else? The young man replied that Xiaolo had already improved his Wheel of Fortune and physical condition, so there was no need to worry about that. The buy card had appeared in his hands. Lin Huang decided to increase the vampire's resistance to sepsis so that he would be much more effective in future battles. As a summoner, you need to invest not so much in yourself as in your monsters. Xiaohei confirmed that there was some sense to this. Then our hero used the buy card he'd received as a reward without a moment's hesitation. He really wanted to level up the monster. Shards of energy began to fall on the vampire. It was clear that he was pleasantly surprised and perhaps even grateful. Immediately, his wings glowed with renewed strength, and his physique seemed to become slightly more robust. It appeared the plan had worked. The assistant was very curious to see how the effect would play out. He had never encountered such a technique before. He was about to remind him that the vampire needed to be released before falling asleep. But Lin Huang didn't hear him. He was snoring. In the morning, Lin Xin discovered that her brother had returned and screamed with joy so loudly that she scared the neighbor's cat. Breakfast was ready, but the girl paid no attention to the food. She hugged Lin Huang and told him how worried she had been. Suddenly, a suspiciously familiar voice announced that he hadn't expected them to be related. Yijing had appeared out of nowhere. He smiled sweetly. It turned out our hero was on a video call, which terrified the sister, and she slipped out of the frame. The girl ran off to her room, screaming that she should have been warned that the famous heartthrob from the top 11 hunters could see her. Yijing smiled and suggested they continue the conversation, asking if the hero was sure he wanted to take the 6-armed sorceress Trichinus as his life force monster. Lin Huang replied that he had studied the data on many monsters, and only this one perfectly suited his needs. Her stats and skills were simply ideal. The hunter confirmed that her abilities would help with both swordplay and other weapons, but Trichinus was dangerous and not recommended as a life force monster. Our hero thought long and hard, but the monster was simply perfect for him to improve his stats. Yijing suggested watching a few videos showing the 6-armed sorceress's attacks before making a decision. Just then, Lin Huan's sister called out to her, saying she was ready and heading to class. The girl was no longer in her pajamas. Not only that, she was dressed as if for a fashion show, wearing her best clothes, stockings, and a handbag completed the look. which somewhat puzzled the guy. The beauty turned to Yi Sheng and said she was glad to meet him and really hoped they would meet in person soon. The brother was literally floored and gasped. Out of anger, the beauty smacked her brother on the head with her handbag and strode toward the door. Lin Huang complained that girls these days weren't nearly as modest. Just then, the hunter cleared his throat and said that Yi Yeyu had asked him to pass on her regards to the young man since they'd started talking about girls. Lin Huang wondered why the examiner hadn't called herself, while Yijing said he was busy, told him to watch the video and that they'd talk later. The call ended, and our hero pondered for a while longer what Yi Yu could be so busy with that she hadn't contacted him personally. He'd even lost his appetite. Since that was the case, there was nothing left to do but watch the six-armed sorceress in action, so the guy hit play. What he saw was so horrific that it was impossible to believe the association would recommend such videos. It wasn't just a battle on the screen. It showed horrific injuries and even the deaths of many players. Trickens held a ball in each hand and wielded them with the efficiency of a meat grinder. The hunters were practically powerless. Lin Huang stared spellbound at the monster, striking at completely unpredictable spots at incredible speed. The six-armed sorceress took down an entire squad of 6 hunters in less than a minute. The monster's face was hidden by hair, and it was impossible to tell what Trickness looked like, but she was clearly no fairy. Then the monster turned, revealing a sinister, satisfied smile. It was a true spawn of hell. Lin Huang tensed up. Now he was no longer sure of his choice. Defeating such an opponent was a very difficult task. After some time, the young man found himself in a town called Tiranora, which definitely deserved our attention. The guy walked down the street, still undecided on which path to take. Heading into the Forgotten Forest to kill Trickness would be good for leveling up, but very dangerous. Ahead of him appeared a magical tower for a spaceship, a structure of incredible beauty. He needed to go to the Forgotten Forest to obtain a special crystal to activate a skill. This could be done on the ship, and Tiranora was just the right place. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit the young man in the face. Taken by surprise, the hero shielded his face with his hand and winced. A huge ship appeared completely out of nowhere and immediately hovered over the tower. The sight was simply magnificent. Soon the ship began to descend to dock and open the entrance for passengers to board. A stream of people began moving up the stairs. Against the backdrop of the ship, they looked like specks of dust on an old dresser. Lin Huang was also boarding. An incredible journey lay ahead of him, one that would help him become not only strong, but also successful. Once on board, the young man found the right deck and walked down the corridor in search of his cabin. Inside, with a blissful look on his face, he immediately collapsed onto the bed. It seemed everything had gone smoothly, which was a relief. The spaceship had 11 decks with designated areas for rest and dining. The journey would make him feel like a wealthy man. The cream of society had gathered on the top floor. Our hero thought that someday he'd find himself there too. The news was reporting on the events at Snow Mountain. The super player who had defeated the monster and his team had become true stars. Now literally everyone was talking about them. But the funniest thing was that it was Zhu Li. Lin Huang was happy for his friends, but the next news item surprised him. It was reported that Bai Yang had refused to help his colleagues and had even mocked them. The eldest son of the famous family in its 16th generation had disappointed everyone and was now refusing to comment on the situation. Bai Yang himself wasn't too bothered by it, but a whole wave of condemnation and angry reproaches had erupted online. Our hero was a little surprised. It turns out that even a rich daddy's boy isn't immune to cyberbullying. Suddenly, an image of a crying Yin Yi Hang popped up, screaming that he hadn't expected his buddy to survive. This frightened Lin Huang. He tried to explain what had happened and that he hadn't intended to abandon the fat guy, but the latter had his own version of events. The blonde man cried that he had been looking for him everywhere. Instructor Yi had given him the hero's contact information, but he never got in touch. The young man smiled and said he'd been a bit busy with the incident in the Snow Mountains, so he'd simply forgotten. The fat guy sobbed that he'd missed him, that he'd thought about him every day, and had even erected a monument. Eventually, Lin Huan got fed up and just told Yin Yi Hang to get lost. The blonde man said sadly that Yi Yeyu had said the guy had chosen the six-armed goddess as his life force monster, and asked if that was true. Our hero replied that he was already aboard the magic crystal spaceship and planned to be in the Forgotten Forest as early as tomorrow. The fat man reminded him that this was the strongest monster of the Black Steel rank, one even the Copper Hunters couldn't handle. But Lin Huang replied that he'd seen the videos but decided to give it a try. The blonde guy got even more upset. It seemed to him that his friend was acting too rudely and arrogantly, even though he had put himself in danger. Yin Yihang noted that it was the examiner who had told him to warn the hero about the danger, and he was surprised again as to why the girl hadn't done it herself. It turned out that at first the heroine had asked her brother, but he hadn't been able to talk Lin Huang out of it, and she decided she wouldn't be able to do it herself either, so she sent the fat guy. Suddenly, there was a deafeningly loud noise, and the young man cried out in surprise. He ended the call, promising to call back later, and jumped up from his seat to find out what had happened. The other passengers also rushed into the corridor screaming. The entire ship was shaking, and many feared they were under attack. An announcement came over the intercom stating that the ship had been attacked by monster birds. For everyone's safety, they were asked to return to their cabins. Almost everyone obeyed the order immediately, but Lin Huang was exactly the kind of person who would never do that. A huge flock was approaching the ship, and it was rocking violently in the air, so staying on deck would indeed be very dangerous. Looking at these countless monsters, our hero thought that the birds were constantly chasing him, no matter where he went. These were dangerous monsters with a wingspan of up to 2 meters and sharp claws capable of lifting even large livestock. The sparrows always attacked in groups. The passengers were terrified. The wind sparrows fed on human brains. Their only hope was that a ship like this wouldn't be taken so easily, or else they were all doomed. Lin Huang thought that these were the most unpleasant of all flying enemies, and just at that moment, one of the monsters attacked. The attack was unsuccessful because the ship's protective shields had already been activated. Everyone was asked to remain calm. Our hero sensed that something was wrong. The whole point of what was happening was to prevent panic, but things were looking bad. While the others began discussing the ship's strength, the young man watched the monsters closely, and what he saw did not inspire optimism. A golden raven, the king of sparrows, was hurtling straight at them at a terrifying speed. It was simply gigantic and clearly hungry. The beast plunged downward, intending to pierce the ship's shields. Given its size, that wasn't all that difficult. Its talons dug into the energy barrier, and the energy streams became jagged and uneven. It seemed the monster had good reason to be so confident. Everything around them shook. Debris from the shield struck the deck, and it was only by a miracle that it didn't hit anyone present. Lin Huang sat down, leaning against the wall. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered a gold-rank monster, but it was the first time he'd seen one so aggressive, and on top of that, winged. An old man dropped to his knees, trembling all over, explaining that the monster was quite capable of shattering the shields. Nothing would save them. The young man tried to calm the passenger down, but the man kept repeating that once the barrier was destroyed, they would all become sparrow food. Just at that moment, the Golden King attacked the spaceship's shields again, and everything around them flashed pink once more. It all stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Lin Huang tried to make out exactly what had happened. A figure of a winged man, illuminated by a fiery ball, appeared in the sky. Not only could he fly, but he was also quite effective at killing birds. Our hero was surprised that the ship had its own hunter, but it turned out that the player's level was lower. He was simply using gold-rank equipment. The old man laughed happily, saying that they were now saved. Li Yangxin would handle the monsters without any trouble. The passenger explained that he was number 5 on the list of gold-rank hunters. A celebrity, so to speak. The young man was indeed skilled. Without hesitation, he attacked the golden eagle, hardly doubting his success. A single strike was enough to kill this powerful monster. The eagle immediately began to fall. A few more swings and the smaller birds followed their leader. The hunter didn't stop. The sparrows fell one after another. The scene was somewhat reminiscent of a harvest or even a reaping. A minute later, the surviving beast flew away from the spaceship. Li Yangxin watched them depart with satisfaction. He had dealt with the threat. The passengers were thrilled. Everyone shouted words of gratitude. Lin Huang was impressed that a single sword had neutralized an entire flock. The young man thought that even this single attack would be enough for him to gain a grasp of the new sword technique. The main thing was to try his best. He rushed back to his cabin to repeat the movements and practice. The old man didn't even have time to thank him for his help. The hero explained to his assistant that he wanted to combine the player's skill with the sword technique he already possessed, enhancing it. Zhao He suggested watching a recording of the battle. Then Lin Huang began to repeat the movements he had memorized. It was a shame he didn't have that soothing tea from the hotel here, but you never know until you try. The young man closed his eyes and replayed the finest details of Li Yangxin's battle in his mind. He had to concentrate as much as possible. Lin Huang struck the first blow, saying that if that wasn't enough, he was ready to repeat the movement 10 more times. As expected, he didn't succeed, so he began refining his strikes further, realizing that if 10 weren't enough, he would repeat the move 100 times. If even 100 repetitions didn't yield the desired result, The player would train for as long as it took to succeed. The hunter paused briefly to catch his breath. He had long since broken out in a sweat. But that was precisely his method of survival. Lin Huang's eyes burned with passion, and he was deeply inspired. 5 hours later, an assistant appeared and suggested giving up on this endeavor. The gentleman had been swinging his sword for far too long. Then our hero decided that simply swinging the sword was pointless. He needed to try the battle simulator. He closed his eyes and visualized the six-armed sorceress. Her attacks are usually quite haphazard, but every strike poses a deadly threat. His wild sword technique is quite good, but in this case, it won't be very effective. He needed to distract trickiness with a few strikes and then come up with something better. For example, increase his own speed enough to wear down his opponent so much that she loses her reaction speed. And then the right moment would come to use the summoning card and thus defeat the enemy. Bai will inflict several serious wounds. The main thing is that he doesn't land the final blow. The master must do it himself. It is precisely this final blow that must succeed in the new technique. The young man decided to focus as much as possible and execute it. To release his pent-up emotions, the young man let out a victorious battle cry. It was quite impressive. Then came the strike that nearly took Xiaohei's life, if, of course, it's even possible to take the life of a magical assistant. The little monster managed to fly off to the side just in time, and the sword fell to the floor, leaving behind quite significant traces of the player's power. Lin Huang beamed. He had succeeded, and the system had issued the first fragment of a new sword technique. The boy immediately asked Xiaohei if he would receive the card after collecting all the fragments. An affirmative answer followed, and the decision was made to continue training. Soon the ship arrived at its final destination and docked at an equally magnificent tower. Lin Huang had to shell out a hefty sum for the damage to the cabin, but Xiaohei reassured him that the card he received was worth it. He decided not to go into the Forgotten Forest alone. There was a small town along the way where he could find some partners for backup. Moreover, the players had to be high level. At least one silver-rank veteran was required. The hero went to the agency with a request, saying he was looking for a team to spend a week in the Forgotten Forest. The girl replied that he was very lucky. A team with a gold-rank hunter was heading there today. If that didn't work out, he'd have to wait 11 days. She added that for a certain fee, she could arrange other escorts, but the guy had already spent too much on the spaceship. The hero signed the contract. For 12,000, they would escort him to the forest, and from there he would have to improvise. The administrator informed him that the team captain would contact him as soon as he approved the document. After leaving the agency called Adventurer's Paradise, Lin Huang spent some time wondering if he had made the right decision. Xiaohui insisted that he should look for someone else. The Forgotten Forest was dangerous and he could die there. But the young man decided to take the risk anyway. His ring vibrated. The message from the captain arrived unexpectedly quickly, as if he were in the next room. The hero was delighted. They had to be ready to set out from the southern gate at 9 o'clock. This gold-rank captain seemed truly powerful. Lin Huang headed toward the southern exit of the city, anticipating that he would soon defeat the monster with his life energy. He arrived on time, but there wasn't a soul around. It looked a little suspicious. But the young man decided to wait a bit. Just then, someone called out to him, asking if he was the player who needed to be escorted to the Forgotten Forest. The young man turned around. Standing before him was a girl who introduced herself as the team captain, Lin Yexin. If he wanted to survive, he had to obey her orders. Two burly men nodded in agreement. Surprised that the captain was a girl, Lin Huang confirmed that he needed to be escorted. The beauty asked if he had read the contract carefully. In the forest, the team would split up. Lin Yexing began to explain their mission in the forest, but then one of the players placed a hand on her shoulder and asked her to wait. The hunter smiled and explained that their mission was very important, but the agency had thrown in some extra work. At first, everything seemed fine, but now they were forced to decline. It was Li Yangxin, and his appearance came as a complete surprise to our hero. The player apologized for not being able to take on an additional team member and promised that the guy would get a full refund. Lin Huang thought he had mastered this hunter's sword technique, but the hunter turned out to be so irresponsible and didn't want to take him into the squad. Lin Yixing added that they would pay the young man enough to hire another team that would not only escort him to the forest, but also help him achieve his goal there. The young man smiled and was about to agree, but then Xiaohei appeared and cut him off before he could finish. The assistant held up a glowing rectangle and congratulated the player on receiving a special mission card. The task was to follow Lin Yixin into the forest, ascend to the Black Steel level, and then follow this hunter to the City of Forgotten Fears. He had 15 days to complete the task. If he finished on time, he would receive a skill card as a reward. But if he failed, he would lose one of his summoned monsters as punishment. Lin Yixin realized he could make even more money. While Lin Huang was thinking about what to do, he waited with a smile. Finally, he looked at the hunter and exclaimed that he hadn't agreed yet. It was quite aggressive and unexpected. Besides, the reaction seemed too intense and puzzled the gold rank player a bit. It looked like new circumstances had arisen. Finally, Lin Yixing simply asked if the guy wanted to go on the mission with them without any guarantee of survival. He decided the threat would work. Lin Huang replied that he had already signed the contract, so he had no reason to change his plans and would go with the squad. The captain turned and walked down the road, saying that in that case he should follow them and not show off. Realizing that the young man was in no hurry to carry out the order, she asked him not to waste time. Finally, Lin Huang smiled and set off after them, saying he understood everything, while the other hunters looked displeased. One of them tried to calm Lin Yixin down, but he waved him off, saying it wasn't necessary. Everything was fine. He whispered that they only needed to escort the guy to the forest, so everything was fine. It seemed the player's mission was very important and secret. The team moved fairly quickly, but at night they decided to take a short break to rest, after which everyone mounted the birds. Now the hunters were soaring above the ground at such a speed that even the lizards scattered in fear. A 3-kilometer stretch could be covered in just 5 minutes this way. This method of travel filled Lin Huang with sheer delight. He sat behind the captain and didn't hesitate to share his impressions. It seemed the players were either incredibly lucky or came from wealthy families, since they could afford such a thing. And yet not everyone was pleased with what was happening. The monsters and the gold rank equipment did little to lift Lin Yixin's spirits. He was still extremely dissatisfied and flew on his winged pet with a look on his face as if the guy had insulted him. For some reason, the player had decided not to use his own wings. Everyone was curious as to why Miss Li Lang was looking after Lin Huang, so the commander decided to find out why he needed to go into the forest. The young man replied that he wanted to raise his level to the black steel rank, and for this purpose, had chosen a 6-armed sorceress as his life energy monster. This information shocked the girl. She asked why trickiness specifically, since with Lin Huang's combat skills, he was powerless against her. It was certain death. The hero then explained that if the plan didn't work, they could try with another monster. Li Yangxin replied that once their paths parted, the player's fate would be in his hands. Lin Huang laughed and thanked the captain for her support. Their conversation made Lin Yixing extremely jealous. Soon, the edge of the forgotten forest came into view right in front of the team, and they had to start slowing down. The players hadn't even had time to start when they heard a blood-curdling roar coming straight from the thicket. Judging by the intensity of the sound, only a gold-rank monster could produce such a roar, so they needed to prepare thoroughly for the encounter. After landing, the hunters began scouting the area. Judging by the sound, the source wasn't far away. The players reminded the captain that they had completed half the mission, and it would be better to continue without the kid. The girl replied that as long as they were on the same path, there were too many monsters here that Lin Huang couldn't handle. The hunters tried to protest, but were told that it was safer not to split up for now. There was no need to argue. Orders were not to be questioned. Suddenly, Lin Yixing backed the commander, saying she was absolutely right. That would be the smarter move. Li Yangxin said they shouldn't waste time and should keep moving, while our hero thought that the team wasn't as simple as it might seem. They hadn't gone 100 meters before they spotted that very roaring monster. It resembled a dinosaur in some ways. It turned out to be a mutated gold-rank dragon, better known as the red gold armored dragon. This beast commands other gold-rank monsters and is worth a fortune. It's a shame they don't have a tamer on the team. Otherwise, they could have sold the dragon and struck it rich. Lin Yixin added that a weakling who hadn't reached the black steel level wouldn't stand a chance against this monster. It wouldn't even bother with such a trifle. The players reported that the monster was stronger than 100 gold-rank hunters. Only Miss Ling and their young master could stand a chance against it. While the young man thought the guards were just another meal, Lin Yixin noted that since they couldn't tame the dragon, there was only one option left. The young man's eyes flashed, and he loudly proposed killing the monster immediately. It was clear the hunter was confident of victory. The monster instantly spotted the people, rose to its feet, and roared again, smashing rocks with its tail. The power of its roar was so immense that Lin Huang couldn't even move, let alone attack. Lin Yangxin wanted to step forward first, but the young gentleman declared that he would not let the girl fight and would handle everything himself. That would be the gentlemanly thing to do. Lin Yixing activated his sword and asked them to wait a moment. He would handle it quickly before they could even blink. Meanwhile, the lizard had already lunged forward. Its speed was extremely high, and its roar didn't stop for a single second. The hunter didn't hesitate, and also flew straight at the monster. His face was completely calm and even cheerful. The team couldn't move and could barely speak. A bite or a strike from the dominant dragon was deadly. Could Lin Yexin really handle it? The captain noticed Lin Huang's despair and asked him not to panic. He explained that he couldn't, since this was a gold-rank dominant monster. The girl shrugged and explained that the dragon wouldn't be a serious problem for Lin Yexin. The player was very skilled. The hunter waited until the monster got as close as possible so he could teleport and attack from behind. Lin Huang guessed that the player had used teleportation. He wondered what else he was capable of surprising them with. The young man's eyes flashed. It was clear he had gathered the maximum amount of energy for the strike. The sword shot straight for the dragon's neck. By all accounts, the monster had next to no chance of survival. And so it turned out, our hero was impressed. The hunter had once again proven that sometimes a single sword and a single strike are enough to kill an enemy of nearly golden rank. It all happened so quickly that it was impossible to make out the details of this brief battle. The dragon collapsed to the ground. Lin Yexin walked toward the team through the dust, while Lin Huang couldn't understand why this man was so strong. It seemed as though he was even too strong, since this wasn't a super hunter or a high-ranking official. The player, brimming with self-confidence, walked past the young man. It seemed the tension between them had only grown since the incident. Lin Yexin realized that the young man's legs were still numb and advised him to take a couple of steps forward. His attitude infuriated Lin Huang to no end. Looking at the defeated monster, the guy thought sadly that he still couldn't take down a dragon. And that was a real shame. And yet he didn't give up hope of someday obtaining the dragon's card and adding the monster to his collection of summoned creatures. Suddenly, the system announced that drops of blood from the mutated dragon had landed on the hero, and now he could form a card fragment. He was offered the chance to merge the monster's souls to obtain the dragon, and the young man found the idea tempting. He waved his hand at the others to move ahead. He'd catch up with them soon. He needed to use the restroom. The captain was a little worried. It was dangerous here. But Lin Yexin reassured the girl with a smile that he would go first. The players laughed, saying the kid wanted to take something from the dragon to sell, since he was poor. Both knew that the monster's blood was deadly. Meanwhile, Lin Huang stepped closer and asked Xiaohei what needed to be done to trigger the absorption. The assistant explained that he needed to touch the corpse and allow its soul to merge with the snake given by the goddess. The hero raised his hand but didn't place it on the monster's skin. A faint glow appeared immediately. Apparently, everything was correct. The young man felt the immortal magical soul of the dragon, or rather, the serpent they were about to become, grow stronger. Meanwhile, the defeated monster began to crumble into fragments, and a whirlwind of energy swirled above it. These particles swirled into a spiral and rushed toward the young man in several streams. Lin Huang screamed in pain. The fusion of the dragon's soul and the mystical creature bestowed upon him was taking place, and the sensation was far from pleasant. But the reward turned out to be beyond praise. A card depicting a young dragon materialized before Lin Huang. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He rejoiced like a child. The card was blue, meaning it was a monster of the legendary rank. It was an immortal young dragon with stunning stats that could be easily leveled up. It was a powerful creature that, moreover, grew stronger thanks to dragon blood and had the potential to reach its full potential. The monster was very powerful and rare, and could well grow to become a king and then a god. This information stunned our hero. The boy recalled the goddess's words that this dragon would rise above all other creatures. It seemed there was truth to that. The assistant suggested creating the skill right away. Otherwise, he would go to sleep. Lin Huang shouted that he would do it immediately. Our hero really wanted to win enhanced regeneration for his pet, but the randomizer assigned absolute protection, or rather, invulnerability, to the card. Xiaohei muttered something about how if you're unlucky in everything. But it was clear the player was just overreacting. He was actually pleased. In close combat, such stats would be very useful, so there was no need to joke around here. Lin Huang set off to catch up with the squad. It was just a pity that he wouldn't be able to summon the little dragon until he reached the Black Steel rank. It turned out the players had advanced quite far, and the young man had to shout to call them over. The commander asked them not to stray from the group anymore. This was a dangerous place, and Lin Yexin continued to be tormented by jealousy. At that point, the hero decided to ask Miss Lin whether the black and red dragon was a carrier of the dragon lineage, of dragon blood. The girl explained that no, but after being killed, this type of monster could mutate and eventually even turn into a super monster. This meant that if such a dragon appeared again, it could have enhanced characteristics and become a blood dragon. At this point, Lin Yexin pushed Lin Huang aside, saying that he knew a lot about this, and that even demigods barely managed to handle monsters of this type. The player added that the association didn't share this information widely, and our hero realized that the monster was very rare, practically unique. Finally, they reached the clearing where the young man had to part ways with the rest of the group. The six-armed sorceress was about 3 kilometers from this spot. The young man was already ready to say goodbye and leave when the team captain tugged at his shirt. The girl asked him not to rush things. There could be up to 3 life energy monsters, so he should assess his strength wisely. Lin Huang laughed, saying he knew they could choose someone else if this one proved too much for him, after which he wished the players luck on their mission, even though he didn't know what it was. Lin Yangxin smiled and thanked him. It seemed she liked how the young man was riling up his teammates. Our hero was pleased. It was the girl's first smile. She seemed rather cold, but she was clearly a kind person. Well then, the time had come to fulfill the reason the player had ventured into this forgotten forest. There was no putting it off any longer. The guy summoned Bai and told him that now they were going to hunt the 6-armed sorceress. They needed to hurry. A grove of withered trees appeared ahead. Lightning constantly flashed above them. It seemed this was the monster's lair. Tricky Ness was an immortal being, so after victory, her energy would pass into the hunter's wheel of life. But the monster was particularly powerful at night. Observing her behavior, our hero decided not to take any risks and to postpone the battle until morning. Besides, there were now 2 6-armed creatures nearby. He could have defeated one of them alone, but against 2, he stood no chance. The hero asked the vampire to scout the area to see if there were any other monsters nearby. Something happened, and both guys took off without waiting to be attacked, caught off guard. Lin Huang decided to check his stats. To level up, he still needed to kill 2 monsters, a difficult task. Suddenly, Bai grew alert and placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, urging him not to make too much noise. It seemed there was something interesting nearby. What he saw really made the guy tense up. They'd stumbled upon a rare type of this monster, a true rarity. It was a mutated 6-armed sorceress. Her dress was purple, and she was busy casting a spell. The hero knew that killing 2 at once was practically impossible, but if he killed this one, he could earn more points. It was a great opportunity. He immediately ordered the vampire to begin, making sure not to deviate from the original plan. These monsters had no voices, so they couldn't call for help. One had to be distracted while Lin Huang dealt with the second. The 6-armed monster noticed she was under attack and turned to face the danger. The vampire was rushing straight at her. The monster's weak spot was its mask, but Bai couldn't get close enough to strike. His opponent was faster. Then the vampire decided to use ranged attacks, since he could send flames forward from his wings. Flaming projectiles rained down on Trickiness, but she managed to block most of them with her hands. Thinking that he could now attack unnoticed, Lin Huang rushed forward. His chances of success were quite high. His target was the 6-armed sorceress in a purple dress, who was still completely unaware of anything. Unfortunately, the monster turned around at literally the last moment. The player cursed. His plan had failed. His opponent reacted very quickly, and she was much stronger than her friend in red. Realizing that Trickiness had combined physical and magical attacks, the young man was quite frightened. He looked flustered. A whirlwind of energy crashed into the grove. Everything around them glowed with the blue energy of the mutated monster. The attack was so powerful that Lin Huan barely managed to stay on his feet, though he didn't sustain any serious injuries. Bai looked at the gentleman, waiting for orders. The man shouted for him to deal with his prey and not pay him any attention. The young man drew both pistols and started firing, but the 6-armed sorceress was faster than the bullets. In response, the monster attacked with its spikes. The guy barely managed to jump aside before it pinned him to the ground. If this kept up, he really wouldn't make it out of this mess alive. Well, it was time to adjust the plan. A new volley of spikes flew at the young man. It seemed as though one of them had pierced right through his chest. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Our hero used his stealthy gait and moved far away just in time. Now he was behind Trickiness. Meanwhile, Bai was holding his own quite well. His wings glowed yellow and served him well in the hunt. The 6-armed woman in red was securely bound by streams of vampire energy. She could no longer move. Lin Huang appeared right in front of her, preparing to deliver the final blow with his sword. He was certain he had won this round. It turned out he wasn't the only one capable of moving at superhuman speed. A monster in purple appeared right behind the hero. Neither the young man nor Bai had expected this at all, and now they were frantically trying to figure out what to do. The system announced that when the master's life was in 100% danger, the rescue plan would activate, allowing him to use any monster card. This time the transformation function was available. Trickness's claws were already inflicting wounds, and the game asked if Lin Huang wanted to take advantage of the offer. The young man shouted his agreement so loudly, it was as if the speed of the transformation's activation depended on the volume of his voice. He was instantly thrown backward, and now the six-armed sorceress no longer posed a deadly threat. Lin Huang crouched down. Only his dark silhouette and glowing red eyes were visible, a sight not for the faint of heart. Two glowing yellow wings sprouted from the boy's hunched back, exactly like those of the monster he had summoned. He opened his eyes, his appearance had transformed, and power filled his body, the true power of a vampire. The sensations were unlike anything he had ever experienced. The young man felt simply overflowing with energy and power. Well, there was no need to delay, he attacked instantly. A yellow and blue wave of magic crossed paths but did not mix. It was clear that Trickiness hadn't expected anyone to try to outsmart her. But the monster was very fast and adapted easily. But not to something that could kill her. The first blood could very well have marked the beginning of the end of the battle. Suddenly, the monster's lower jaw dropped a bit too low, and a glowing projectile appeared from its mouth. Soon, a surge of energy engulfed Lin Huang entirely. It became very difficult for the player to move, and he literally froze in midair. His trusty sword helped him withstand the onslaught, but he urgently needed to figure out what else he could do. Suddenly, an idea struck the young man, and he immediately wanted to put it to the test. He didn't have time to do so, because the six-armed sorceress had transformed as well. Her mutation hadn't stopped yet. Now the energy streams of her attack had become even denser and more powerful, sweeping away absolutely everything in their path. Our hero noticed that the passive skill he'd received from the dragon had activated. It was called Absolute Protection, and at least allowed him to avoid dying on the spot. If all his existing skills remained available after the transformation, he could certainly make use of a couple more of them. First and foremost, the Traceless Snow Walk to instantly move beyond Trickiness's range. As soon as the boy jumped back, the monster stopped its attack. It even looked a little confused that it hadn't killed its prey. Lin Huang realized that the next attack was imminent and activated his Sword of the Wild to absorb that wave of energy. It turned out that Trickiness had no intention of attacking, but something else. A heart-wrenching scream burst from her open mouth, surprising the young man. The possibility of calling the second six-armed sorceress for help was exactly what he hadn't expected at all from the monster he was fighting. Bai was also a little taken aback, but immediately realized that now he would have to fight on two fronts at once. No doubt about it. The vampire moved behind the monster in the red dress and tried again to bind it with the energy streams from his wings. This time, things didn't go as smoothly because Trickiness managed to swing her arm in response just in time. One of her sharpest claws caught the vampire's forearm, but despite this, Bai tried to stay calm. Not only that, but the summoned monster was seriously enraged. It had been a very long time since anyone had inflicted significant damage on him. The flames tightened their grip around the six-armed sorceress's neck, nearly choking her to death. Cracks began to appear in her mask. When the monster's life force finally left her, she began to fall to the ground like a doll. Lin Huang praised Bai for his excellent work. The young man was a little concerned about the vampire's wound and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Bai said nothing in response. Meanwhile, the purple-clad Trickiness turned and attempted to flee. At least, that was the impression he got. The guy shouted at Bai to hurry up and not let the monster get away. Bai nodded in agreement and rushed after her. The diagram showed that he was very close to reaching the black steel level. This six-armed creature would be the icing on the cake. The vampire was fast, but the flames on his wings were even faster, leaving the gloomy gentleman far behind. Contrary to expectations, they failed to bind the monster. She managed to deflect these streams of energy by spinning around her axis, but Lin Huang was already right there. He was flying straight at Trickiness, raising his sword for the decisive blow. In a split second, the powerful monster's life was finally over, at least in this physical form. Our hero landed on the ground with the clear realization that he had just cut the six-armed sorceress in half. Her mask became completely still, energy was leaving her body through the gash, and her eyes lost their evil glint. Finally, Trickiness collapsed to the ground, and the young man stepped aside. He needed to return to his true form. A notification appeared stating that Lin Huang's body had strengthened its life wheel and absorbed a new type of energy. Global changes began, associated with reaching a new level and mastering the newly acquired life force. A glowing sphere slowly rose from the monster's chest. It swayed in the air for a moment, then moved toward our hero. He realized that this was the very life force itself. The system was analyzing the cards and all his stats. Soon a new card materialized and Lin Huang reached out to take it and examine it more closely. It was the Trickiness card, But whereas the energy indicators had previously been at 10%, they now reached 20, apparently the power of the violet mutation. There were no more doubts, and our hero activated this amazing card without hesitation. Trickiness's skills were practically at the gold rank, meaning he had made 80% progress, and the young man had significantly improved his stats using her skills. Now the monster of his life energy was a 6-armed sorceress, and the corresponding abilities had appeared. But the best part was that he could now summon 2 monsters at once, so Bai would have much less work to do. Well, now it was time to comb through the Forgotten Forest. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to find the players who had accompanied the guy here and complete the quest. But first, he needed some solid advice. An assistant with foam on his head appeared. He was about to take a shower and go to bed, so he was grumbling discontentedly. It turned out that Lin Huang wanted Xiaohei to take a look at his first summon after leveling up. The young man chose an immortal dragon, which was now supposed to be a little stronger as well. Our hero gently stroked the black monster. He had expected it to remain red, but this wasn't bad either, so the hero decided to name it Hei Tang. The young man raised his finger. There was very little left before this creature's historical rank would rise to legendary. He ordered Xiao He to use the upgrade card, but his assistant wasn't thrilled with the idea and advised him to think it over. Lin Huang didn't understand what the problem was, since he had such a card. It turned out that rare monsters required not 1, but 2. But even if the necessary cards were collected, it was better not to use them right away. This information came as a surprise to the hero. It turned out that after reaching the legendary level, Lin Huang would have too little personal energy to control such monsters. He would first need to raise his rank. The player pulled out his pistol and declared that in that case, he would make the most of the opportunity to level up in the Forgotten Forest. He fired a shot and ordered Bai and Heitan to follow him deep into the thicket. There was plenty of work ahead of them. Their first prey was a white eagle with a purple eye, or rather a whole flock of them. They didn't have to search long for monsters. Next, Lin Huan and his summoned creatures encountered feathered wolves, which were no trouble to deal with. Map fragments quickly piled up. After collecting a whole map, the boy was delighted. Such speed-boosting skills could very well come in handy in the future. This monster granted additional points to strength and also activated the blood hunt skill. It wasn't rare and belonged to the copper rank. The young man decided to acquire one of the monster's skills. The system randomly selected blood hunt, which gave him greater ability to track prey by scent. Well, he had to try it out to see how it worked. So the player immediately decided to continue clearing the forest. 7 days later, Lin Huang had noticeably improved his stats and those of the monsters he summoned. In the evening, he was roasting meat over a campfire, getting ready for bed. Shohei appeared, and the guy invited him to join the meal. But the assistant was more interested in what kind of activity he had been up to. The life cycle had shortened again. It turned out that by using life energy, just like a magic crystal, one could raise their level. The communication level had now peaked and plateaued at 70%, so he had to make sure it didn't drop again. When Heitang and Bai kill monsters, their energy also flows into the player's wheel, so there's a chance to rise to the 3rd steel rank. Lin Huang reminded him that he would soon need to track down Li Yangxin and the others, and then return. As long as his level was Black Steel 1, that wouldn't be enough. Xiao He praised the idea. Nevertheless, the assistant decided to show the player the current stats to wrap up the hunt. The young man was satisfied. He had become much faster and stronger. Nevertheless, Xiao He informed him that he had nothing to congratulate him on. The young man ignored these words. He turned his attention to the meat and asked for the statistics on the collected cards and fragments as well. There were plenty of those too. Suddenly, the assistant stopped reading the stats and announced in surprise that a new mission had also been received. It turned out that the previous mission had been revised. They needed to find Li Yangxin and escort him to a safe place, helping him return to the city. They were given 20 days to complete it. Lin Yehang was mentioned as the one who must leave the forest. In case of failure, 2 summoned creatures would be confiscated, and in case of success, a special map would be received. Our hero announced that he was refusing this mission. At his level, venturing deep into the forest was too dangerous. The assistant reminded him that refusal was not an option. He could admit defeat, but then the punishment would be activated. The young man didn't want to hear that. Then Xiao He narrowed his eyes and asked if the gentleman agreed to have a historical level card taken away. This angered the hero even more, but the assistant reminded him that the mission could not be canceled, though he could count on his support in carrying it out. Xiao He pointed out the location where the squad captain's imperial ring had last been detected. From there on, he would have to search on his own. The young man made his way into the depths of the forest, reflecting on the fact that everyone has their own path, but monsters that simply cannot be defeated might stand in his way. Suddenly, he came upon a large rock with strange marks on it. He wondered if they had anything to do with the girl he was looking for. Well then, it was time to apply his blood hunting skill and use his prey tracking abilities. Even if the target in this case was somewhat different, the activation was successful, and now Lin Huang's eyes had become much sharper and more alert. He needed to find the trail. His sense of smell had sharpened just as much. Among thousands of scents, the hero found the one he needed and set off along the squad's route. He was practically crawling on all fours, but he still caught the scent of Li Yangxin's perfume. The vampire pretended not to find it amusing. After a while, the young man stopped in front of a majestic waterfall. The scent faded at this spot, likely because of the water. There was no cave or passage in sight, so the question of where the players had gone remained unanswered. A hunch came to him suddenly and was quite crazy, but it was still the only possible option. The new monster card he had absorbed came in handy again, and the young man activated it immediately. It was a shadow ghost he'd obtained not long ago. It could penetrate places a physical body would never dare to go. For example, underwater near the waterfall, Lin Huang ordered a search to see if there was a hidden cave or passageway. He explained to Bai that the only reason the scent had disappeared was because it had gone deeper. An hour and a half had passed, but the shadow spirit still hadn't resurfaced. This meant it had found some path and was following it forward. But the guy started to get nervous. The shadow couldn't have drowned or been attacked by another monster, and besides, it was immortal. So why hadn't it returned? A few minutes later, the ghost's head appeared above the water, and the player immediately stopped shouting. He was interested in the information he had obtained. The problem was that the shadow couldn't speak, so it simply listened to the man's questions. Finally, the player realized that the team was supposed to use diving gear, but he didn't have any. Although, come to think of it, he could find a way out of the situation by using special skills, and that's exactly what the young man decided to do. He used the transformation card again and calmly dove in. All that was needed now was to follow the shadow ghost. As expected, there was a cave underwater. For some reason, the summoned monster wasn't in a hurry to go inside. But Lin Huan himself became very curious to explore this place, and he rushed inside. Being in the body of an immortal creature turned out to be very convenient. There was no need to worry about breathing or anything like that, and the player swam forward like a fish. Soon he managed to reach the surface. It was a small chamber with an opening to the outside in the ceiling. Our hero decided to remain in the form of an immortal being for the time being. This would help him move forward under any circumstances. Lin Huang looked around carefully but saw no signs of Lin Yexin's team members. After a good 100 meters, the guy suddenly saw one of the group members, a blonde man. Judging by the looks of it, he was dead. A grimace of pain and horror was frozen on the player's face. Judging by the look, his death had been very quick, but not sudden. The guard was lying face down toward the water, which meant he had been killed while trying to make his way back from here. The wound on his back was large and looked like a burn and a puncture wound all at once. There was no way to tell how it had happened. Lin Huang hadn't received any reports that the mission had failed or been revised. At the very least, the team captain was still alive. The guy moved on, but another surprise awaited him there. One so shocking that his eyes involuntarily popped out of his head. It was a huge purple jellyfish with countless eyes and venomous tentacles. That was how the player from the team had been killed. But worst of all was that the monster's aura left no doubt. Standing before Lin Huang was a super monster. Our hero clutched his head. Another super monster was just too much. I wonder if its appearance was connected to the previous one in the snow mountains. Bloodstains appeared nearby. Since there were no other people or corpses, he had to keep searching as he moved forward. The young man guessed that the players had been wounded, but had managed to escape from the jellyfish. The cave turned out to be more dangerous than he'd expected, and moving forward blindly was risky, so Lin Huang activated Blood Hunt again. He hadn't even finished casting the skill when one of the tentacles lunged at him, opening its hideous maw. This was bad. His presence had been detected, and now, just to survive, he would have to put in a lot of effort. To hide, the young man squeezed into a small crevice in the rocks. He hoped the cover would help him weather the attack, but the tentacle rushed after him. Fortunately, it had no eyes, so the player managed to avoid taking damage. But to say he was scared would be an understatement. If it weren't for his shadow ghost form, the guy would have clearly been in trouble. But as it was, he managed to get his bearings in time, and the cover came in handy just in time. He decided to leave this place as soon as possible and return to his normal state later. It's easy to provoke a super monster. Death wouldn't be long in coming, and that wasn't part of our hero's plans. The young man ran forward, making sure to mark where the bloodstains were. That way it would be easier to find the team. Soon, two figures appeared ahead. The players were helping each other walk, but it wasn't clear which of them was injured, the captain or Lin Yexin. It turned out the young man was the one who had been injured. He had been poisoned by a jellyfish's tentacles and told his girlfriend that he wouldn't last much longer, even though she was trying to help. Lin Huang decided that if he showed up right then, it would be hard to explain everything, so he decided to wait a bit and watch. Lin Yangxin was extremely worried and kept asking how to save her partner. They didn't have an antidote. The players said that a blood exchange might help, but the captain didn't understand what exactly he meant. Lin Yexing explained that they needed a sample of her blood to replace the poison, so they could make it to the city. He didn't have to ask twice. The girl immediately pulled out a knife and began to follow his instructions. The stream immediately glowed with energy and headed toward the fallen hunter. The heroine asked him to wait a moment, saying it would get easier soon. Lin Huang thought there was some logic to it, but he doubted they could defeat the super monster's poison that easily. Then it dawned on the guy. Lin Yexing was planning to trade one life for another. He had tricked the captain. Lin Yangxin began to feel her strength waning and warned the player that she was going to stop the blood transfer. He agreed, but it was clear that this was just a diversion to lull her into a false sense of security. A knife appeared in Lin Yexin's hand. When our hero saw this, he wanted to intervene immediately, but he was too late. The scoundrel had already plunged the blade right under the beauty's ribs, and she gasped in pain and surprise. Li Yangxin whispered that this couldn't be happening. Her partner called her stupid. How could she not understand that he could only survive by killing her? There wasn't enough blood. The captain began to fall, and the scoundrel prepared to strike one more blow. It seemed nothing could stop him now. Li Yangxin cursed, calling the hunter a heartless scumbag. It seemed the girl had no strength left to resist. She had lost a lot of blood. The player looked at her with contempt. The tough girl he'd tried to hit on earlier was about to meet her end. At least, that is, unless Lin Huang intervened. And the guy had just decided to act right here and now. He didn't attack personally, but entrusted this crucial task to Bai so that the vampire could neutralize the villain, while the hero himself helped the captain. A battle ensued, and the young man helped Miss Lin to her feet. It seemed her condition was even better than it might have appeared. Lin Yehang flew into a rage, threatening that death would soon overtake anyone who dared to stand in his way. He teleported to settle the score with the young man, telling him he shouldn't have attacked a gold-rank hunter if he wasn't tired of living. The knife in his hand proved that the criminal's intentions were more than serious. He believed he had already won. But Lin Huang was far from that simple. He was prepared for such a turn of events and had taken precautions in time. The dragon attacked the player from behind. Without even looking back, he sensed the movement and the imminent mortal danger. Lin Yixing hadn't expected the guy to be able to summon two monsters at once now, and a dragon no less. The villain asked in surprise when the hero had managed to level up. The hero was already approaching with a gun in his hands and replied that it didn't matter. What mattered was that the enemy was wounded and had lost his strength. In the next instant, the young man fired a shot, simultaneously ordering the monsters to kill this man. Lin Huang himself also continued firing, shouting that the bastard was only polluting the world with his presence. The bullet hit his shoulder. The player winced in pain. He was already in bad shape, and now he was wounded by gunfire as well. Meanwhile, the vampire didn't waste any time either, and entangled him with streams of energy from his wings. This was necessary to make it easier for the dragon to attack with fire. His combat experience wasn't very extensive yet. The player still couldn't figure out why someone would dare to attack a gold-rank hunter and kept shouting about it almost non-stop. He managed to break free and even draw his sword. But Lin Yexin couldn't decide who to attack first. A few swings of his blade nearly grazed Heitan. The scoundrel raced toward Lin Huan at breakneck speed, declaring that the trash shouldn't even dream of defeating him. Our hero remained calm. He watched his enemy closely and simply reloaded his gun. Suddenly, the villain's resolve vanished into thin air. Now fear was evident in his eyes while his opponent continued to advance confidently toward his goal. Declaring that he was the main character here, the young man activated his vampire ability and pierced the villain with streams of energy from his wings. Lin Yexin collapsed to the ground. He could only whisper in surprise that he hadn't expected the young man to be a vampire. Lin Huang asked what difference it made to him, whether he was human or a monster. He was going to die today anyway. He activated his wing attack again, and a system notification appeared announcing his victory over a gold-rank hunter. The guy received 2 skill cards at once, Shocking Lightning Sword and Cloud Stride, and he hadn't even known that killing a player would also earn him a reward. There was no time to figure out this unexpected win right now. First and foremost, he needed to help the captain. Our hero had almost forgotten that he had a mission and that he needed to save the girl. But now he returned to those duties. Saying that he couldn't let Li Yangxin die, he used one of the available cards. It was a healing card, though not the strongest one. Nevertheless, it was enough to bring the captain back to consciousness and heal her wounds. The girl opened her eyes and immediately asked what was going on. Lin Huang told her not to worry and assured her that she was fine now. The beauty was curious about who had saved her. She looked in surprise at the summoned creatures, and the guy explained that they'd had to kill the villain. They could have discussed what had happened for a long time, but then the jellyfish intervened, attacking with one of its tentacles. Our hero cursed. They needed to run, but Li Yangxin said that his dragon could help defeat the super monster. It was the dragon that had attracted the monster's attention. Then Lin Huang ordered Bai to take the girl away, while he would lure the jellyfish into a trap and try to solve this problem. The young man told the captain not to worry. He wouldn't die so easily. Everything would be fine. She shouldn't doubt it for a moment. Bai immediately picked up the girl and took off, but she continued to look at the young man in fear. The jellyfish's tentacles attacked the exact spot where Lin Huang was standing. He managed to jump out of the way at the last second, and overcome with emotion, the young man cursed. Clearly, a super monster was a far stronger opponent than a gold rank hunter. One had to fight it more cunningly, without engaging in direct confrontation. While our hero had a skill perfectly suited for this, he took the form of a shadow phantom, which granted him immunity to poison. Another advantage was speed, which gave hope that the player would hold out until the vampire returned. What came as a surprise was that eyes appeared on some of the jellyfish's tentacles, and now it could aim its attacks, shattering the stone walls of the cave. The monster was simply enormous and found Lin Huang faster than he could find a new hiding spot. Then the young man decided to take a risk. He noticed an opening in the ceiling leading outside, so he could try to leave the cave, or at the very least, climb to the upper level. The player immediately began taunting the tentacle, luring it after him. He rushed upstairs first. The super monster followed him and smashed through the ceiling with ease. The tentacles tried to grab Lin Huang, but to no avail. The hunter didn't let his guard down for a moment. Unfortunately, this didn't help much when faced with the huge maw the jellyfish revealed. Hoping for a tasty lunch, the young man could think of nothing better than to order his assistant to immediately give him the transformation card. The jellyfish was gathering speed and rushing toward its prey. The young man had to put his plan into action immediately. He transformed into a white eagle with a crimson gaze and could now escape the threat using the power of his wings. The small patch of light in the ceiling was getting closer and closer. Who would reach the surface first was merely a matter of luck. Beneath the blue sky lay an ordinary mountain landscape, until something smashed through the rocks from underground with a terrifying blow. It was the tentacle of a super monster that had burst out, chasing after Lin Huang, who soared upward. The boy had merged the forms of a shadow ghost and a white eagle, so he could fly without returning to his physical body, just like a shadow. The jellyfish was too large to reach the sun, and besides, the light was damaging its delicate skin. Its tentacles began to thrash convulsively. Lin Huang flew at a fairly great distance. While it was dangerous to descend any lower, it was clear that it would all be over soon. The jellyfish was stuck in the rocks, and there was no way for it to get out. For a while, the hero simply looked down. Then he decided to watch for a while longer to make sure the monster was incapable of destroying this mountain range. A multitude of the super monster's evil red eyes peered out from the crevice, but the jellyfish didn't even dare to expose its tentacles to the sun. Realizing there was nothing left to worry about, Lin Huang ran toward the waterfall. He had to find the others. The captain had diving gear. The vampire was supposed to bring it back the same way the team had entered the grotto, but there was no one on the shore. The young man began looking around anxiously when suddenly a small pebble from the river flew right at the top of his head. It was Bai, and the man screamed viciously. Could it be that the summoned creature would die if it spoke? The vampire hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. The situation gave the player pause. He suddenly realized that he hadn't heard a single sound from Bai the entire time. Turning the corner, our hero spotted Li Yangxin behind a huge boulder. The girl was soaked to the skin, and by the looks of it, was about to dry off or change her clothes. When Lin Huang appeared, she let out a startled scream. The young man tried to apologize, or at least explain that he hadn't meant to be spying. Without listening to him, the beauty slapped him across the face and ran off into the bushes. Bai chuckled quietly at his master. Finally, Lin Yangxin came out onto the clearing and said that if the guy hadn't been asleep, she wouldn't have forgiven such rudeness and disrespect. He apologized once more. But it turned out the captain wasn't angry anymore. She stepped closer and knelt down to thank the hero. Straightening her hair, the girl promised that she would definitely repay the favor. It was clear that she didn't like being in anyone's debt. Lin Huang replied with a smile that he was glad to help, but all he needed from her was to return to the city. The player chose to keep quiet about the fact that this was the goal of his mission. Almost immediately, the captain summoned the very bird they had flown here on, so that the return journey wouldn't take too long. As the guy said goodbye to Bai, Li Yangxin asked about the golden hunter. The hero replied that he was dead. The poison had weakened the scoundrel, and the two summoned monsters and the cannon had finished him off. The girl replied that Lin Yixing's two guards were also dead, so she would tell the Li family that a super monster had killed them all. The heroes mounted their vehicle. The bird instantly took to the air, its speed simply excellent. Lin Huang was surprised that the captain had decided to sweep everything under the rug since the scoundrel had tried to kill her. But she explained that the Li Shi family was noble and well-connected. No evidence, no trouble. Realizing that the captain was worried about him too, the guy changed the subject and asked about the jellyfish. It turned out that this super monster had been sealed in the grotto by her ancestors. She had planned to kill the monster to level up, but over the past 100 years, its power had grown. Not its combat skills, but its strength, speed, and the danger of its venom. So the plan had failed. If Lin Huang hadn't come, all the players would have been killed by the jellyfish. When asked why he had come to save her, the hero replied that she was a pleasure to look at. The girl gave him a look full of warmth and gratitude, and a smile returned to her face. On the way to the city, the captain told him that she knew the player was hiding a lot, but she wouldn't ask unnecessary questions, since she owed him her life. It was evening in the carefree city. Many had already turned on their lights and everything was proceeding according to its usual routine. Li Yangxin's bird landed on the roof of one of the buildings on the outskirts. Continuing the flight wouldn't have been very practical. When Lin Huang stepped onto solid ground, he was completely exhausted and very tired. He couldn't believe they had left the forgotten forest. Suddenly, the captain turned to him and sternly asked him to give her the thing that needed to be given. The young man asked in surprise what she was talking about and what exactly he was supposed to give her. The girl explained with a smile that their enemy's imperial ring had been locked after his death, so he should return it since he had taken it by mistake. The hero was embarrassed and said he had completely forgotten about it. The beauty promised to return the loot to him by mail as soon as she settled all matters with the administration and Lin Yexin's family. After that, the captain said goodbye, noting that their paths were parting ways for now, but she would be happy to meet again in the future. Lin Huang smiled and said goodbye as well. A message appeared stating that he had completed the quest and received an inventory card and an upgrade card. A long journey home lay ahead of him. When the boy returned, he just wanted to lie down and sleep, but there were still things to do. He opened a can of cola and asked his assistant to show him all the available cards while Lin Xin was still away from school. The list was impressive. There were still recovery cards and others in reserve, but most importantly, the player had accumulated 4 level-up cards. All the transformation cards had been used, but in return, he had obtained 19 non-monster cards and 5 monsters. The raid had been a success. The lightning sword and missteps were the most valuable trophies, rare skills that the boy had received from Lin Yexin. Lin Huang nodded, but he was more interested in the life force storage card and the unlimited card. Some explanation wouldn't hurt. Xiao Hui explained that this way, one could accumulate as much energy as in the Wheel of Life. Essentially, it would result in a double wheel, an incredible cheat. The hero shouted that they needed to activate the card immediately. The assistant continued, explaining that unlimited meant you could have an infinite supply of one thing, ammunition, for example. This seemed very interesting to the guy. If you can constantly refresh something for an unlimited amount of time, that's very convenient. And this wasn't about bullets. The hero pointed at Xiao He and declared that he was using the card on him. Lin Huang asked if that was allowed, or if an assistant didn't even count as an item. The assistant assured him that it did. Then with a triumphant look, Xiao He folded his arms across his chest and immediately activated the card. First and foremost, the life energy storage card. For some reason, a window with numbers popped up. Looking closer, the player noticed that it was about money and accumulated points. The young man couldn't use most of the expensive artifacts and weapons. It seemed he simply hadn't reached their level yet. The hero asked if he could trade the ability to activate an item using 2 cards instead of 1. But Xiao He pointed out that it didn't work that way, only with monsters. Then Lin Huang decided to simply raise his own level to copper. But then the assistant shouted that he had to warn him about something. The assistant explained that the first few months would be very difficult until consolidation occurred, meaning that his health would drop sharply. There was even a chance that the wheel would break and the young man would be killed. Upon hearing this, the guy was surprised that things were so serious and asked if the process could be sped up. It turned out there was a way. He needed to practice cultivation and life magic. It was quite difficult, but it could very well help. Lin Huang decided to consult someone else and couldn't think of anything better than to call Yizheng, who responded happily. Upon hearing that the player was planning to get a good night's sleep, the guy apologized and explained that he was the only person who could help him. His senior comrade replied that it was an honor to be of service to a player who had defeated a 6-armed sorceress and leveled up so easily. First and foremost, you need to choose a life spell that matches the hero's attribute. Since most people don't have an attribute, you have to do this wisely. Since the player's primary weapon is a sword, Yizheng advised him to cultivate the high-rank spell, Soldier's Sword. Lin Huang wondered why he should start at such a high level right away. It turned out that this made it easier to achieve success in a short time. Out of 9 levels, Soldier's Sword is at the 6th. Still, the young man decided that with Xiaohei's help, he could easily skip 6 levels to achieve his goal. All that interested the young man now was the price of the Soldier's Sword and whether he had saved up enough credits. Yizheng raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if our hero really hadn't received the delivery yet. The latter clarified what kind of delivery he was talking about. It turned out that after defeating the monster in the snowy mountains, the player had sent the guy a magical crystal of the Soldier's Sword. It was strange that he hadn't received it yet. Just at that tense moment, Lin Xin returned home. She threw her backpack on the floor from the doorway and rushed to hug her little brother. The girl sniffled. Lin Huan had been gone so long that she'd decided he must have died or something like that. He asked her not to overreact, to which the little girl replied that she had only one close relative. Who else was there for her to worry about? The young man smiled and promised he wouldn't die just to put her mind at ease. He realized that, aside from his sister, he didn't have anyone else in this world either. He struck a cool pose and announced that since tomorrow was a day off, he was inviting Lin Xin on a trip aboard the magic crystal ship to the city, where they would have a blast. The girl rushed down the stairs to pack her bags. She needed to find the skirt that would fit her figure best. She looked back and said she needed to ask for advice. She'd bring the clothes to her brother's room right away. Instead of skirts, 2 boxes appeared before Lin Huang. It seemed this was the very delivery from Yizheng and another one from the Hunters Association. It turned out there was no sender information, so Lin Huang simply lifted the lid off the smaller package. Under the lid was something neither our hero nor his assistant expected to see. They needed a moment to collect their thoughts. It was a storage ring. Inside was a card with numbers, apparently a password to open it. A pleasant scent filled the room. The player realized it was a greeting from the captain. The perfume was exactly the same. The area covered 100,000 square meters, most of which was filled with artifacts. The young man was surprised that the imperial ring could hold so much. Thousands of life crystals and gold rank equipment came in very handy. But then Xiaohei and his master spotted something even more interesting. It was Lin Yexin's incredible sword, as well as his equipment. Even if Lin Huang couldn't use them, these items were worth their weight in gold. At the thought of money, the young man immediately wanted to see how much the villain had in his account. The system had merged Lin Huang's account with that of the player he had defeated, and now the hero had over 300 billion. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. The assistant was very surprised that the captain hadn't taken anything from the loot for herself. Our hero remarked that nobility was a terrifying thing and even a little frightening. The guy declared that he now had enough credits and 4 upgrade cards, so he needed to level up by Tyrant. Xiaohei replied that it would take some time. Lin Huang unpacked the box and listened as he was told it was best to level up summoned creatures far away from the association and super monsters so that the energy surge wouldn't be noticed. The second package contained a bronze token from the association. Now the hero was officially a hunter. There was also that very magic crystal for cultivating combat techniques. Xiaohei advised him to activate it by infusing a little life force into it. Instantly, a beam of blue light, like from a projector, shot straight out of our hero's palm. Gradually, it grew denser and denser until it transformed into an old man who looked like a martial arts master. For a while, the stranger and Lin Huang simply stared at each other in silence. It was impossible to read their emotions. A minute later, the old man attempted a kick, but the young man managed to react in time. Nevertheless, after the jump, he landed right up against the wall and nearly fell backward. The assistant didn't have time to explain anything. The martial arts master tried to figure out where the person who had activated the magic crystal had gone. He had a hard time finding his way around unfamiliar living quarters. Lin Huang assessed the precision of the old man's movements. Each of his strikes could be critical, but it remained unclear exactly what combat technique the magic crystal was teaching. The easiest thing to do was to ask him directly, so the player coughed a few times to get his guest's attention and start a conversation. The old man explained that it was a deadly close combat technique. That was its name, and that this martial art was suitable for hunters up to the gold rank. Demonstrating the next move, the master explained that it would be a bit difficult for a beginner, but with each level, the range of possibilities would expand. Lin Huang began to mimic him, listening as he explained that he would first reach the second level of cultivation, then channel that life force into the third, and so on. The old man spoke of the 12th level, which grants incredible abilities, but our hero felt it was a waste to expend his life energy on combat skills. As one ascends higher and higher, one can obtain a lightning-fast vortex, comparable in power to an entire army. A small hurricane of energy appeared on the young man's arm, but he understood well that in the future, its scale could become simply incredible. Only now did the young man understand why military technology had so many admirers. With its help, one could give energy absolutely any form. The idea occurred to him to work directly with 12th level energy, but doing so with his hands turned out to be no easy task. Suddenly, the stream began to take on a more concrete shape. It seemed the force had transformed into some kind of object. An excellent first-level battle axe formed at the center of the vortex. This was quite unexpected. Xiaohui explained that it was now possible to create a map of cultivated techniques and embed a specific combat skill into it. This would allow one to develop and improve their mastery over time. Our hero clarified exactly how the level upgrade worked. The card was rare. If skill fragments were added, its uniqueness would gradually increase. The assistant explained that 200 fragments are needed to reach the second level, 400 for the third, and so on. The number constantly doubles, with 810,000 fragments required for the 9th level. At the same time, each level has its own capabilities. Many actions are simply unavailable to a player with average skill. Lin Huang decided to try to reach the 6th level. Xiaohui noted that the hero was far from a genius, and that there were people capable of doing it faster, but let him try. It took the guy a whole night to master the first level. He was exhausted, and realizing this didn't exactly lift his spirits. Just then, his sister appeared with a huge spoon in her hands and asked if our hero had slept well. Lin Huang replied that he had slept enough, but was far more surprised by the strange smell spreading through their apartment. The girl exclaimed that the weekend had begun, and since her brother was taking her out to have fun, she decided to do something nice for him too. On the table was a bowl of soup, apparently made with seafood, and that was the source of the strange aroma. Lin Xin was eagerly waiting for her brother to try the food she had cooked, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. He had even scooped up a full spoonful and was now just staring at its contents, which, by the way, were quite interesting. It seemed the girl had begun to suspect something. Now her gaze was slightly offended, and the huge ladle began to rise menacingly. Lin Huang realized that until he tried her cooking, he wouldn't be leaving the house. He had to steel himself and do it. So he grabbed a spoon and began shoveling the food into his mouth as fast as he could, which sent Lin Xin into a frenzy of delight. She decided the guy liked it. The girl announced that there was still dessert, and if he wasn't in the mood for sweets, he could just have seconds. Her brother kept shoveling with his spoon, like an angel in the flesh. Morning was gradually turning into day, and if this kept up, they'd have to forget about the trip. Finally, our hero collapsed onto the table with a groan. The system offered a healing potion, suspecting the player had been poisoned, and his little sister noted that it was time to get going. Lin Huang asked in a weak voice not to rush. They wouldn't be using eagles to fly. He had a better suggestion. The girl was already packed and intrigued. Her brother reassured her, saying he had his own methods for a successful journey. The player activated one of his monster summoning cards, explaining that this way they would reach their destination much faster. A shadow eagle appeared. It looked very impressive and was indeed many times faster than a normal one. Lin Xin asked in surprise when her brother had become a spellcaster. He replied that it had happened while he was taking the exam. They flew over the city and the girl couldn't stop marveling. The only thing that bothered her sister was that she hadn't found out about Lin Huang's abilities sooner. The girl immediately announced that she'd brought along a slice of the pie she'd baked and suggested they celebrate. The player barely managed to come up with an excuse. Soon they arrived at the very city where the tower stood, serving as the launch site for spaceships, including the magic crystal. Lin Xing really loved the tourist district. The girl was literally overwhelmed by the number of Instagram-worthy spots. Lin Huang suggested they check into the hotel and then go shopping, but his sister had already made a list of sites on the plane, and wanted to visit them all. Saying that it wouldn't be easy, the guy agreed to follow her plan, and it actually turned out to be quite interesting. The bustling streets were full of delicious food and various entertainment options. The couple had a pretty good time, even though the player had a rough time at times. After all, he hadn't slept all night. They didn't skip the shopping either. The heroes updated their wardrobe and bought a very funny yellow hat. Soon it ended up on Lin Xing's head. The only thing her brother had asked her was not to get into trouble and to be careful. He simply couldn't keep up with her. A news summary was airing on one of the screens, which is how Lin Huang learned that the Leng Shi family was one of the most influential in the city. Their daughter Li Yangxin had become a super hunter. She was a true genius. No one had ever achieved such a career at 19. The young man was happy for the captain. His sister interrupted the young man before he could finish listening, eagerly dragging him aside. Soon, Lin Huang and Lin Xing finally arrived at their hotel. It was called the Cicada and was quite respectable. The receptionist offered to escort the guests to their room. The girl could barely walk from exhaustion. She was practically asleep. In the room, the player summoned Zhao He, who was displeased, stating that he had also been counting on a short vacation. Our hero explained that while his sister was sleeping, he wanted to practice cultivation. The assistant remarked that this time they would have to work up quite a sweat, which offended the young man. First, Lin Huang decided to practice circulating his life energy, which he managed quite well. The young man intended to keep practicing for 7 hours, but Xiao He pointed out that, at this pace, it would take a week to reach the second level. A notification appeared about receiving a new piece of combat equipment, and the young man noticed that this was now happening faster. The assistant just sighed. Lin Huang had no idea that after taking a nap, Lin Xin had decided to go see what he was up to in his room. The girl knocked on the door and asked if our hero was asleep. There was no answer, so she knocked again. The beauty didn't know that the hero was busy circulating his energy and couldn't hear a thing, so she asked again if he was asleep. Deciding that the guy was already fast asleep, the sister walked away down the hallway. She was feeling a little bored. Thinking she definitely wouldn't be able to fall asleep now, Lin Xin decided to go shopping in town. The path led through the garden, and the girl was a little annoyed with her brother for making her go alone, since they had come to have fun, not to sleep. It was quite late, and she needed to return to the hotel soon, but suddenly the beauty heard a strange sound. It was quiet, like a twig snapping, and Lin Huan's sister couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her. They decided to hurry back to the hotel as quickly as possible so they could go shopping together the next day. Lin Xin crumpled up the paper wrapper and tossed it in the trash can so she wouldn't have to carry any extra weight. What happened next made the girl jump in horror and scream. Trash cans don't usually behave like that. The bin grew several times larger and began to loom over the girl. The opening now resembled a toothy maw. Soon, Lin Xin was completely inside this strange contraption. It seemed its purpose was to kidnap people. Before she could even call for help, the beauty was flying feet first into the air. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Soon, the police arrived in response to the call. The hotel management had noticed the guest's disappearance and called the cops. The night manager followed the sergeant and tried to explain that their establishment was completely safe and everything was under control. The sergeant stated that since the girl had gone missing, things weren't as wonderful as they were trying to portray, so he asked for the surveillance footage. The footage was provided, but as soon as the girl stepped into the garden, the signal became distorted. There were several blind spots in that area. The manager began explaining again that no guests at the Cicada Hotel had ever gone missing before. He suggested that Lin Xin had simply stood in the garden and then left the premises, but the police had their own take on the situation. Since the brother reported the girl missing at a time when the staff had no idea anything was wrong, the police concluded that she had been abducted in a blind spot within the garden. The sergeant asked where the kidnapped girl's brother was now, and the manager replied sheepishly that he had disappeared as well. When asked where, no answer followed. The massive skyscraper stood right in the center of the city and was one of its main architectural landmarks. Lin Xin fell with a thud right onto the floor. The girl groaned softly from the impact, but it was clear that she was only just beginning to regain consciousness. A girl with 2 ponytails crouched down beside her and assured her that her little sister would be fine, so she shouldn't worry. A monster caterpillar loomed behind the stranger. Lin Huan's sister began to ask in fear where she was and what kind of monster this was, and who had brought her to this place and why. The girl said her name was Lily, and that the caterpillar helped find new family members. Today, she and Lin Xing were her father's children. The heroine was outraged. It all sounded like nonsense. What did some father have to do with this? She needed to know where her brother, Lin Huang, was. Lily grabbed her by the neck and declared that if she didn't agree to play the role of a sister, she would become the monster's dinner. Lin Xing gasped. It was hard for her to speak, but she still tried to call for help. The girl didn't yet know that the brother she was mentally begging to save her was already standing at the entrance to the building. The guard asked him menacingly what he wanted. The young man knew his sister was inside. The information had been relayed to the Imperial Ring, but outsiders were forbidden from entering. He took a few steps forward. The guards immediately warned that they would shoot and sounded the alarm. They hadn't expected the intruder to be a hunter, and Bai's appearance behind him was an even bigger surprise. A couple of shots, a few blows, and a flap of his fiery wings effectively solved the problem of entering the building. It was clear that the vampire was desperate to find Lin Xing and was seriously angry about her abduction. Lin Huang sided with the monster and ordered that anyone who tried to stop them be killed without mercy. Looking back, Lin Huang added that it didn't matter who their enemies were. Everyone must be punished. A new group of guards was waiting at the elevator exit. They had been ordered to prevent the intruder from reaching the boss. The elevator continued to rise. Someone had seen on the security cameras that Lin Huang was alone, so killing him would be a piece of cake. The doors were about to swing open, and all the bodyguards, as one, were watching the numbers on the display. For some reason, they didn't start shooting immediately. Perhaps the explosion, which had sent up clouds of smoke, was the reason. Lin Huang climbed the stairs and kicked the door open. He held a sword in his hand. A vampire was rising in the elevator. It was a diversion. The young man hissed viciously that they should have watched more movies. Maybe then they would have had a better chance of survival. The security guards realized they were facing a hunter. Their frightened cries echoed through the lobby. Our hero dealt with them all in a matter of seconds and announced that he had come here for his little sister. They shouldn't have hurt her. Even though the slain guards had little to do with Lin Xin's abduction, the young man felt genuine contempt for them. The elevator doors opened again. Two figures were visible in the flood of light, a man and a girl, and a voice asked which little sister he was talking about. Lin Huang looked at the strangers in surprise. He hadn't expected his enemy to be a child. The man said there had been a misunderstanding. There was no one here but him and his daughter. The girl whispered to her dad that she was scared. Introducing himself as Wei Shen, the man admitted his mistake and asked them not to scare his child with their loud shouting. Our hero frowned and replied that regardless of whether he was mistaken or not, they should let him in so he could see for himself. The stranger blocked the entrance and shouted that this was private property. If he wanted to intrude, he'd have to deal with the sheriff. The player's sword drew close to his face. The guy simply ignored Wei Shen in his attempts to keep anyone from entering the room. He pointed the blade straight at the man, saying that his sister was inside and if they didn't let her out immediately, they would pay for it. The girl started whimpering and announced in a trembling voice that she was scared. Her father asked her to behave more appropriately, or else appropriate measures would be taken. The man began threatening to contact the association. Didn't the kid know who he was messing with? Meanwhile, Lin Huang could clearly sense his sister's aura, though he couldn't see her. Pretending to comfort his daughter, the stranger tried to scan the player's data, and he succeeded. A malicious smirk twisted the scoundrel's face. Some black steel-level trash had grown so brazen that he'd barged into their sanctuary. Wei Shen held the card in his hands. He clearly didn't quite understand how to use it, but he wasn't bothered by that. The man flung it forward with the order to kill the insolent intruder who had entered the territory illegally. He was certain that it would all be over now. That very caterpillar appeared. It was quite large, but it posed no threat to Lin Huang. He could handle it without summoning his monsters. But the very fact that his opponent was also a summoner was quite interesting. The guy decided not to sweat it and swung his sword a few times. The monster was blown to pieces faster than the man could blink. Now he stared in confusion at what was left of the beast. The next sword strike was intended for Wei Shen himself, but he managed to jump slightly to the side. The hero was distracted by muffled cries for help. He stood and watched, but not the stranger trembling in front of him, but what was happening behind the man. Lin Huang ordered them to release his sister immediately, but his words were completely ignored. Lily pressed a weapon to the temple of the bound Lin Xing and promised that she would kill the captive immediately if the hero didn't release her father. The man tried to get up. He was very glad that his daughter had taken matters into her own hands. Now this scum would regret daring to show up. Lin Huang paid no attention to the threats being hurled at him, but simply asked his sister if she was okay. The girl nodded, so the hero told her not to be afraid. Her older brother had already arrived and would now take care of everything. While Lily kept screaming that she was going to shoot the girl right then, the player was already planning his route. In the blink of an eye, he moved behind the criminal and demanded she lower the gun or she would die. The girl refused and was struck on the head with the hilt of a sword. Our hero didn't want to kill her, only to neutralize her and free Lin Xin. Lily collapsed to the floor. Her father crawled forward to make sure the girl wasn't too badly hurt. Meanwhile, Lin Huang cut the ropes binding his sister. He was relieved to see she was unharmed. The first thing the girl did was hug the boy. She was too scared to even open her eyes after everything she'd been through. Her displays of affection were driving Lily's father to the brink of a nervous breakdown. He vowed that everyone here would be killed. This did not escape Lin Huang's notice. The young man could not afford to relax or lose focus, so he kept watch over the villains to prevent them from escaping. He ran the tip of his blade along the girl's dress, as if ordering her not to move or she would die. Lin Huang could easily have cut her in half. Besides, he was eager to try out some new martial arts moves. But he didn't get the chance to test his strength. The doors burst open and the police stormed in, the sergeant shouting for the young man to stop and not do anything stupid. The young man wasn't thrilled, but he was told that he had found his sister and that law enforcement would now handle everything else. Two police officers grabbed Wei Shen by the arms. Their boss promised our hero that all those responsible for what had happened would be punished and that the guys should return to the hotel. The player wondered if the previous disappearances of girls and young women were connected to this pair of criminals. The sergeant reported that the girl whom Lin Huang had nearly killed was also a former victim, but she would face the same legal consequences as her accomplice, the murderer. At these words, Wei Shen turned around. Upon hearing about the law, the man began to smile so radiantly as if it weren't a problem at all. He declared that justice was only meted out to losers like them, and that he would be granted his freedom in 3 days, no later. The villain threatened that he would immediately come for the hunter's sister and force her to watch as he played with his new toy, and then kill her. The scoundrel described in great detail the torture awaiting Lin Xin, but her brother remained silent. Meanwhile, the police asked for a doctor to be called for Lily to make sure the little girl was fit to be taken to a special facility. Lin Huang and his sister headed toward the exit. They intended to return to their hotel. The sergeant asked the young man not to get too worked up. The criminal came from an influential family and might very well seek revenge. The gambler asked if the police didn't believe in justice. He turned around and looked the man straight in the eye, declaring that he himself believed evil would be punished. His partner approached and asked the chief if they shouldn't arrest this guy too. He'd maimed a lot of people. The chief yelled that he should take a good look at the slain monster. It was clear that the hunter was no ordinary man, and they didn't need any extra trouble with the association. The police led Wei Shen out onto the street to take him to the station. There were many officers present, and morning was approaching. Suddenly, the man pushed the law enforcement officer's hand away, shouting that he shouldn't dare touch him. The scoundrel continued to hurl threats and curses, once again directed at Lin Huang and his sister. A vampire landed from the sky like a comet. Apparently, he had urgent business here that brooked no delay. A bright flash behind him made the man cut off his tirade mid-sentence. He looked frightened. The vampire's appearance frightened the police as well. They didn't understand where the monster had come from, but we know it's Lin Huang. Thin yellow streams of energy, like threads, shot from our hero's hand toward his enemy's neck. The enemy began pleading in fear to wait, but the player had no intention of waiting. Soon the threads were already wrapping around Wei Shen's head, after which a heart-wrenching scream was heard. The man collapsed to the ground. The police officers understood perfectly well that there was practically no point in taking him to the station now. He needed the morgue. The sheriff rushed out. When asked what had happened, the officers reported that the criminal had escaped. Lin Huang listened to this, standing on the roof of the house and shaking his head. A map of Bai appeared in his hand. He needed to use its services to escort his sister to a safe place. The Shadow Eagle was perfect for this, and soon the girl and the vampire were ready to head as far away from here as possible. Lin Xin asked, a little frightened, if they could fly away. It seemed she wanted to say something else to her brother. Lin Huang replied with a smile that it was all over. She could go, and they would talk a little later when he returned. The young man promised that no one would dare threaten her safety again. He guaranteed it. The young man didn't know that a few floors above, a hooded stranger had received a message containing his image. A clear order to eliminate this man came from the Emperor's inner circle. It seemed someone had been assigned a corresponding quest. The hooded man reported that Wei Shen was dead, and he would send the corresponding photo of the young man to everyone immediately. They were ordered to find out everything about this man and his connections. If he had no connections, they knew what to do. The hooded man didn't beat around the bush and ordered Lin Huang's death if no one was backing him. It seemed Lin Huang had made new enemies. The hero walked down the street, thinking that now his little sister would need time to recover. Lin Xin held a new toy in her hands and enthusiastically invited him into yet another clothing store. The girl needed to relieve some stress. The young man smiled and gave his permission, and she dashed inside. It turned out that the fairer sex was quite easy to calm down. Lin Xin liked the dark blue color, but she was afraid she would look too formal. Lin Huang declared that she was beautiful in any outfit. Suddenly, the player sensed a threat. Someone had clearly entered the store looking for a victim. It was evident from the aura of murderous intent. He transformed back into a vampire, and this didn't escape Lin Xing's notice. The girl immediately grew wary. The beauty realized that the warrior's appearance wasn't without reason and asked her brother if everything was okay, though the answer was obvious anyway. Just then, from behind the clothing racks, a sales associate asked if the customers needed any help. She looked suspiciously familiar. Lin Huang pointed to Bai's cloak and asked how much the outfit cost. Lin Xing was interested in the price of the purple dress. Soon, the brother and sister continued their walk under the vampire's reliable protection. The situation no longer seemed so dangerous. Lin Xing remarked that it was rather strange that they had gone shopping first instead of to the hotel. The player replied that it had to be that way. They kept moving down the street, ignoring the stares of onlookers. Bai wasn't the only one in a hood here. It seemed as though Lin Xin was under the watchful gaze of his new enemies from above. He could feel it on his back. But the main threat wasn't in the distance. Someone intended to get as close to the guy as possible, and the thug's weapon was a dagger. A ghostly wolf suddenly appeared in the path of the hooded assassin. It bared its teeth, signaling that it wouldn't let the player be harmed. The monster was getting closer and closer. Only hunters and mages could see it, so there was no panic in the crowd. It was now clear that 3 silver-clad assassins were hunting Lin Huang. As the monster approached, they all became clearly visible and froze in place. Realizing that the plan had failed, the assassins simply vanished into thin air, as if they had never been there. The only one who saw this was our hero. He looked around, thinking the enemies might have just moved, but then realized they were gone. The boy and his sister continued down the street, heading toward the hotel, while a man with a ponytail watched them from the roof of a building. A pet sat on his shoulder. The stranger told him that this kid had a bright future. He had managed to recognize the silver assassins. Then the man noticed another pursuer. He reported that the second team had also failed, but he didn't know the details. That same player with the pet on his shoulder appeared behind the assassin. He was curious as to why the killers were so careless. Grabbing the villain by the wrist, the man tried to deactivate his imperial ring to prevent him from spying. Looking at the assassin's finger, the stranger with the ponytail laughed. Apparently, he had just caught the boss of the gang tasked with eliminating Lin Huang. His ring was unlike any the hapless assassin had ever seen. From it came only one question. Who was the client? The gangster screamed in terror. A guess flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to voice it before the man with the ponytail's pet clamped down on his throat. The stranger nodded with satisfaction. Since they'd recognized him so quickly, there was no need to waste time talking. The monster lunged at the enemy's neck. The villain was choking and confirmed that this was indeed the case. He simply needed to find out who was backing the talented young man. Then the player with the ponytail said that in a few hours, when it got dark, they should go to the ancient clock tower and listen to the chimes. It was a veiled invitation to meet, apparently so that the assassin would reveal his employer. The man rubbed his neck and agreed. He stood there for a while longer, holding the bite mark. It had turned black, but was gradually returning to its normal color. The enormous gaping maw of the wolf, or whatever creature resembled it, instilled such terror that there was no doubt the assassin would keep his word. The man with the pigtail sent the monster to make sure all conditions were met and that he wasn't being tricked. The tower, or rather the pagoda, was indeed ancient and very beautiful. But the events destined to unfold here were far from beautiful. Feng Zhuoren, that very stranger with the ponytail, had already arrived at the scene and was waiting to meet the person who had ordered the crime. Behind him, a figure wrapped in some rags hovered in the air. A hood completely concealed the face, but judging by the greeting that rang out, they were acquainted. The villain asked whether the Li Shi family would indeed protect Lin Huang. Zhuo Ren replied that since he had come here, the answer was obvious. He had a counter question. Why send assassins after a black steel-ranked player? Did he really have that much potential? The hooded man pulled his hood back slightly. His hair was purple. He asked if the family would truly protect our hero. Feng Zhuoreng was ready to engage in battle at any moment. He replied that he didn't know for sure yet, but he wouldn't let anyone harm the player. His opponent replied that he had received an order and intended to carry it out. When asked if the mission was to kill anyone who stood in his way, he laughed. Zhuoreng's wolves attacked fiercely, and the stranger shouted that this was sheer madness. Why start this ridiculous confrontation? He activated his defense and rose into the air to become out of reach of the shadow monsters, at least for the duration of the conversation. A sword appeared in the villain's hand, his eyes glowing with a fierce fire, and the man declared that he had no intention of fighting the Lishi family, but since he had no choice, he would. A massive wolf's mouth, filled with a mass of sharp teeth, snapped open to immediately tear the assassin's head off. He made a few swings with his sword, and several of the monsters stopped their attack, flying apart in two. But this did not scare the man with the ponytail at all. Now he himself leaped forward to counter the blow, the remaining wolves rushing alongside him. The opponent thrust his sword forward. He knew he couldn't handle so many enemies, even if he used all his abilities. Zhou Reng shouted that it was time for the old man to show what he was capable of, but even better to reveal his face so there would be no misunderstandings. There was no reply, and the wolves launched their attack with renewed vigor. The beast looked extremely dangerous. The attacker cursed. There was not the slightest doubt that if he didn't escape, he would die. Meanwhile, a representative of the Li Shi family had already begun casting an offensive spell to join the battle. His opponent transformed into a shadow and flew through the air even faster than one might have expected. Rubbing his imperial ring, Feng Zhuoreng thought that the man had fled just in time. Everything had gone strictly according to plan, and he hadn't even had to exert himself. Li Yangxin appeared from the ring. She asked her uncle excitedly how Lin Huang was, and he replied that everything had been fine during the few days the boy had been under his protection. The girl turned out to be quite perceptive and immediately guessed that something unpleasant had happened after all. Then Feng replied that someone had hired a super player to kill the boy, but he had scared him off. He wondered what was so special about Lin Huang. The captain replied that the problem wasn't with the hero, but with the man he had killed, who belonged to an ancient clan from the 2nd district. Li Yangjin asked her uncle, a key figure in the family, to help her with the investigation. For a while, the villains would be scared off and wouldn't interfere. Feng smiled and replied that he would do everything possible. Moreover, he would continue to secretly protect Lin Huan since the case had taken such an interesting turn. The girl immediately ended the call. Zhuo Reng was a little offended. His niece hadn't even asked how he was doing. The city's 2nd district was the wealthiest. It was no surprise that the main buildings here were luxurious villas. The skull on the pillow looked rather sinister. Someone had addressed it, saying that things should have been different. A woman's hand stroked the forehead bone, saying that if he liked little girls so much and needed so many of them, he should have just gone to the village instead of looking in the city. The woman took the skull in her hands and said that the wheel of life energy was broken and it was now impossible to defend himself. So let him take the guards. He deserved it. Pressing the skull to her chest, the stranger replied that he was her son, so she couldn't let anyone kill him just like that. Tears were ready to spill from her eyes. A real family drama was unfolding, but there was nothing to be done now. Suddenly, the skull's jaws began to move. A sound like a gust of wind called out to the mother. Blue life energy glowed in the skull's eye sockets, and suddenly it screamed that his mother must avenge him. Wei Shen asked his mother to kill Lin Huang and make his immortal soul their slave. The woman replied that the hero was protected by a family from the 7th district, so it would take time. She added that her son's soul would take 3 years to recover, and during that time she would find a suitable body for him. In the meantime, she had other important matters to attend to, and Wei Shen asked what could possibly be more important than revenge. The woman, looking businesslike, rubbed her hands together and said that it was far more important to get to her, their main target. Just then, a maid appeared in the doorway. It seemed they had sent the maid after the girl not long ago. The little girl ran up to the skull and called out to her father. He was very glad that she had managed to escape as well. The woman said it would take her father 3 years to return to their world. When she asked if her daughter wanted to avenge him, the girl nodded happily. Lily said she wanted to tear the scoundrel to pieces, the one who had robbed her and Wei Shen of their happy life. The grandmother declared that in that case, she would send her to cultivate. If she survived for a year, she would gain enough strength to carry out her plan. The girl and her maid headed for the door, and the woman asked the little girl not to disappoint her or her father. The girl looked back with eyes full of hatred and promised that she would definitely survive to take her revenge. The next day, Lin Huang and his sister continued exploring the city sights. They went to the museum. The hero was surprised that Lin Xing had taken an interest in history. He had been cultivating all night and wanted to sleep, but the girl was drawn to the artifacts from the nearby ruins. Her sister mentioned that many rare items and treasures had been brought from the ruined city of Xiaogong, and she wanted to see everything. The young man replied that if she really wanted to, they could go there together. It was indeed interesting. A museum employee invited the guests into the lobby, where the main exhibition of mystical artifacts was located. Lin Xin was delighted, while our hero wondered how people in ancient times managed to cultivate and create such masterpieces. Suddenly, Lin Huang's face turned pale with shock. He had seen something completely out of place in this world. Without hesitation, the young man headed toward one of the exhibits at the far end of the hall. Lin Xing didn't understand what was going on. The young man walked as fast as he could, completely oblivious to the fact that such a reaction might frighten the visitors. Finally, he stopped dead in his tracks and stared at the artifact on display in the showcase. His little sister followed him, her curiosity piqued as well. The tour guide began to explain that this object was a true treasure. It had been found in the ruins, but archaeologists had never managed to determine what it was intended for. Thoughts swirled through the young man's mind. It seemed that in this world, things weren't as simple as they might appear at first glance. There was a laptop in the display case. Lin Huang finally lost his nerve and shouted, asking if she was trying to say that it was an ancient artifact from the ruined city. The girl replied with a smile that that was exactly the case. They cherished this treasure dearly, and sooner or later, scientists would find a way to figure out what it was meant for. The young man was puzzled. It was beginning to dawn on him that he wasn't the first person to end up in this world from his own, which meant there were other players as well. Lin Huang checked the information report. It turned out the city had been destroyed 300 years ago, and many of the items from there served a completely unknown purpose. The hero turned to Yi for help, but she replied that she didn't know much. These items were very strange, and the expert Xiahao might have been the owner of the item. The girl explained that this was Cultivator Number 1, a legendary figure obsessed with the ancient era, but no one knows where he is now. He likely died long ago. Apparently this hunter is very old now, and there is a possibility that he is the owner of the laptop. They were unable to find out anything, as Xiahao had vanished without a trace, and the circumstances of his death were unknown. Yi Yu apologized for not being able to help. The guy replied with a smile that everything was fine and that she looked beautiful today. Flustered, the examiner hurried to say goodbye. This puzzled Lin Huang a bit. It seemed like his compliment had upset the girl, but he'd only meant to make her feel good. The player decided he simply had to go to the ruins of Xiaogong to find out what had happened to the cultivator and whether this demigod was truly from his world. When he told his sister about his plans that morning, she was very surprised. Lin Xin was wearing a new dress and was much more interested in shopping. The hero told her that if she didn't want to, she could go for a walk around the city on her own, while he wanted to find out something about the museum exhibit. Lin Huang summoned Bai to guard his little sister. She was very happy to have such an escort and wasn't angry at all. Our hero reached the neighboring town fairly quickly and began walking around the area, exploring the surroundings. The ruins had been built over with modern buildings. There were crowds of tourists all around, and even a video guide couldn't help the guy get his bearings. He didn't even know what he was looking for himself. The hotel Lin Huang had booked turned out to be right nearby, and the hunter decided to check in first. Inside was a bald receptionist, and the guy noticed that in the middle of the season, there were probably never any vacant rooms here. A conversation ensued, and our hero tried to find out something about the ruins. The man replied that the place was mystical and that there were several interesting stories associated with it. The manager had been serving tables for many years, and over that time he had accumulated plenty to say about the place. At the door to the room, the man said that if the guest was interested, they could continue their conversation inside. The manager stood by the window and explained that, back in the day, Xiahao had built a veritable empire of cultivation and martial arts here. This had been his residence. But one night, everything here simply vanished, just as the cultivator himself had vanished without a trace, which greatly surprised Lin Huang. Only modest ruins remained, and now all tourists can see are the remnants of walls and a few towers. Our hero immediately headed to the specified location, but to explore it, he had to wait in line. There were so many people wanting to see it. Finally, the guy lost his patience and declared that there was nothing special here. Xiao He objected, saying that everything here was special. It was a mystical place. The guy replied that all he cared about was the gamer with the computer. They needed to find out what had happened to him. The assistant didn't understand what he was talking about. Then it dawned on him, and Xiao He dashed off to the side, shouting for the gentleman not to fall behind and to follow him. Soon the assistant led the hero to a dent in the middle of the columns. Apparently, Xiao's personal belongings had been found right there. He explained that these marks in the stone were unique. Even super players couldn't leave a scratch on the material, but someone had managed to break through it. Suddenly, Xiao He felt a surge of energy, ancient energy, which came as a complete surprise. If used, it could open up new possibilities for the player. Lin Huang asked if this was really the case. It would be nice. The young man asked if this was definitely the right place and was told that this was the center with a radius of up to 3,000 meters. Our hero decided to come up with a plan and then return. At the hotel, Xiaohei asked what else was needed besides mastering this special energy. Perhaps the young man wanted something else. The assistant reported that he had sensed the presence of 2 mutated monster guards downstairs. Only Hei Tang could handle them. The player thought that even a dragon would have a hard time, and besides, he had already used all his transformation cards. He couldn't even use a phantom shadow here. The assistant reminded him that there were 60 card fragments that could be exchanged for a level up to bronze, but it wasn't clear if that was worth it. Finally, Lin Huang made up his mind. He sighed, thinking that since there were no other options, he was ready to make the exchange. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the neighboring room, and the guy decided to eavesdrop. Maybe the neighbors were up to something interesting and spicy. Xiaohei chuckled. Suddenly, the lights went out. Standing in the darkness, our hero couldn't understand how such a blackout could have happened in a tourist town. The sound stopped too. Now the room was not only dark, but also completely silent, and the hero began to feel uneasy. And for good reason. He sensed someone's presence behind the door and realized there was an intruder there. His anxiety grew. Finally, Lin Huang could think of nothing better than to grab his gun and approach the door, shouting, "Who's there?" There was a knock at the door, and someone who vaguely resembled the manager told the guest that everything was fine. It was him. The man added that there had been some electrical issues. Apparently, he was hinting that he wanted to come inside. Our hero replied that everything was fine. He was going to sleep anyway, so if that was all, the manager could go. The man wouldn't let it go and claimed he'd remembered another story about the ruins. The player realized he couldn't let him in and suggested they talk in the morning. The next second, the room's panoramic window was smashed, and a woman, clearly a hunter, jumped inside. Her eyes glowed with energy. Lin Huang was, to put it mildly, surprised by such an extravagant entrance. But he seemed to recognize the one who had come to him. She was a zombie or something like that. The girl stood there with a completely vacant stare, a predatory smile frozen on her face. The whole scene was extremely unsettling. She attacked with lightning speed. The guy barely managed to dodge. Xiaohei shouted that she was a parasite, a controlled creature being manipulated by someone. The assistant shouted that if the control slipped, the woman could be saved, so they should try to keep her alive. Our hero had just aimed to fire a shot. This information came at just the right moment. The hero looked at the assistant and asked him to repeat what he had just said, but the moment wasn't exactly ideal for a debriefing. The manager continued to pound on the door, shouting that the guest apparently was still awake, so he should open the door as soon as possible. The guy asked if the man was also under control and received an affirmative answer. To break the spell, he needed to kill the one controlling these puppets. The manager entered, saying that the master had ordered him to kill Lin Huang and bring him the hero's body. He had something that belonged to the master. Lin Huang decided that since that was the case, he had every right to defend himself. If they planned to kill him, what made him any worse? A shot rang out. The bullet, and not just one, hit its mark, and the man's body jerked backward. He roared like a wounded beast. The door swung open, and a whole crowd of people stood in the doorway. There was no doubt that they were all parasites. The zombies rushed inside, and Xiaohei advised the gentleman to simply run away. That was the most sensible thing to do in this situation. The window was already broken, so all our hero had to do was jump out of it onto the street. The city was also full of zombies, and every one of them was obsessed with the goal of destroying Lin Huang. It was complete madness. The guy had no choice but to use one of his mystical creature summoning cards. The Shadow Eagle turned out to be the perfect way to escape. The controlled creatures clearly couldn't fly. After flying to a safe distance, the heroes decided to discuss what had happened. Xiaohei guessed that the master who wanted something from Lin Huang was the monster beneath the ruins. The young man thought for a moment, then asked if, since the assistant had been able to sense the energy in the ruins, the monster could sense Xiaohei himself in the same way. Lin Huang asked if that meant that when the assistant decided to steal the creature's energy, it decided to steal theirs instead, but the idea wasn't confirmed. And although the assistant assured him that the creature wasn't that powerful, it was obvious that the monster had enough skill to send people to kill the young man. In fact, an entire city. The assistant asked why they didn't just leave the city, but the hero explained that he was the monster's target. So fleeing to a neighboring town would put everyone there at risk, including his sister. The player decided to call the association and consult them about the situation. He really hoped they would help him. The guy reported what was happening in the city and asked them to send hunters to cure the infected people. The assistant wasn't thrilled with this decision. He stated that before saving others, it would be wise to ensure his own safety first. Lin Huang said that his sister was currently under Bai's protection, so he had to fight the monster. This meant that only one of them would survive, either him or his opponent. Xiaohei asked again if they were going to the ruins. The guy replied that yes, they couldn't hide forever. They'd be found sooner or later anyway. There were a lot of parasites. They had already started attacking the townspeople, so the sooner it was over, the better for everyone. Flying over the city, Lin Huang realized he didn't want to be left without a partner. In this situation, it would be the same as dying. The streets were in utter chaos. Our hero raced forward with a single thought. Soon this monster would devour every living thing in the vicinity, perhaps including them. Even at night, there were quite a few people around the ruins. It was possible that they were all infected. The young man asked if there was any way to conceal their presence, so the monster wouldn't sense their energy. The assistant replied that he could block it within a 100-step radius. He thanked the assistant for his wisdom, and the assistant replied that he shouldn't praise him too much. He simply didn't want to die again. Our hero didn't take kindly to these words. He sternly placed his hand on Xiaohei's head, signaling him to be quiet. Besides, the infected had appeared again, and the guy didn't want them to be noticed. The assistant reminded him that he was the only one who could see and hear him. The infected puppets were getting closer and closer, repeating that they had to kill a human and obtain energy for their master. Lin Huang realized that they couldn't sense Xiaohei, only him, but there was a way out of this situation. The Shadow Ghost card. More and more men were gathering between the columns, but now they looked somewhat lost and disoriented. Our hero was very pleased with his shadow transformation and invited his assistant to follow him. They were approaching the energy source the master used to control his puppets. Ahead, a glowing core appeared, entwined as if by blood vessels, with some sort of red branches bearing thorns. This was the monster they were looking for. Xiaohei noticed that the beast was bronze tier, but could already control tens of thousands of people, and was on the verge of becoming a super monster. His assistant admitted he was scared, so the boy activated the dragon card, declaring he wouldn't let this creature live. Heitan appeared surrounded by a halo of warm, yellow energy. He wasn't yet experienced enough to adapt to the situation immediately. The dragon was also currently at the 3rd bronze level with several mutations and a bloodline. He had to deal with the enemy. His attack proved quite effective. Our heroes rejoiced. Their opponent was a mutated plant, and the flames dealt it significant damage. The effect didn't last long. The monster recovered in a matter of seconds. It possessed an incredible regenerative ability. Not only that, but the monster instantly attacked and plunged its spikes into Heitan's body. The dragon was knocked over by the blow. Xiaohei shouted that he wanted to help, but the guy reminded him that as soon as they were spotted, they would simply be eaten, devoured as a source of energy. The dragon was still effective against the parasites, but a human stood no chance against them. Heitan attacked again. He had to drive the monster away from the core from which it was drawing energy. The monster wasn't in a hurry to leave the orb. If he didn't force it to do so soon, everything would end very badly. Suddenly, Lin Huang regained his usual appearance. It seemed the transformation card's effect had worn off, and the boy cursed. The energy body sensed him instantly and released its tendrils. He had to run immediately. The hero realized there was no point in running. The monster had so many spikes that any movement would simply pierce him through or paralyze him. The attack followed in a flash, but the mountain of rocks behind which the young man was hiding took the full brunt of the damage. The tentacles seemed to detach from his body and began crawling chaotically across the ground, but the player was no longer there. Fortunately, he had another transformation card in reserve, and the guy took on the form of a shadow ghost again, but that didn't help him feel safe. A black spot appeared in the center of the energy core. It was evidence that the detected target had vanished, and the monster was puzzled. Obviously, some process had been triggered in its body. All he could do was hope it wasn't a transformation into a super monster. Lin Huang cursed under his breath. He realized that the monster was releasing all its parasitic spores outward in order to detect a target as quickly as possible. A pink glow began to spread from the crack in the stone between the columns. The sight was beautiful, but it carried a serious danger. More and more people on the city streets were becoming infected, and each of them had a mission to find and kill Lin Huang. But these spores were killing the people themselves, causing them to choke so they could take over their bodies and bend them to their will. Men gasped for air, clutching their throats, and then were no longer in control of themselves, having lost control of their bodies. Now they were zombies roaming the streets in search of our hero, or any other source of energy. The life energy of the captured people left them, rushing first into the sky and then straight into the ground. These streams of energy rushed from the city toward the ruins to strengthen the monster and help it level up. They strengthened the energy core, and the number of sprouts was also constantly increasing. They were growing larger and stronger. Xiaohui informed the master that the monster was about to reach the silver rank. If they didn't hurry, the dragon would be completely powerless against it. While Heitang was immobilized but unharmed, the assistant reported that there was a card capable of killing such a monster, but to obtain it, 1 million fragments had to be gathered. They had to kill the monster now, and Lin Huang was the one who had to do it. No one else could handle it. Otherwise, a super monster with 3 mutations would appear within a couple of months. The guy noticed that there was a lot of energy here. Could this be Xiao Hao's legacy, which was far stronger than any of the existing ones? There are certain rules that cannot be circumvented. Energy cannot exist in isolation, and this parasite is direct proof of that. The guy remarked that he envied this parasitic plant. Xiaohui replied that it was completely pointless. He would find a way to defeat it, but the rules must be followed. If they want to deprive the enemy of its ability to absorb energy and regenerate, they need to find a way. Then the dragon will easily destroy the parasite. Our hero didn't understand how to do this, but Xiaohui seemed to have some ideas on the matter. He said the guy needed to approach the core and place his hand on it for about 3 minutes. Lin Huang pointed out that this would be enough time for the monster to kill him countless times. The young man rushed forward asking if the core could be moved. It turned out it couldn't, and that was good news. His plan was to sneak up from underground and place his hand on it unnoticed from below. The assistant pointed out that it was too risky. They would be discovered. The young man replied that this must be a blind spot for the parasitic plant, so he had a chance to pull off this little trick. He successfully crept up to his target and placed his palm on the sphere. Now he had to hold it for 3 minutes, after which Lin Huang would become the master of the energy. Suddenly, the sphere grew larger, and the plant along with it. Thanks to the human life energy, the monster had reached the silver rank. Now 3 minutes wouldn't be enough. Xiaohui's words were instantly confirmed. Strange shadows and streams of black energy appeared. Something completely new was happening. Now the monster's capabilities were far broader. It could attack shadow entities just as easily as physical objects. Lin Huang found himself in a trap from which it wasn't so easy to escape. But the most frustrating part was that he had driven himself into this trap. Heitanu was having a hard time too. Now the parasite was strong enough to pierce his skin with its spines. The dragon was squeezed so tightly that he began to suffocate. A little longer and he would simply perish in the vice-like grip. The plant-like enemy continued to solidify above him. Its shoots began to form a denser body, and the monster, now unable to move, was doomed. A message appeared stating that Heitan had taken critical damage and should be recalled immediately. There was no choice. If the hero didn't want to lose his dragon, he had to be removed from the danger zone immediately. Meanwhile, the monster had grown several hearts. They pulsed on its sprouts as if they were blood vessels. The beast had mutated. Xiaohui realized that without Heitan, Lin Huang had absolutely no chance against such an opponent. The boy sighed. Despite everything, the hero kept his hand on the energy core, but now it was completely unclear how long he should keep doing so. It was getting harder and harder for the player. His shadow shell began to crumble again, and he warned his assistant that he simply couldn't hold out any longer. Suddenly, a system message appeared, stating that the ability to absorb energy was finally activated, which greatly pleased the hero. He was pleased that he had absorbed the orb, but Xiaohui replied that this was only a temporary ability. The hunter wasn't strong enough yet, and besides, the monster needed to be killed. Lin Huang asked him not to worry about it. He had come up with a plan. With those words, the young man summoned one of his mystical creatures. The assistant shouted that this was complete madness. In such a confrontation, the vampire was doomed to die. Instead of answering, the hero ordered the use of 2 level-up cards to immediately power up his monster and trigger its evolution. Now a dense aura surrounded by. Energy was literally surging around him, and he looked very determined. Xiaohui praised the idea. A normal level-up can be stopped, but when it's done with a card, even the gods are powerless to influence the absorption process. When they both stopped laughing, the young man admitted that this was the first time he'd heard of it and received a well-deserved slap from the assistant. Sprouts almost identical to those that made up the monster appeared around the vampire. It seemed as though the 2 mystical beings were merging into a single entity. Soon it began to resemble an improvised egg. Cracks ran across it, and then the hand of the renewed vampire appeared. Lin Huang noted with admiration that Bai had changed quite a bit after his evolution. Xiaohui confirmed that something amazing had happened. 4 bright pink wings appeared behind the vampire. He now possessed far more energy and power. The system congratulated the player on the fact that his summoned creature was now a 4-winged vampire of divine rank, and Bai rushed toward the enemy. He approached the monster's spawn, which was enormous but, without a source of energy, had lost its ability to regenerate. Lin Huang shouted that now was the perfect time to have some fun and activated another card. They had every chance of winning. The dragon attacked the monster immediately upon its appearance. Now that bastard was guaranteed to die. According to the original plan, everything was supposed to go exactly like that. But suddenly Xiao He shouted that something strange was happening. The monster absorbed far more of the energy released by the dragon than it should have based on its level. Not only that, but spores continued to burst out and could soon infect the neighboring town. The more people gave up their life energy, the stronger the monster would become, and the faster it would level up. Somewhere nearby, Lin Xing slept peacefully. Thinking of his sister, the young man declared resolutely that they simply could not afford to lose. The hero ordered the vampire and the dragon to cover him so he could attack, but his assistant reminded him that even a single blow from the enemy would be fatal for the young man. The player pushed off and leaped forward, saying that otherwise everyone would die, him and thousands more. Bai rushed forward like a torpedo. It seemed he too wanted to resolve this problem as quickly as possible and test his new abilities. He crashed into the thickest part of the sprouts and attacked what seemed to be the most vulnerable spot, the cluster of hearts. Shohei shouted for everyone to be extremely careful. The monster was about to begin its transformation. The dragon attacked with fire, and the player struck with his sword, but their actions yielded no visible success. Then the pair decided to join forces. Lin Huang would strike with his sword, and He Tan with his flame simultaneously. The young man was unable to carry out his plan, or perhaps he simply couldn't. He got too close, and one of the monster's tendrils pierced his chest. The assistant screamed, and the vampire froze. None of those present were at all prepared for this, even though they were all aware of the risks. Our hero's vision darkened. Only one thought pulsed in his mind, the thought that he was dead. Then Lin Huang tried to lift his heavy eyelids. Xiao He and the dragon leaned over the player, realizing he had woken up, and asked him to say something. The guy opened his eyes and simply asked why he hadn't died. It seemed this fact struck the player more than anything else. The assistant reminded him that at the very last moment, the hero had managed to use a recovery card. He really was very clever. The player groaned that he would have been better off dying. This was largely because He Tan was licking his face. Then Lin Huang sat up abruptly and asked what had happened to the parasite. The assistant enthusiastically reported that thanks to his final blow, the monster had died. This was excellent news. The young man already held the reward in his hands, another historical level card. He decided to name it Magic Vine. The stats corresponded to the 3rd bronze level. All of the parasite's skills had been preserved. Not a bad option. Lin Huang suggested that everyone get some good rest and recover. Now that the monster had been defeated, they could relax a little. Xiao He confirmed that once the parasite's main body was destroyed, all the infected would return to their normal state. Lin Huang declared that this was excellent news, and now he wouldn't miss the chance to level up the tyrant by 2 levels as well. The card instantly shattered into pieces. In the process, it dawned on the hero that the magic vine only had 2 skills. Why not as many as Tyrant? The assistant explained that this was due to the very nature of the parasite. Plus, the hero has a limited number of skills he can absorb. The more he learns and levels up, the more new ones he'll be able to master until all the slots are filled. If he really wants to use a new monster skill, he can sacrifice another card or use a fusion. Meanwhile, Tyrant's evolution was complete. He attained the epic rank and received excellent armor as a bonus. The armored Tyrant had a total of 5 skills, some of which seemed particularly interesting to Lin Huan, such as the explosion restriction. The player looked at the card with pleasure, but lingering here was dangerous. He needed to get out of there. The Shadow Eagle soared into the sky, carrying an incredibly satisfied and very tired young man on its back. He decided to return immediately to the Cicada Hotel to see Lin Xing, because leveling up 2 monsters at once could attract the attention of the association and the monsters due to the energy release. On the way, Lin Huang remembered that he had forgotten to ask about Bai's new name, which meant Divine Vampire. It turned out he had the blood of a higher being. All of the monster's core stats had significantly increased, and he had also gained several new skills. It was simply incredible. The hero also remembered that Xiao He himself had absorbed a considerable amount of energy. He declared that he could now replace the death card, and the boy asked for a more detailed explanation. In the event of death, you can swap one monster card for another, especially if it happens suddenly. In that case, the card will disappear automatically. Any card would work, not necessarily a monster card, but its rank had to match the specified one. If none was available, 2 or 3 lower-ranked ones would suffice. The player whistled. Jumping over the fence, Lin Huang said that everything looked pretty peaceful here, so he was going to sleep. But there was one more important thing to do. Xiaohui reminded him that there was something else to check, and the young man immediately headed for the window. He peeked inside quietly, listening to a new wave of complaints about how he dared to ask Xiaohui not to make noise, since no one could hear him anyway. Lin Xing slept peacefully in her bed, a thin stream of drool trickling from her mouth. It looked very childlike. Lin Huang barely managed to hold back a laugh. He would remind his sister of this later when she decided to act all wise and lecture him on life. The assistant reminded him of his presence again and asked what important thing the guy had wanted to talk about. The player looked at Xiaohui and asked about his well-deserved reward, since he had helped with both the energy absorption and everything else. The assistant crossed his arms over his chest and declared that in that case, he would live up to expectations and reward the young man. He deserved it. He suggested that our hero draw 10 cards himself. Glowing rectangles flickered around Lin Huang. Gradually, these card templates became more and more real, but the young man stubbornly didn't understand exactly what he was supposed to do. Then a whole wall of cards appeared before him. There were significantly more of them, about twice as many. The player asked what was going on. The assistant reminded him that the hero's level wasn't very high yet. Out of these 18, only 10 cards were good, so he should just choose and stop showing off. The young man got angry and declared that despite his stats, he intended to use them all. Right now, he randomly poked his finger at 10 glowing rectangles. The choice was made, and now nothing could be changed. Lin Huang waited for the cards to open and prayed to all the gods that there wouldn't be any mission cards, since that would mean extra work. They all turned out to be useful. There were healing and transformation cards, even a destruction card. It seemed the player had gotten lucky. Now our hero stood there, trying to tally up the stats of his achievements and new abilities. He needed to organize the cards he had. One of the rectangles caught the guy's attention more than the others. It was an insight card, and he was seeing one for the first time. The picture showed something resembling a constellation against the backdrop of a human figure. I wonder what that could mean. The assistant explained that if one hits a wall during cultivation, one can use this card, but only once. It will help one see through and remove the obstacle. Lin Huang was very pleased and thanked Xiaohui for the great tip. He replied that it was nothing to do with him. The kid had just gotten lucky. The two began arguing about what had happened. Each thought he was right, and neither was willing to admit he had a crush on the other. The next morning, the young man woke up surprisingly well-rested, and his mood was excellent as well. Linchen was already up and had started her day by checking the latest news. She didn't know her brother had already returned. He knocked and walked in, telling her he'd brought breakfast and that she should get dressed and come eat. His little sister was a bit surprised. The girl began to scold the hero for not warning her about his return. Bai had suddenly disappeared, and she guessed that her brother had needed his help. She had been worried. Lin Xin read in the news that a super monster had appeared in the ruins where her brother had gone, but it had been defeated in time. Could this really be the work of Lin Huang? He claimed he had nothing to do with it. With his rank, he would have died the moment he got close. The little girl wouldn't let it go, noting that the timing coincided with Bish's disappearance. The player started to get annoyed and asked his little sister not to fill her head with nonsense. She'd be better off remembering that breakfast was getting cold. He advised Lin Xin not to linger and to get ready quickly after eating. They needed to go somewhere. The little girl said a bit sadly that she'd already played and rested enough, so she just wanted to go home. This surprised the young man. He asked what had happened. Maybe she wasn't feeling well, or something like that. The girl simply explained that she had her graduation in September, and if she was going to play, it would have to be after that. Right now, she needed to prepare for her exams. She needed to improve her academic and combat skills to achieve the best results next year. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang gently hugged his sister, saying he was very happy that she had grown up and become more sensible. He said that in that case, he would go to his room to pack his things and then book a ticket for the ship. The girl readily agreed. Lin Xing continued watching the news. An interview was beginning with a young hunter who had reached the gold rank at 18 and was also an excellent mechanic. The beauty on the screen declared that if young people don't want to be a burden to their loved ones, they must study diligently and develop their skills. Lin Huan's sister decided that she would never be a burden to him and that someday she would definitely surpass that hunter. As soon as she crossed the threshold of the house, the girl called out to her brother that she would unpack her things a little later, but for now she would stay in her room for a while. Our hero stood by the stairs and chuckled. He'd thought Lin Xing had grown up, but in reality, the girl was still just as much of a little kid as she'd always been. The guy took out the mission card left over from last time. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, why not complete the quest? He unfolded the rectangle, hoping that this time the task would be more enjoyable than the last one, and not so difficult. The mission wasn't just difficult, it was extremely difficult. He had to reach level 6 in combat skills within 30 days. Lin Huang cursed himself for his carelessness. Now he'd have to work his butt off. The penalty was the loss of one of his random cards. The guy clutched his head. He was at level 3 and he had to collect 12,000 fragments in a month. It was simply impossible. He was pacing the hallway so heavily that his little sister peeked out of her room and asked if everything was okay. The guy asked her to arrange for food delivery for the next month. He'd be busy. Lin Huang understood that if he lost the annihilation card, failing the mission would cost him dearly, so he'd have to do his best. Our hero intended to do everything possible to complete the mission. He had quite a few fragments of the assassin's technology that could be added to his combat gear. An assistant appeared, saying that 800 fragments were needed to reach the 4th level, and a month might not be enough. His sudden appearance startled Lin Huang. Then the young man began to think about what other methods might help him accomplish the task at hand. Xiaohei stated that there was a way to speed up the acquisition of fragments, but they needed to check if they were available to the player. The young man proudly declared that if there was a way to complete the quest, he would do anything to achieve his goal. The assistant tossed something, and Lin Huang reflexively jumped after the object to keep it from falling. It was a decoy crystal meant to lure our hero into the subspace portal. The trick had worked. The player wasn't too pleased that he'd been tricked so easily, but now he wanted to take a look at that crystal. But first he had to see where the treacherous Zhao Hai had lured him. The room was completely empty, unless of course you counted the old man, a martial arts master who was looming over the hero. The latter mumbled that he'd thought this man was just a training dummy. Instead of answering, the sensei narrowed his eyes and ordered the cultivator to immediately begin his cultivation practice. He lunged forward and Lin Huang barely managed to dodge the blow, shouting that this wasn't what they had agreed upon. Without wasting time on unnecessary talk, the old man rushed at Lin Huang again. His speed was simply astonishing. A second later, the young man took a blow to the solar plexus so powerful that he nearly died on the spot. Trying to get up after being sent flying several meters, the young man realized what Xiaohei had meant when he said that the method might not work. He thought about how, if he were beaten to death here, in the real world he'd likely be in a coma for the rest of his life. Not exactly a bright future. The old man stomped his foot with such force that an explosion rang out, and the hunter was forced to jump back again. The guy got seriously angry and launched a counterattack, but the martial arts master easily dodged it. He gave the player a sly look, and immediately a notification popped up about receiving a new skill fragment. So that's how it works. Realizing that one hit equals one fragment, Lin Huang was very pleased. It turns out there is a way to bypass the system. The sensei attacked again, but this time he no longer provoked such a burst of anger in the young man. The hero decided that he had a perfect opportunity to earn all the necessary fragments faster than before. It would be foolish not to take advantage of it. He understood that if he didn't die here, he would be able to quickly rise to the necessary level. The main thing was not to lose his fighting spirit. The master swung his leg, but Lin Huang managed to hit it with his fist. A corresponding message appeared immediately. The assistant was right. This was a perfectly viable method. Since it didn't matter how technically perfect the strike was, he could hit the old man however he pleased. Every touch yielded a fragment. The thing was, the master realized he'd been figured out and was now doing everything possible to keep the player from getting to him. The battle promised to be interesting. Time flew by quickly, and skill fragments poured into the system's reservoir even faster. Our hero was extremely pleased. When the notification appeared that he had reached level 5, the guy didn't even pause for a moment. He was ready to push forward to the very end until he achieved his goal. But Xiaohei decided to call a break. He needed to talk to the master. Lin Huang collapsed onto the floor, saying he was very tired. The assistant reported that they needed to speed things up. 24 days had passed and time was running out, and they still needed to collect another 4,000 fragments. This news completely floored the guy. He couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, he couldn't become any more efficient, and besides, he had practically no strength left. Xiaohei replied that there was no choice. Either the hero would come up with something, or he would simply fail the mission. The fragments had to be obtained. At that thought, Lin Huang jumped up. He hadn't spent 24 days fighting nonstop just to find out he'd failed the mission. He might have made it if he'd had 10 days left, but 6 was too few. He had absolutely no idea what to do about it. His assistant tried to console him by saying they didn't know exactly which card he would lose as punishment, but that offered little comfort. This got Lin Huang thinking, if he couldn't turn the luck in his favor and was afraid of losing the insight card, why not just use it? Xiaohei wasn't thrilled and reminded him that with the player's current abilities, it could be dangerous, but the guy's decision was unshakable. He confidently confirmed to the system that he wanted to use the card, and the corresponding process was activated. Increasing cultivation speed would affect his body, his mind, and even his soul, but the assistant had already informed him of this too late. The young man let out strange gurgling sounds, and then his body arched backward. The changes didn't take long to manifest. Xiaohei clutched his head. The boy was too weak to control the card. Most likely, he would simply die. Lin Huang muttered through clenched teeth that he only needed to level up by 1 level. He just had to do it, and that was all. Suddenly, the black energy surrounding the player began to take on a clearer form. He even managed to sit up. The assistant replied that this wasn't what he'd meant by control, but in reality, things hadn't turned out so badly. And although Lin Huang's physical body wasn't moving, cultivation was taking place and working at full strength. At this rate, the hero would reach the 5th level in just a few hours, but how to endure that long was a mystery. When the notification came that the player had reached the 6th level, a surge of energy, more like a whirlwind, rushed through his body. For some reason, the process didn't stop, and Xiaohei began to worry. He tried to call out to the young man, but he couldn't hear him. A multitude of martial arts masters appeared around Lin Huang, each of them ready to attack. Our hero clutched his head, trying to stop what was happening, or at least influence it in some way, but to no avail. The young man realized with horror that he couldn't stop the cultivation. This meant only one thing: the end was not near. The monks lined up in neat rows in front of and behind the young man. There was not the slightest chance to hide or escape, but the hero didn't even try. He was strong. The elders ordered the cultivator in unison to begin cultivation. Their voices sounded almost identical. Instantly, several senseis launched their attack. To avoid becoming a punching bag, the young man had to mobilize himself as much as possible. But first, he had to at least dodge the attack. Out of fear, the hero was ready to scream, but that wouldn't help him at all. Lin Huang lay motionless on the floor. His muscles were relaxed, but suddenly one finger on his hand began to move. Soon the boy stirred and even managed to sit up. He was exhausted, with scrapes and scratches visible on his skin, as well as numerous bruises. Xiaohei sighed. He stated that Lin Huang still hadn't been able to master the card. That was the hardest part, since it didn't take into account the player's physical condition or abilities. Our hero whispered that he wasn't ready to keep waking up beaten up, so he would return immediately. Before he could even open his eyes, the boy was struck by one of the old men, who shouted that he wouldn't be able to escape this time. Lin Huang stated again that he had no intention of running away. This time, he wasn't going to give up and would see it through to the end. To back up his words with action, the player immediately attacked one of the martial arts masters, landing a punch right in his face. The young man was furious that he couldn't control the map as he wanted to. The sounds of the blows were in another dimension, but Lin Xin constantly imagined that she could hear her brother's screams and the noise of the fight. One day, this background noise suddenly stopped, and the girl decided to go to Lin Huang's room to check if everything was all right. The sun was already sinking toward the horizon, bathing everything around in a calm, warm light. Our hero's house looked very picturesque in its rays. The blue crystal, which Xiaohei had used a month ago to lure the master into the subspace, rolled across the floor and began to shimmer. Lin Huang suddenly sighed loudly and opened his eyes. He was trying to figure out where he was and why he wasn't in pain. It turned out that the young man was lying in bed, and Lin Xin was carefully tucking the blanket around him, pleased that her little brother had woken up. The girl said she had been very worried. The doctor said that physically everything was fine, and he had no idea why the player was sleeping and wouldn't wake up. The guy asked how long he'd been asleep, and it turned out to be a week. His little sister immediately said she was heading to the kitchen to get him some food. She promised to bring him the most delicious food. The hero sat up in bed and thought that he had most likely failed the mission. Too much time had passed while he was asleep. A system message appeared stating that for reaching the 8th level in martial arts, he would receive a card. This information shocked the hero. It turned out he had succeeded. It was a rare quality military technology skill card. It stated that the player was at the 8th level and had greatly improved all his stats. The guy eagerly dug into his food, never stopping to praise the insight card. Xiaohei objected that the player's own potential had played the main role in this success. The young man laughed, saying he'd been saying he was a genius for a long time. The assistant muttered spitefully that showing off wasn't the most appropriate thing to do here. The cultivation had been successful, and the young man's life energy had stabilized, merging with his body. It seemed he was ready to advance to the bronze rank. The hero wiped the last bits of food from his face and asked if that meant he needed to take down a new life cycle monster. Lin Huang noted that there were far more monsters of the appropriate level in the Book of Destiny. Xiaohei promised to compile a list of at least 11 suitable for the hero. The player asked wearily how he should choose, to which he was told that, being a genius, he would have no trouble making the right decision. Last time, Yiqing had helped him. Perhaps he would have some advice now. The main thing was that the association shouldn't be alarmed by his rapid progress. The young man began to wonder who else might be useful so as not to draw unnecessary attention to himself when, as if in response, the imperial ring vibrated. It was Miss Leng, the very girl who had become a super player. The captain cheerfully greeted her friend. The beauty smoothed her hair and said that Lin Huang hadn't been in touch for a long time. She was calling just to see how he was doing. The guy said she'd shown up just in time. He'd just come up with an interesting question and was counting on her help. Xiaohei wasn't thrilled, but he put up with it. The girl replied that she'd be happy to help, so our hero immediately explained the situation to her. He needed to choose a life cycle monster to level up. It was clear that Li Yangxin was looking at the list of monsters. Her face became focused and even a little stern. Lin Huang didn't know that this expression was actually caused by her surprise at how quickly he had leveled up. Finally, the captain informed him that most of the monsters suitable for him were characterized by a sturdy build and armor. But once he became a super player, that wouldn't be necessary. The hero asked if he would need the sleight of hand skill. Li Yangxin replied that he certainly would. For a super player, it would become the demon-slaying hand skill. The guy tried to clarify which of the bronze demons, in her opinion, was best suited for these purposes. The captain took a sip of coffee and replied that she needed to think about it some more. With a satisfied look, Li Yangxin announced that it was the vile puppet. It wasn't very strong, but it was resilient and also possessed the ability to replace its physical body with an artificial one. Defeating the monster grants psychic abilities to your life cycle, which is very useful for a super player in the future. Few choose the puppet, and they're wrong to do so. If the ability can currently only be activated 3 times a day, it can later be leveled up into a skill that allows one to avoid death. The hero was puzzled. The girl promised to send him all the details so that Lin Huang could weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. He sincerely thanked her. At the end of the conversation, the young man declared that he was truly lucky to have such a girlfriend, which left Li Yangxin with mixed feelings. The beauty immediately ended the call, and the guy decided he was being too emotional. Xiaohei called him an idiot. The hero decided that this was the perfect option. His assistant reported that the vile puppet was an undead creature living in groups in the misty canyon at the entrance to the Black Abyss. And while only super players would risk venturing into the Black Abyss, the unforgettable lands were much safer, so it would be better to plot a route through them. The assistant stated that in any case, Lin Huang had little chance of success, so he suggested not going to the misty canyon at all. The player's imperial ring vibrated again. He wondered who had decided to call this time. It was Yin Yi, who instead of saying hello, shouted that he also wanted to go with our hero to Misty Canyon. Not only Lin Huang's face went blank with surprise, but his assistant's as well. Neither of them could figure out how the fat guy had found out about their plans. That morning, the guy had told his sister about the upcoming trip, and she'd reminded him that he'd slept through the week and was now planning to go hiking. Wasn't that a bit of a rash decision? The player smiled, saying that school would start soon, so she should take advantage of a couple of free days and hang out with her friends properly. Shouting that he'd set aside some money for her living expenses, our hero headed for the door, asking her one last time not to get into trouble. Lin Xin pouted. She was drinking water and angry at her brother for leaving for the trial without fully recovering, but then she saw the amount in her account. In shock, the girl spat out every last drop of liquid from her mouth. Life hadn't prepared her for this. Couldn't he have warned her? Lin Huang had transferred a whole million to his sister's account for pocket money. Her joyful scream was clearly heard by all the neighbors on the street. Meanwhile, the young man was already boarding a ship bound for the city of the Misty Spirit. He looked simply enormous. 11 days later, he and Yin Yi disembarked at the settlement closest to Misty Canyon. The journey had been quite exhausting and boring. There were many hunters on the streets, some dressed quite extravagantly. Lin Huang noticed that they needed to be more careful. The fat man kept thanking his friend for coming here with him. He'd forgotten that the guy had his own goals, and he hadn't even guessed at his hidden intentions. Yin whispered that his father had paid a fortune for the intel on the puppet. She was an excellent source of life force for a superhuman, a super player, a treasure. Lin Huang smiled and said that reaching the bronze rank was an excellent decision. He didn't want to show off his strength to the fat guy before it was time. The man suggested hiring an escort team to guide them through the dangerous lands on the way to the canyon. It would be difficult for just the two of them. Our hero nodded and remarked that they needed to get some rest first. The city was teeming with hunters. Since the surrounding area was swarming with monsters, choosing random adventurers was quite difficult. Many looked quite shady, so our hero decided he'd have to stay on his guard with them and not let his guard down for a moment. Just then, his ring activated again. It was Yin Yi. But they had only just parted ways. What could have happened? Bonin reported that he had found a team, and the plans were changing slightly. He should head to the Eastern Gate, where they would be waiting for him. This seemed strange to the young man. Why rush and sacrifice rest when there were so many teams around heading in the right direction? But there was nothing else to do. The hero decided to go where his comrade had asked and see for himself what was going on. Yin Yi came out to meet him. He looked a little frightened. Behind the fat man stood 3 hunters. They were annoyed that they had to wait. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Huang asked his friend what had happened. He reported that these people were ready to take them to Misty Canyon right away. The hero gave the escorts an assessing look. They were all silver ranked and looked genuinely skilled. And yet something told them that these people would cause them no end of trouble in the future. They didn't inspire any trust. The dinosaur-like monsters the players were planning to ride were eager to take flight. The players started urging the guys to hurry up again. They'd already been waiting long enough. Yin Yi muttered that they needed to get moving. His partner decided there was no other option right now, but they had to stay alert. Soon the squad was already racing across the desert. The beast turned out to be capable of reaching excellent speeds. The hunters realized that Lin Huang was using the wolf Qinlin as a mount. This was uncharacteristic for a kid of the black steel rank. Replying that money could buy anything, the captain ordered them to speed up. They had to reach the canyon before dark. The journey went according to plan, and the riders reached their destination on time. A welcome relief. Jumping off the wolf, our hero noticed that the atmosphere in this misty canyon was rather unpleasant and strange. The players accompanying them also recalled their monsters, which spectacularly vanished before the astonished Yin Yi's eyes. The leader spread his arms wide, saying that they had done their job. It was time to pay, and the price was 30 life crystals. The blond man with a face bandage stared intently at Lin Huang and thanked him for the payment, as if hinting that there was no way around it. The price was so high that the young man assumed it was some kind of joke, and Yin Yi began to get nervous. Our hero glanced back at his friend with a silent question. The latter was ready to sink into the ground out of shame. He was clearly having trouble speaking. The fat man blushed and clutched his throat, but still managed to whisper for his friend to be careful. Barely breathing, the guy whispered that these people could control what he said. The trio was approaching menacingly. The leader of the group stuck out his tongue. A pentagram was clearly visible on it. The hunter looked completely insane. He was clearly a psychic. The hunter reminded him of the payment. Lin Huang hadn't expected to encounter something like this. It was a rare profession. A single word could decide a matter of life and death. But the squad's affairs were clearly not going too well. Despite the leader's silver rank and qualifications, the hero declared he wouldn't let them rob him, and the fat man froze in fear. The criminals began to threaten him, declaring that it would cost them nothing to kill the men and take all their possessions for themselves. Wouldn't it be easier to just hand over the crystals? The young man held up 3 fingers, saying that there was another possible outcome he was proposing. They could pretend that no misunderstanding had occurred. They would go on their way, and he would pretend that nothing had happened. Yin Yi howled in terror. The squad leader declared that the player was acting as if he came from an influential family, but they knew his surname, so he'd better not show off if he didn't want to die. Lin Huang remained silent, so the psychic hissed that if that was the case, he had only himself to blame for what would happen next. He stuck out his tongue again and simply ordered our hero to paralyze himself by activating the corresponding skill. When the guy heard this, he immediately regretted deciding to confront the hunters, but it was too late. Nothing happened for a while. Then it became clear that everyone except the psychic and Lin Huang was paralyzed. As soon as this became clear, the thug stuck his tongue back in his mouth and canceled the effect, ordering the guards to kill the insolent man with their weapons. The guy raised a finger and declared that it was now his turn to attack. Bai was already right there. The hunters rushed at our hero, but he managed to move out of the way in time so as not to hinder the vampire's attack. He swept through like a hurricane, slicing through everything in his path with his glowing wings. His speed left no doubt as to who would emerge victorious from the confrontation. The enemies were finished in a split second. They didn't even have time to realize what had happened to them. The squad leader threw his hands up in confusion and asked, "Isn't that kid a black steel ranked? Where did such a powerful summoned monster come from?" Lin Huang smiled and said that he should have thought about that the moment his psychic ability failed him. But now it was too late. It was a shame to be a fool. He hadn't finished speaking when the criminal took off, kicking up clouds of dust and sand behind him. Suddenly, Yinyi collapsed to his knees. When asked what was going on, the fat man explained that this was his way of expressing admiration for his friend and that his legs had gone weak. After a while, the young men walked along the gorge, and the fat man kept asking what rank our hero actually was. The blonde was curious how a four-winged vampire of the gold rank could be subordinate to Lin Huan. He explained that Bai was of the silver rank but had mutated. As he continued to listen to the compliments, the guy suggested they talk about where they would spend the night. They needed to find a suitable spot. A cave appeared ahead, and since there was nothing better anyway, the players decided to wait there until morning. Watching Yin Yi sleep, exhausted by his ordeal, his partner sighed heavily. The fat man had truly been through a lot. Our hero told Bai that there was no need to guard them all night. The psychic had fled and wouldn't dare come near. Still, the canyon was a dangerous place, so certain precautions wouldn't hurt. In the morning, a deafening scream woke the player. It seemed as though even the rocks were beginning to tremble. So piercing was the sound. Lin Huang grumbled at the fat man to keep quiet, saying it would attract monsters. The man, eyes wide, declared that they were already surrounded and doomed to die. The guy explained that this monster had been summoned to keep them safe while they slept. Yi Jung asked how many monsters his partner could summon. Soon the young people headed deeper into the canyon. The blonde couldn't stop admiring the summoners, while all he had access to were new ingredients. You don't choose your talents, and the fat guy just hoped he wouldn't have to fight often. Then Li Huang asked them to be quiet. Something strange was ahead. They arrived at the place where the marionettes lived, but someone had beaten the players to it. All the monsters were already dead. Yin Yig couldn't understand how that was even possible, so our hero suggested heading to the next location. According to the map, there was another puppet lair behind a rocky outcrop, but climbing up there wasn't so easy. It turned out that someone had gone to town with their swords there as well. Just as Lin Huang had expected, all the monsters were dead. The fat man was outraged. After all, he'd paid good money for the information. I wonder who had the idea to wipe out every single marionette. Our hero asked the blonde man if he had mentioned which monster he was going after in the canyon. It turned out he had. When he was hired, the guy had informed the escort team of this. Now it was clear who had decided to stop Yin Yi from killing the monster to raise his rank. It was definitely the psychic. The hunter had already cleared 3 of the 4 puppet habitats. He really wanted the kids to come back empty-handed. The player had been hunting in the canyon for many years and had never before encountered an opponent who could scare him. This was unacceptable. Just then, a hand belonging to a man in a hat rested on his shoulder. The player looked back, wondering who it could be. Could it really be that Run's vampire? But it seemed he was wrong this time. Ahead, someone else in a cloak appeared and began asking if the player had seen 2 guys looking for the marionettes. It was a girl. She looked quite friendly, but the psychic's ability didn't work on her either. The hunter ordered the guard to grab the hunter. She claimed he could help them find their target. Now there was no doubt. These were people from the Purple Raven organization. The Purple Raven frightened the leader of the escort team so much that he completely forgot all his skills. The girl ordered the prisoner to be tied up. The guard immediately set to work. The player didn't even try to resist, only screaming at the last moment. Lin Huang grew wary. He had heard that scream and was now trying to figure out what might have happened in the canyon. The blonde man was examining something among the rocks, and when asked, he claimed he hadn't heard anything, which was very suspicious. Yinyi didn't think so. They decided to skip the 3rd location and head straight to the 4th, and luckily they did find the marionettes there. They didn't have much offensive power, but their numbers were staggering. The monsters couldn't be allowed to surround the players. Lin Huang suggested that his friend attack while he provided cover. He didn't have to ask twice. The fat man leaped out of cover swinging his whip. He was highly motivated. He grabbed one of the monsters with his whip, like a lasso, then pulled it toward him to finish it off with his sword. The guy swung with all his might and was already certain he'd executed his plan and would now level up. But nothing happened. Then the fat man repeated the move with the whip, intending to destroy the second monster. But he failed again. Or rather, he did destroy the puppet, but it was a fake, so it simply vanished, leaving the player with nothing. This turn of events didn't please Yin Yi, and yet he had lost some confidence in his abilities. He needed reinforcements. But before asking his friend for help, the blonde made a few more attacks with his sword, hoping to hit the real marionette. Our hero decided to come to his aid and even asked Bai to immobilize the monster so it would be a little easier for his friend to kill it. The vampire obeyed the order, but it turned out that he too had gotten a fake monster. The enemy wasn't as easy as expected. Meanwhile, Yin Yi was already rushing toward his next victim, sword raised. It seemed he was starting to enjoy the hunt. A cry of despair echoed through the gorge. Attempt after attempt to finish off the puppet proved unsuccessful. The fat man wasn't just tired, he was utterly exhausted. He almost cried when he realized he'd fought in vain once again. Bai had prepared a whole bunch of puppets for him. This time, it was simply impossible to miss, and the strike didn't take long to come. It seemed the goal had been achieved. Now Yin Yi stared in surprise at his empty hand, from which the sword had vanished. But the monster's energy had filled his life wheel. Lin Huang congratulated his comrade on successfully leveling up. Now they had to wait for the energy to stabilize in his body. But that was nothing. The fat man was happy. Overcome with emotion, he kissed the player, saying he was very grateful to him. This was the best gift he could have received. Now the blonde had to return to the city, while our hero planned to linger a little longer in Mist Canyon. And although the return journey alone frightened Yin Yi a little, Lin Huang assured him that everything would be fine and that he would help if anything happened, waving goodbye. Well then, the time had come for him to earn his third bronze rank himself, since that was the real reason the player had come here in the first place. Few people knew this, but there was something interesting in the center of Mist Canyon, and that was exactly where the Purple Crow's followers had gone with their captive. The guard asked if the girl was sure they had come to the right place. She replied that she had chosen this spot herself, so there could be no doubt. This lake of yellow spring water had been waiting for its moment for a full 20 years, and now the right moment had arrived. The beauty knelt down by the liquid. It wasn't yellow in color, nor was it really water. This reservoir possessed a strange, mystical energy. The heroine ordered the prisoner to be thrown in to test its effectiveness. He trembled and began to insist that he could still be useful for other purposes. He shouted that he could provide another person for experiments, or rather two. Two boys were in the canyon right now. No one listened to him, and with a look of utter horror on his face, the spellcaster flew forward and the man in the hat hurled him right into the center of the lake. Meanwhile, Lin Huang successfully defeated the real puppet. It took him far more than one attempt. Bai's help came in handy too. Who would have thought that destroying a monster without any special powers would turn out to be so difficult? And yet the goal was achieved. The monster's remains glowed, and its energy transferred into the young man's life wheel. The changes began immediately. The black wheel transformed into a bronze one, creating a new circle of cells, and the remaining life force was transferred to a storage card. This card was of ordinary quality, but it could replace his body with a fake one in the event of mortal danger, and belonged to the psychic type, opening up new possibilities. The skill would level up and prove useful once Lin Huang became a super player, but he decided to keep it a secret from everyone, including Yin Yi. No sooner had our hero let Bai go than he sensed something strange. His eyes widened in surprise. Deep within the canyon, the aura had changed. Now it felt far more powerful and dangerous. Deadly. Such energy appeared when monsters mutated. Lin Huang couldn't have known that the same thing happens when a player mutates. A psychic was transforming in the lake. He let out inhuman screams, his clothes were torn to shreds, and everything around him glowed with an ominous pink-red flame. His face lost its human features, and his mouth turned into a terrifying tooth-filled maw, emitting a distinctive roar. Soon the transformation was complete. The man had taken on the form of some kind of enormous mantis. It was a terrifying mutation. The woman from the Purple Crow was pleased with the result. She was particularly delighted by the monster's blade-like claws. Lin Huang watched what was happening, his mouth agape. The man had turned into a monster right before his eyes. It was some kind of particularly repulsive sorcery. The woman's fingers splayed out as she tried to control the newly created monster. The hero couldn't understand who she was or what that pool of blood in the canyon was. Meanwhile, the witch directed streams of black energy toward the former psychic, and even more horrific things began to happen. Gradually, all the liquid from the pool evaporated, or rather, it simply drained back to its mistress, and the mantis now stood on the dry bottom with a doomed look on its face. Lin Huang decided this wasn't the kind of opponent he wanted to deal with, so he needed to get out of there as fast as possible before they spotted him. A hand from the man in the hat rested on his shoulder. It seemed to be a signature move. The stranger informed him that the kid had seen everything, and that didn't bode well. The hand clamped around the player's throat. He couldn't move or even play his cards. It was as if someone had shut down all his bodily functions. The woman intervened and ordered Xu Kuang not to kill the guy so quickly. There was no need to rush in such matters. She slowly stepped closer, and her partner loosened his grip. Lin Huang collapsed to the ground and looked warily at the stranger. When asked if he truly possessed a twice-mutated monster, the hero asked how she knew. The girl stated that this could be taken as an affirmative answer. The aura of these two was so strong that Lin Huang could barely breathe. The woman informed him that they were official representatives of the Purple Crow. Her name was Hong Zhuang. This organization was similar to the association, but on the dark side. The guy tried to explain that he was just passing by. The woman declared that he wasn't so simple, a bronze-rank summoner with a twice-mutated monster. Such talent was a waste. All the hero dreamed of was simply to leave. Xu Kuang stood behind the player and reminded Hong Zhuang that the organization's recruitment camp accepts players starting from the gold rank. This wasn't their case. In response, the beauty explained that with such a leveling speed, the brilliant young man would soon become a serious enemy. She informed him that our hero now had a choice: join them or die immediately. Lin Huang realized he was in deep trouble. The gray corridor with bars serving as partitions looked like some kind of prison, and the smell there was disgusting. The player was placed in a cell, and he began shouting indignantly that he had agreed to go to the recruitment center to be enlisted in the reserves, not to sit in a cage. A man named Deacon informed him that the player would only be accepted into the reserves if he successfully passed the test at the training camp, for which 3 months were allotted. The stranger leaned in and declared that as a protege of Lady Hong Zhuang, the kid would stay alive, but he shouldn't even dream of any other privileges. Lin Huang shouted that he still had questions. Why wasn't the Imperial ring working? Deacon turned and walked down the corridor. Someone behind him asked him not to shout. Since he had ended up here, he might as well consider himself dead. The young man looked back in surprise. A short, thin boy was sitting on a bench against the opposite wall. Our hero asked who he was. The player replied that his name was Xiao Mo and that they were destined to be roommates in the future. He looked a little embarrassed. Lin Huang sat down next to him and asked what he meant by, "Might as well be dead." His neighbor explained that the Imperial ring and other devices didn't work in the camp. Xiao Mo sadly noted that all contact with the outside world was cut off. The only way to escape early was to die. Our hero asked why they didn't just escape, since there were capable players with various abilities gathered here. But it turned out that was out of the question. Almost everyone is here of their own free will, but even if they aren't, the security spell, Deacon, and other super players will stop any fugitive, or rather kill them. Lin Huang leaned back with a smile. Since there was no choice, he might as well enjoy life while it lasted. He expressed hope that he would get along with his neighbor over the next 3 months. The guy instantly lay down on the pillow and fell asleep. Xiao Mo was indignant that this was his bed, but then he thought the player had a kind heart, so he let him sleep it off this time. The Purple Raven organization's training camp looked quite modest. The only interesting feature there was a tall, cone-shaped tower. At the top was something like a crucifix or a cross. It looked ominous, but none of the players had looked up in a long time. They were just ants in an anthill. Lin Huang looked around and asked Xiao Mo if that was the tower for trials, where they tested the players' readiness. He nodded, saying you could choose the floor yourself. The hero asked what the trials were for. It turned out they were to level up and improve stats, as well as earn points. But right now, the main thing was not to miss breakfast. Suddenly, his neighbor grew nervous, but not because they were late and might go without food. Something else had caught his attention. He explained that the players who accumulate the fewest points over the week are publicly executed, after which he demonstrated exactly what that looks like. The ring suddenly displayed a message about points. It turned out they could be exchanged for items, food, ammunition, and even skills. The boy didn't finish his sentence. His face took on a pitiful expression, and his hand reached forward to cover his face. He didn't have time to do so. Just as he said that little Xiao Mo was in last place in the rankings, some vicious hulk kicked him. Lin Huang hadn't expected his neighbor to be an underdog who might soon lose his life. Now it was clear why he was in such a mood. The bully stood right in front of the player and declared that trash, which would be a corpse by Monday, shouldn't worry about food. So his portion would come in handy for someone who'd be lingering in this world a little longer. The big guy reached out his hand toward the guy's face. Lin Huang grabbed his wrist. He was literally beside himself with rage, but tried not to show it. Xiao Mo wanted to apologize, but our hero asked him not to. The giant leaned toward the newcomer and asked if he'd been looking for death for a long time, whereupon he was ordered to immediately apologize to the one he'd insulted. There was no reaction, and the young man squeezed the scoundrel's wrist so hard that the man let out a howl that didn't sound like his own voice. Then someone's commanding voice ordered him to let go. It was Gong San Ying. Everyone around them began whispering and instantly stepped aside. This player was ranked second on the leaderboard, which Lin Huang had managed to glance at just before the incident, and he was the boss of the muscle-bound guy. Gong San Ying looked down on the newcomer and asked why he had decided to set his own rules. Our hero replied that survival of the fittest was the law of the jungle, and he was a human. This piqued his opponent's interest. Deacon appeared with a whip and ordered them to move on. There was no point in standing around idly. The food was getting cold. Gong San Ying went first, ordering the others to follow him. He looked as if he were plotting something. Shima was terrified and kept repeating that it was all his fault, to which Lin Huang replied that he'd have to put the bastard in his place sooner or later anyway, so it was better to do it now. He looked at his opponent and told him to watch closely. He was about to teach him a lesson in survival. The young man decided to go straight to the 6th floor of the training tower. He did so intuitively, without any logical reasoning behind it. Upon entering the room that opened up, the young man declared that now was the time to get down to serious business. The rules were simple. The more monsters you defeated, the more points you earned, and there were monsters in abundance. Most of the monsters hadn't been created in this place, but had been transported here from their usual habitats, so they were very aggressive due to their fear of the unknown. Lin Huang told Bai that it was time to warm up a bit. The rules were simple. If he killed them, he'd gain some life energy. If they killed him, he'd die. Although the tower was nominally intended for training, it resembled a meat grinder more than anything else. The vampire had really outdone himself. He could have started on the 10th floor, but it was the master who needed to level up his skills, and Lin Huang was barely managing on the 6th. Third-rank bronze monsters were still a serious threat to the guy who had just leveled up. His energy hadn't had time to stabilize yet, but because his life wheel and vampire wheel had merged into a single entity, his life force had become practically endless. The player could easily devote up to 8 hours a day to hunting. No one else in the camp had that advantage, and yet physically, the young man was getting very tired. Nevertheless, he wanted to rub it into his tormentor, Xiao Mo, by outscoring him. On the 3rd day, the young man realized he needed a break. He had slain enough monsters to rest a little. Lin Huang headed for the tower's exit. Outside, the weather was surprisingly pleasant and sunny. The hero had filled the 3rd circle of his life force wheel. There were only 6 empty slots left in the next one. He needed to check the stats. He and Bai had killed 4,000 third-ranked bronze monsters and earned 160,000 points. The guy had moved up to number 300 in the player rankings. Considering he'd arrived here a month later than the others, that was a good result. The big guy whose boss he had challenged was right there. He announced that it was time to settle who was stronger. Another points-based match was quite ill-timed, but everyone seemed to envy Lin Huang's speed. So the guy just shook his head and said he wasn't interested, at which point the big guy shouted that if he was chicken, he'd challenge the player to a life-or-death duel. Immediately, a message appeared stating that Li Shihao had challenged the hero to a life-or-death duel, and it would begin in 10 seconds. Everyone around began whispering that the opponent's rank was much higher. Apparently, he was jealous, but the newbie had little chance. The big guy had already drawn his sword and stepped forward, saying that if Lin Huang refused, he would give him half the points. The young man accepted the challenge and immediately had to endure taunts that now all his points would go to the enemy because he would simply be killed. Our hero didn't bat an eyelid, continuing to stand calmly in the same spot and watch the proceedings. Li Qihao, shouting that he would now punish him for such arrogance, rushed forward swinging his blade. His speed was impressive. Everyone around froze. The blonde was among the top 100 and one of the strongest guys in the camp physically. Everyone had already started feeling sorry for Lin Huang. The opponent was confident he would take down the rookie with his very first strike. His face twisted into a triumphant and angry grimace. The attack failed before it even happened. The guy simply jumped so high that he dodged the blow. It was a surprise. But an even greater surprise was his declaration. Lin Huang told Li Qihao that he had lost. Then he attacked with such speed that no one could track his movements. All they saw was the giant swaying. A moment later, he fell to the ground. The guys from the camp began whispering that the duel was over and that our hero was truly incredibly strong. Gong San Ying stepped forward and announced that the opponent must be killed, for this was a life-and-death duel, and it would not end any other way. It was clear from Lin Huang's expression that he was hesitating. The young man was no killer, and human life, even that of such a nobody, meant a great deal to him. The hero asked if it was really that necessary, since we're talking about the player's subordinate and close comrade in arms. Gong Sanying declared that rules are rules, and to end the battle, he must be killed. To this, the young man replied that rules established by humans can be broken. Saying he was busy and didn't want to play their games anymore, the young man turned and walked away. The chain wrapped around Li Shihao's neck. He pleaded pitifully not to be killed, but it didn't work. Gong Sanying did to his subordinate what his opponent hadn't dared to do. It seemed there was nothing human left in him, and Lin Huang was shocked by the cruelty. The scoundrel said he had simply helped kill the loser, so the player should be grateful, but he despised people who ignored the rules. Gong Sanying promised to personally finish off our hero if something like this happened again. In the room, Xiaomo was trembling with fear. That scoundrel Ying was a silver rank and was preparing to advance to gold. His roommate was provoking him for no reason. Lin Huang stretched out comfortably on the bed and asked why the guy had joined the Purple Crow. He could easily have made it into the association's reserves, where things were much better. Xiaomo sighed loudly and replied that if he had a choice, he would have preferred the Hunters Association. But he didn't have that privilege. The player showed the tattoo mark signifying his sinful blood. There was no place for such people in the Alliance. In cases where a woman gave birth to a child by a monster, if the child miraculously survived, it was called an heir of the sinful blood and considered an outcast. Xiaomo, with tears in his eyes, apologized for not admitting this sooner. He didn't want to lose a friend. Lin Huang replied that one's origins are not a matter of choice. In this case, his tainted blood makes him a victim, not a villain. The young man knelt down and thanked the hero for his support and for all the crystals he had lent him. He wouldn't be able to return them, as the deacon would soon come to kill him because of his high score. This information gave the young man pause. He felt a deep sense of compassion. Finally, he suggested that Xiaomo challenge him to a duel. If he refused, the player would receive a portion of the points, and he would be spared from death. It was a very tempting and generous idea, but breaking the rules would not go unnoticed by Gong Sanying. Lin Huang replied that he wasn't afraid of any problems that might arise because of this, especially since his neighbor surely didn't want to die here. The neighbor replied that no, of course not. He wanted to live and grow stronger so he wouldn't end up in similar situations in the future. Xiaomo suddenly became serious and announced that he was challenging the hero to a duel. The hero replied with a smile that this was perfect, because he was forced to withdraw from the battle. The statistics updated almost immediately, and this did not go unnoticed by all the future reservists. Xiaomo rose in the rankings. If he had previously been third from the bottom, that was no longer the case. The camp residents sensed that now anyone could suddenly find themselves at the bottom of the list. Now another guy had taken his place. He was horrified to see that Lin Huan's neighbor had somehow managed to score 5,000 points. Everyone was whispering that it looked very strange. No one understood how a loser had managed to climb up. The one who ended up in his place was ready to weep with horror and despair. He had paid a fortune to get the points, but it was all for nothing. Gong Sanying didn't waste any time with the whiner and kicked him as hard as he could. The guy somersaulted headfirst. Declaring that cheaters must die, the villain set off in search of Lin Huang and his roommate. The guys were just discussing the need to go to the tower and hunt so that Xiaomo could also earn points through his own efforts. Gong Sanying was bearing down on them with eyes burning with hatred, shouting that no one was allowed to transfer their points to others. Our hero pretended not to understand what was being said. Could the fellow repeat a little louder who had cheated here? The villain began talking about rule violations again, to which Lin Huang remarked that the guy was second in the rankings and had achieved that through hard work. There was a chance he was about to become a Purple Crow reserve hunter. Wasn't he afraid of losing everything over such nonsense? Everyone began whispering that this was audacious. Instead of answering, Gong Sanying challenged the young man to a life-or-death duel. His face was deathly pale. Our hero agreed with a joyful smile. Everyone around was stunned that the young man didn't look scared at all. Deacon appeared and ordered the duel to be called off, as the camp residents had completely lost their fear. Gong Sanying immediately reported that Lin Huang had violated the competition rules regarding the point count, and that he had simply wanted to teach him a lesson. The deacon reminded the hero that the rules must not be broken and that he had been warned, but the player simply asked what his fault was if he had merely refused to participate in the duel. The mentor reminded everyone of Hong Zhuang's influence, And now everyone began whispering that Lin Huang's audacity was due to the fact that he was there under Hong Zhuang's protection, and the deacon was covering for him. The conflict was smoothed over thanks to the man's efforts. Everyone understood and promised not to bring up the subject again. But Gong Sanying thought he would find a way to teach Lin Huan a lesson anyway. He just needed to act more cunningly. He turned and walked away, mentally ordering our hero to just wait, and it would become clear who was really strong and cool. But the guy didn't just stand there silently watching his enemy walk away. He asked the villain to give him just one more minute. The villain slowly turned around. He didn't understand what there was left to discuss when Deacon had asked for the fighting to stop. Lin Huang firmly announced that he was now challenging Gong Sanying to a life-or-death duel. Immediately, a corresponding message appeared from the system, and a countdown began. Everyone froze in surprise. Not only that, but everything was happening right before the deacon's eyes, and the man was also at a loss, not knowing how to react. The administrator asked if Lin Huang had truly decided to die, since when a bronze-ranked player challenges the second-ranked player to a fight, not even Hong Zhuang could help him. The opponent was delighted and had already begun to taunt him, saying that when he ended up in hell, he shouldn't blame him. Our hero summoned Bai and replied that he would return to this world straight from hell to get Gong Sanying, but that wouldn't be necessary. The guy ordered Bai to act. The vampire lunged straight at the stunned enemy, whose eyes widened in surprise. He attacked with his chains, but Bai's blow shattered his own weapon into pieces, which then wrapped around the player's hands. The vampire pulled the chains toward himself. All four of his wings radiated an incredible amount of energy. Gong Sanying couldn't believe his eyes. His gold-rank weapon hadn't just failed to work, it had been destroyed. A surge of energy swept past. It happened so quickly that the villain didn't have time to react, barely even thinking about it. Bai raced far ahead. His wings had done their job, but no one besides the vampire knew it yet. These were the player's final thoughts, that the enemy's monster possessed incredible power and speed, and he hadn't been able to track its movements. Only then did the realization hit him. Gong Sanying collapsed to the ground, and Lin Huang appeared behind him, remarking that he had expected something more impressive from the second-ranked player. Silence hung over the scene. Deacon was impressed. He hadn't expected the guy to be a summoner, and his monster had at least 2 mutations. The man panicked a little and shouted for everyone to go about their business and get out of there immediately. Thinking that it was now clear why the higher-ups were so worried about the player, he sent him to a room and asked him not to cause any more trouble. The young man agreed to follow the order. As soon as he finished, the man noticed that Gong Sanying was ready and that nothing could save him now. The hero received 2 talent cards, the likes of which he had never seen before. The assistant explained that this was a genetic privilege reserved for only a select few. The first card was rare and granted superhuman strength. The second was called the Mountain Sword, a gold-rank weapon. The enemy had gifted the hero an excellent trophy. The guy asked if this meant he'd receive such valuable skills practically for free, and Xiaohei confirmed that was indeed the case. Now the list was so long that it required extra time to study. Not only that, but the player's stats, such as strength and stamina, had also increased. And although the assistant asked him not to show off, Lin Huang was still very weak. Xiaomo had a completely different opinion and was wildly excited by the news. The young man insisted it was a fluke, though he knew Bai could wipe out the entire camp. His neighbor reminded him of the 2 million points he'd earned and suggested buying gear. The place where one could buy gear or other items resembled a prison even more than the rest of the camp. After looking at the prices, Lin Huang decided that this wasn't a trade, but a robbery. Gold-rank gear cost 1 million and relics cost 1 billion. The man with the gray eagle asked 80,000 for a bronze-rank pistol, and that price was already more reasonable. But it still shocked the player, since the price list listed 10,000 for bronze gear. The seller explained that the weapon was modified and 3 times more powerful than a standard one. There was also a silver cannon, also upgraded, for 980,000. Lin Huang was so eager he could have cried, but he still asked for both pistols. The total cost, including the gear, came to over 2 million, which was a huge amount. The young man walked down the hallway, thinking how unfortunate it would be to lose the points he just earned. But such weapons simply weren't available in the outside world. Just then, someone shouted that Lin Huang was coming back. This made the young man a little wary, and he glanced to the side. There was Xiao Mo surrounded by a few burly guys who complained that they'd been waiting too long. Our hero decided that these were the friends of the villain he had defeated, and they had come here to take revenge on him. And yet this wasn't quite the right guess, because the players' faces weren't twisted with anger or rage. They looked quite calm. The closer he got, the clearer it became that they were henchmen in entourage. The guys were smiling and offering food and their services, each trying to please him. The number 1 ranked player, Fang Wen, was there, as was the number 3. They all now wanted to be on good terms with the newcomer. Lin Huang greeted his new friends with a smile, still pondering what to expect from them. One of the guys handed him a small gift as a token of their new acquaintance. After all, in the future, they would all become members of the Purple Crow, so why be enemies? The young man explained that it was a swordsman's outfit he'd inherited from his father, but it didn't fit him, so he was offering it to the player along with his friendship. Lin Huang thanked him and offered to help if they ever needed anything. He understood that it wasn't so much about his own strength as it was about his powerful patron. He decided to say goodbye so he could think things over, so he wished them good night and promised to meet them tomorrow. Xiaomo literally couldn't believe his eyes. His neighbor had been sent more food than he'd ever seen in his life, mostly delicacies. Lin Huang decided to examine the storage ring given to him by Fang Wen. It contained crystals worth several billion points. It seemed the guy came from a wealthy, influential family. But the most valuable item turned out to be a special sword technique developed 300 years ago. Now that was truly a worthy gift. The assistant informed him that this was a rare skill and could easily become epic without much effort on their part. The hero decided to immediately start upgrading this technique and gather the remaining fragments. But the assistant reminded him that his main task right now was to leave the camp. Lin Huang declared that he wouldn't wait 3 months to get out of here, and that he didn't want to be the Purple Crow. Zhao Mo heard these words. His neighbor sadly remarked that once you're a corpse, you can't live life to the fullest, and our hero confirmed that this was indeed the case. Then it dawned on the guy. He asked where the corpses were taken in the camp, since there were quite a few of them. The question frightened his friend. He explained that the bodies of the dead are simply thrown off a cliff. They either shatter on the rocks or fall prey to the monsters, of which there are countless here. Lin Huang asked what happened to the rich kids, and was told that their bodies were returned to their families to confirm the cause of death. The hero fell deep in thought. Because of his patron, if he died, his body would be handed over to the Purple Crow. But if he ran away, the organization would start hunting him down. He decided to level up his skills in the tower and focus on cultivation. Perhaps the new map would help solve this problem. He couldn't do without Bai's help. The guy decided to see what loot dropped from silver rank monsters. The vampire appeared in all his glory. His lower wings formed a sort of protective dome over the master. But soon the summoned creature rose higher to assess the situation from above and track the movement and number of monsters. As soon as all visible targets were detected, Bai began to descend to destroy each one in turn. Even 2 or 3 silver-ranked monsters posed no serious threat to the vampire. He was a twice mutated monster. His strength and speed far surpassed the others, so there was nothing to worry about here. Not a single creature on the floor had time to even squeak before it was killed by a flap of his wing. Lin Huang was practically guaranteed success. In the vampire's blind spot, he felt completely safe. Besides, the monsters on this level were well within the player's capabilities. After all, he had significantly improved his combat skills through cultivation. And yet, at times, he felt that his opponents surpassed him in both speed and reaction time. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. The young man wielded his sword. Though he was much smaller than his opponents, he moved with great precision and landed accurate blows. The monsters often didn't have time to counterattack because the young man managed to jump back to a safe distance just in time. Some monsters looked so terrifying that the young man was scared to the point of trembling, just being within their range of attack. And yet he was doing quite well, especially considering the skills he'd acquired recently. Practically all of them came in handy. No sooner had our hero dealt with one enemy than the next was already closing in from behind. This level of the tower was much more difficult than all the previous ones. Lin Huang spotted the attack in time and fully appreciated the speed at which the enemy was flying toward him. The guy managed to react in time. He had come here to improve his combat skills, so he put them to use, and with great pleasure. Soon the entire floor was completely cleared of monsters. The last one fell spectacularly right in the middle of its cage on the battlefield. The job was done. Our hero looked gratefully at Bai and proudly at the mountain of monsters they had destroyed. The reward wasn't long in coming. Lin Huang received several level-up cards, after which he let Bai rest, not forgetting to thank him. All 20 cards he received were quite unusual. There was a seal card, a deception card, several healing and transformation cards, a mission card, and much more. Among the item cards and other new items for our hero, 2 stood out in particular, and Xiaohei paid close attention to them. One of them could combine several skills into one, which made it possible to free up slots for new abilities. The second allowed him to seal any monster the player encountered. even if its level was many times higher. A very powerful and useful ability. There were certain conditions, for example. The monster's rarity had to match the player's capabilities. Any epic-level opponent could be sealed. Lin Huang was thrilled. He decided that now he could travel without any restrictions. But the assistant reminded the young man that the card could only be used once. Then Xiao Hui showed the young man another card, saying that this one should interest him more than the others. It was a deception card, allowing the player to replace any real event with a fictional one of their own design, as if they were a director. The hero took the card and thought that if his show was planned perfectly, he would be able to escape from this training camp. He headed for the tower's exit, deciding to spend a couple of days carefully thinking about the best way to do it. There was also the main monster. In his dreams, Lin Huang had already defeated it by leveling up and upgrading his skills. The guy stretched contentedly, anticipating it. All that was left was to check the mission map. This time, the mission was a series of tasks. The first part required reaching the top of the rankings and staying there for 3 days. The second part required escaping from the camp. A total of 10 days was allotted for everything, and if any part failed, the task was considered uncompleted. The reward was a 3-fold increase in cards, and the penalty was the loss of a skill and a monster. The young man began to doubt that the tasks were random, but Xiao Hui assured him it was just a coincidence. The hero wanted to howl in despair. Some time passed. Deacon was in the player observation room. Everything was as usual. Suddenly, the man tensed up. He saw Lin Huang heading toward the training tower, but the hero looked somehow too confident. Not only that, but the young man headed to the training area where gold-rank monsters roamed. Could the kid have decided to grow up? A colleague reported that the player had been training for 10 hours a day for 3 days straight. Deacon ordered them not to take their eyes off the player and to call him personally in case of critical situations, while the hero simply fought the monsters. The young man was determined. He knew that his every move was being monitored and acted according to plan. At the right moment, he asked his assistant to activate the skill fusion card. He had decided to begin his deception. The relevant skills were taken from 2 different monsters, and the process of merging them into a single entity began. The process didn't take long. Now the deception skill was much stronger and occupied 1 slot, which Xiao Hui immediately reported to the master. The resulting card was called High-Level Camouflage. It was an excellent rare skill that completely concealed any entity, not just a monster, but even a super player. The guy decided to test it out immediately. There happened to be a suitable, massive monster nearby. Lin Huang activated the skill and swung his sword. The monster didn't notice him at all, even though the enemy had closed in. Several strikes followed one after another. They were hard to track, not only because of the camouflage, but also because of the speed. The player killed the monster by catching it off guard. He was simply delighted. This skill was exactly what would help him escape. But he still needed to reach first place in the rankings. Killing a monster of this level would be just in time to earn more points. In a few minutes, the hero cleared almost the entire gold rank floor. He felt more powerful than ever, and he hardly had to resort to Bai's help at all. He needed to consult with Xiao Hui about the substitution card. It had also leveled up, but it still only allowed him to avoid death once, no more. Then the player told his assistant that he was going to max out this skill. He didn't even mind spending 3 level-up cards on it. The assistant was somewhat puzzled, but Lin Huang, with a sly smile, announced that he had come up with the final plan for his escape. The magically enhanced golden pistol cost just over 7 million points, and that was after a significant discount. Chomo asked in surprise why his neighbor had decided to spend all his points. He explained that they were only useful within the camp. Lin Huang asked if the crystals he'd given his friend would be enough. The friend nodded gratefully, saying they needed not only to survive, but to kill monsters and grow stronger. For some reason, the young man sensed that this was a farewell. As a parting thought, our hero advised him not to limit himself to just the purple crow. The world is vast. The young man asked Xiao Mo to return to the dormitory alone. He wanted to train a little more before dinner. The young man walked down the hallway, knowing for certain that they would meet again. This premonition was very strong, as if fate itself were speaking. The deception card was activated. The system reported that the mission should be completed as soon as possible. An employee at the monitoring center called out to Deacon. It seemed something rather strange was happening. When asked what had happened, the observer replied that the kid he'd been ordered to watch had gone to the 2nd gold rank floor. With only a silver rank, he wouldn't survive there. The monster inside was extremely dangerous and surprisingly huge. Lin Huang looked very pitiful. Deacon declared that he would head there immediately and really hoped he'd make it in time. Otherwise, Hong Zhuang would skin him alive. The blow sent the guy flying a good 10 meters into the air. The sword immediately slipped from his weakened fingers. A wolf attacked from behind instantly. It seemed everything was going according to plan, and the player smiled with satisfaction. The wolf's eyes glowed red, and it pretended to grab our hero by the throat, then shook its head for good measure. The gold-ranked monster raised its paw to trample both the man and its fellow wolf. It made no difference to it whom it killed. Down below, the wolf pretended to be trying to tear the hapless player to pieces. It seemed he had undergone special acting training from Xiaohe. Deacon kicked the door open and rushed into the training room, but it seemed too late. The man cursed. For a moment, he tried to figure out if there was truly no hope of saving the wretch. Rescue robots were activated and immediately began firing energy beams at the monster. The monster and everyone else on the floor were cut to pieces in a matter of seconds, and a terrifying roar filled the room. When it was safe, Deacon stepped closer and once again carefully examined the spot where Lin Huang had been just moments ago. The boy's body was mutilated. His hand, still wearing the ring, lay limp on the floor. The manager had indeed arrived too late. The man called Hong Zhuang and asked him to come to the training camp. The boy they had been asked to watch over was dead, and a smile flashed across the shadow ghost's face. The effect of the deception card was simply astonishing. The system had not only generated a dead body, but also concealed the aura of the living young man. The card had been active for 1 month. Barely a few minutes had passed when a hideous female scream filled nearly the entire campus. Several blows to the face and stomach rained down on Deacon in a flash. He didn't even try to dodge and fell to the ground. When the man got up, Hong Zhuang asked how this trash had managed to let a genius player die. The manager explained that it had all happened very suddenly. He had tried to prevent the tragedy, but hadn't been able to. The girl asked if the guy was really dead. The man bowed his head and replied that he was absolutely certain Lin Huang was dead. He had examined his body and equipment. Hong Zhuang ordered everything to be burned so that no trace remained, but she knew about the capabilities of the cheating card, so she didn't rush to conclusions. Deacon faces punishment. The shadowy figure vanished from the room as soon as the conversation ended. He had a month to escape, but first he had to collect his reward for the first part of the mission. Around the corner, our hero spotted Xiao Mo and the top-ranked player. His roommate was crying, tears streaming down his face. It seemed the guy had managed to find another friend, which meant things in the Purple Raven organization weren't as bad as one might have thought. Not far from the training camp, rocky terrain began. Apparently, this was Misty Canyon, just the other side of it. Our hero climbed the first peak and looked back at the place where he had been forced to spend quite a few days. At last, he was completely free. The system congratulated him on successfully completing the mission and awarded him a level-up card. A long journey on the back of a desert wolf lay ahead. Fortunately, Lin Huang had managed to level up his stamina significantly. A few hours later, he managed to pinpoint his location. It was the western edge of the 7th district, quite far from civilization. It would take at least 10 months to ride to the nearest city with a ship. Bachi. The young man asked Xiaohe what to do, and his assistant suggested that he first conceal his identity. The nearest city was controlled by the Purple Crow, but there he could find a spellcaster to change his identity so that he wouldn't be recognized or found. Lin Huang realized he couldn't go to the city in his true form, but he now had a disguise skill he could use. His high level allowed him to take the form of a gorgeous red-haired girl. Riding a wolf, she looked particularly striking. But as soon as the hero laughed and praised himself for his quick thinking, the beauty's appearance became incredibly distorted. Xiaohe lost his temper, slapped the gentleman across the face, and demanded he choose something more normal and inconspicuous. A few days later, toxicity sprawled out at the wolf's feet, but before heading down to the city, the guy decided to prepare a bit. Several attempts to change his appearance didn't yield the desired result, but in the end, Xiaohe was satisfied, and a huge bump appeared on the back of Lin Huang's head. The player now looked a little older than he had before, but he tried not to attract the attention of strangers. He managed this quite well, but his assistant kept lecturing him. They even got into a fight, but it was impossible to kill Xiaohe without killing himself. They were one and the same. Someone was watching what was happening. Finally, her nerves gave out, and the stranger called out to her brother to take a look at the oddball too. Lin Huang turned around. A guy in a red shirt appeared. He asked if this was the player who'd decided to buy himself a fake identity. The hero replied that it was him, and then received an invitation to enter this man's house, which was quite nearby. The alley they had to walk through looked very suspicious, and doubts crept in as to whether it was safe. Then came another alley and a flight of stairs leading down. There, the front door of the stranger's house was visible, at least according to him. That turned out to be true, and they went inside. From behind the door, they could hear an invitation to sit down. There were piles of trash everywhere, and the apartment's owner apologized for the mess. Our hero remarked that there was nowhere to sit or even stand. The stranger said the price for the identity was 10 magic crystals. Not fragments, but whole ones. It would be cheaper, but if the buyer wanted to take the hunter's exam, it wouldn't work. Lin Huang stepped inside the machine and calculated that, converted to credits, that was 1 billion. The stranger assured him it was a good price. He had even cloned the identities of the Purple Crow's elite. You need to come up with a name yourself. The system will handle the rest based on the analysis of the initial data and the information received. Without hesitation, the young man said his name was Ye Xiu. It was a perfect fit for his appearance and disguise. The stranger suddenly burst out laughing. Lin Huang asked what was wrong, and the man replied that the name wasn't bad. That wasn't the issue. Finally, everything was ready, and the young man was offered a ring so he could appreciate the effort and, at the same time, take a look at his new self. Everything looked perfect. The young man praised the work and liked his new identity. 100 crystals were transferred to the merchant's ring vault. The seller smiled and remarked that it had been a pleasant collaboration. If Lin Huang needed anything else, he should feel free to ask for help. Before leaving, our hero suddenly spotted something in the corner of the room that made his heart race wildly in his chest. It was a beautiful, practically new and perfectly sewn soccer ball. It seemed this merchant, like himself, was from Earth. Noticing his interest, the stranger explained that it was a toy, a soccer ball, which he had sewn by hand as a memento of the past and his hometown. The young man's face was filled with a gentle sadness, as if he were recalling his childhood or something like that. All that interested his customer now was the reality of the ball and the certainty that there was no equivalent to soccer in this world. The seller asked once more if everything was all right, and Lin Huang replied that he had simply never seen anything like it before. It turned out that the stranger was quite successful in business, and he offered to buy the remains of super monsters at a high price if he could get his hands on them. Our hero looked at this man and couldn't bring himself to ask a question. Besides, now wasn't exactly the right time for new acquaintances. He didn't know if the person in front of him was a friend or a foe, so he decided to watch and see what would happen next. He asked for contact information so they could get in touch. The man willingly shared his information and gave his name, Wang Ling, after which he reiterated how pleased he was to meet him. Our hero left the city and found himself in a completely wild area resembling an overgrown forest. He had to make his way through it. The monsters didn't take long to appear, but Lin Huang was more than happy to go hunting, for which he received a new fragment of sword technique. Bai also fought for his master's sake, covering him from behind. The monsters appeared one after another, but just as they appeared, they perished. This situation suited our hero just fine, and he looked absolutely satisfied. About 400 fragments of this new fiery sword skill had been collected. An excellent haul, and all in just a few days. Lin Huang sat down on a tree branch and asked Xiaohei to combine all these skill fragments into one. The assistant replied that there weren't enough of them for that. New monsters appeared below, but the young man was in no hurry to come down. He couldn't understand what kind of technique this was that made it impossible to gather enough fragments. The young man declared that he wanted to master the technique at all costs. He could literally feel how well it suited him. His assistant was only interested in when they would get home. The hero decided that traveling by ship would take too long. He had spotted a space gate about a 10-day journey away. Teleportation was much more expensive, but also faster. Lin Huang began sharing the details of his journey, and Xiaohei listened attentively, though it was clear that the assistant wasn't too pleased. Before the young man could finish speaking, they were engulfed by a powerful surge of energy, accompanied by a thunderous siren. Bai instantly shot upward to protect his master if necessary, but it wasn't clear what monsters he was supposed to protect him from. However, the question was resolved rather quickly. A giant Eye of the Void, a super monster, appeared in the sky. The city and the entire surrounding area were instantly covered by a special protective dome, which always activated in the face of such a threat. A veritable deluge of monsters began pouring out of the eye, and they were of completely different levels and sizes. Dragons alternated with worms. There were even vampires and mutants. In short, the hunters would have no shortage of enemies. The people in the city stared upward. They had never seen the Eye of the Void open before, and they had never seen so many monsters. Almost everyone was convinced they were doomed. Seeing the widespread panic, the couple at the table wanted to intervene, but the boss asked them not to do so on the Purple Crow's territory. That was the organization's problem. Leng Song pointed out that millions of innocent people could die, but the girl reminded him that if they helped, they'd fail the mission and be exposed, and that defeated the whole point of being there. The boss said the young man was absolutely right. People's lives were more important than the mission, and that Zhu King should rewrite the rules for hunters 100 times when they got home. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened and he began to tremble. He sensed an exceptionally powerful aura and shouted that a super monster had appeared. For the moment, only a hand resembling a clawed paw was visible, but it was larger than a dragon. Soon, the eye tore the limb completely free, and it became clear that it belonged to someone incredibly massive. The guy and the girl began speculating what kind of monster could have such a hand. They both agreed it was a sun dragon, a true giant, while their master remained silent. Soon the dragon emerged fully from the eye. Even at a glance, its armor looked particularly sturdy and shiny, though it was painted black. The monster looked down. There, hordes of its smaller kin were advancing on the hunters from the Purple Crow. The beasts were far from weak. Most were of bronze and silver rank. The humans had laser rifles for just such an occasion, capable of slicing the creatures into equal pieces in literally a fraction of a second. Garrison stood right in the middle of the battlefield, directing the others, pointing the way with his sword, and providing cover when necessary. Someone shouted to the Lord that a super monster had appeared, so he would have to switch up his activities a bit. The hunter declared that he could see it too. He wasn't blind. The sun dragon's snout was right in front of his face in the sky. It seemed like an undead creature capable of summoning smaller specimens, and Garrison cursed. The dragon descended to the ground and began to advance. It was so enormous that the other monsters weren't even visible. The support team timidly asked the boss if they could stand up to the monster. He told them to shut up and follow him. They had to protect the city. The player glared at the enemy and declared that even if he died, it didn't matter. It would buy time for the others to escape. Lin Huang and his assistant watched the events unfold from the sidelines. The monster, like Garrison, was a super entity, but the dragon also exhibited signs of being undead, which complicated the task. Killing it wouldn't be so easy, and besides, the whole situation seemed a bit strange. The eye had appeared very suddenly. Meanwhile, Garrison was already rushing forward to attack. He too had an assistant, invisible to the untrained eye, disguised as a demon. The dragon didn't ignore the attack either. With a scream that the man was about to die, it lunged toward him. Its paw landed right where Garrison was standing. An explosion rang out, and the glow of energy blinded those present. The young people noticed that, for its gigantic size, the monster moved very nimbly. Could the hunter really be doomed? The boss suggested they watch more closely. The hunter was high above the monster's head and called out to it, calling it an idiot. The dragon couldn't figure out where the man had gone. Garrison gathered energy to use the Thundersword skill. He had to pierce through the creature's defenses. The blow was very powerful. The dragon literally burned alive in the powerful surge of energy from the super player's sword. The guy, the girl, and our hero joyfully exclaimed that this was a victory. Who would have thought the Purple Raven was so strong? The player's boss didn't share their enthusiasm and suggested they watch on. The dragon suddenly began to dissolve into thin air, and Harrison's face betrayed his surprise. The hunter stood with his sword raised, watching as a massive amount of his energy literally vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the real super monster was safe and sound. Not only that, but he had managed to distract the city's defenders and attack the dome. And not just the dome, but Harrison himself. It was a massive, devastating blow, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Explosions thundered one after another throughout the gorge. In the streams of flame, it was hard to make out even the city's protective shield dome. The hunters from the Purple Crow couldn't move a muscle from the shock. First, they didn't know if the super player had survived, and second, they couldn't understand what was happening. The shield withstood the monster's first attack, but all the city's buildings shook as if in an earthquake. Lin Huang asked how it was possible that the dragon had disappeared while the attack continued. Zhao He explained that it had been an illusion in the form of a dragon, and that the real super monster looked different. The captain told his team roughly the same thing. The guys wanted to intervene, but were warned that the super monster was either very powerful or there were several of them. The guy and the girl started arguing about what was really going on and whether they could fight a monster they couldn't even see. The mentor ordered them both to shut up and keep watching. The Purple Crow's super hunter wasn't dead yet. Harrison managed to get to his feet. He stood amid the rubble and tried to figure out what had just happened. He held a sword in his hands and didn't know who to attack. A hunter from the organization stood beside him, ready to fight shoulder to shoulder, but he couldn't see the enemy either. Harrison cursed and shouted at the super monster not to act like a coward and to come out and fight. He was going to die anyway. The sword was already raised for a strike. In the next instant, the player thrust it into the rocks, and an incredible burst of energy erupted. The flames scattered the smaller monsters in all directions, but left no visible damage on the main one. Meanwhile, his comrades were dying in the fire. No protection could save them, and our hero had a rough time of it too. He had to hide behind a tree and hold on to it so he wouldn't get blown away. Xiaohei noticed that the move was effective. The hunter had combined several sword techniques into one. Meanwhile, the super player watched the events unfold out of the corner of his eye, but he was still more interested in the dragon. He raised his sword again and shouted that he would get the enemy anyway. Sooner or later, the dragon would be forced to show itself. A torrent of offensive magic nearly knocked the man off his feet. Trying to steady himself, he began to move forward step by step. Another explosion rocked the area. There was no way to figure out who had triggered it. When two superheroes are fighting, it's hard enough for ordinary players to even keep track of the battle. And yet the explosion did clarify something. It revealed the presence of a true monster that had created a fake dragon as a cover. It was a shadow anaconda. When Garrison realized who he was dealing with, he froze in place. His comrades wanted nothing more than to just run away. The anaconda praised the super player, noting that he had done quite well, but now it was time for a new festival. The monster didn't have time to finish speaking. After another flash, it vanished, and Zhu King and Lying Song began praising the boss for killing the super monster. The old man closed his eyes, saying it was just a coincidence. He had simply tried to act as quickly as possible. Harrison stepped forward, saying he hadn't expected 3 association experts to show up at once at the location entrusted to him for protection. The young men's boss asked them to continue the conversation later, after all the monsters had been completely destroyed. Anaconda listened to their conversation and watched closely. The vile little people filled him with disgust. But none of this made any sense. The monster, with a repulsive cackle, moved forward, promising the players that they would all die today. The girl suddenly decided to speak up as well, informing the monster that the odds were now 3 to 4. The hunters outnumbered them. The super monster pulled his mask back from his face and told the beauty that while her face was pretty, her personality couldn't be worse. The monsters went on the offensive. They weren't too fast, but they were still quite nimble. The hunters prepared to counterattack, hoping to settle this once and for all as soon as possible. The association team leader activated his flaming sword and ordered his students to attack simultaneously. The super monster looked closely at the girl. A look of contemplation froze on his face. The balance of power was completely lopsided. The boss turned just in time to follow the enemy's gaze. Zhu King also sprang into action, but not as expected. The girl attacked her boss. An explosion erupted, and the old man barely managed to jump aside. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't have had a chance to survive. The players looked at each other in confusion. Garrison explained that their opponent could inflict possession on people. Now the teacher was forced to forget about the monsters. He had to fend off his own students' attacks. The man tried to reach the heroine's true consciousness, urging her to wake up, but it had no effect. The girl's lips answered him with the monster's voice. Until the mask was removed, the beauty would not return to her body. Lin Huang assessed the situation unfolding before his eyes and informed his assistant that things were looking very bad. The golem is resistant to physical attacks, so Garrison of the Purple Crow is powerless against it. The young man from the association wasn't in a better position either. The 4-winged demons were very fast, so all he could do was hold them back, preventing them from getting close. Given all this, they can only rely on the old man's abilities, but he's alone, and there are 3 opponents. Harrison shouted that if they didn't kill the Lord of Obsession, they were all doomed. They needed to come up with something fast. Her boss could fend off Zhu King's blows without much trouble, but he understood that this was only the beginning. If the monster took control of his second apprentice and Harrison, there would be absolutely nothing they could do. Then the old man gathered his courage and took a step forward. He had to neutralize the girl immediately and deal with more serious problems. He leaped, calculating the most optimal trajectory, and then swung his sword several times. The blade swept over Zhu King's head, and the monster's energy, which had been binding her mind, broke free. But the girl herself was wounded. The boss's sword strike hit her squarely in the solar plexus, and the beauty was sent flying backward with terrifying force. Lin Huang once again noted the hunter's strength. Xiaohei remarked that if anyone was going to destroy the anaconda, it would be the old man from the association. He was clearly a top-tier player. Meanwhile, the man made sure the apprentice was alive and reassured her that it would all be over soon, that it wasn't her fault, and that she should rest and recover. The enemy hovered behind him and praised the hero's generosity toward the girl who had nearly killed them all. The old man gritted his teeth in anger, but he understood that this was a provocation to which he should not react. The psychic looked the player straight in the eye and smiled, then asked if he was feeling all right. The man replied that it had been a long time since he'd felt that way, but one should never rule out the future. The super monster laughed and suggested that, in that case, he choose who he would send the possession to this time. The association team leader kept a calm expression. Not a single muscle twitched as he announced that he had made his choice. And that choice was that the opponent must die immediately. The player rushed into the attack. Instead of parrying the blow, Anaconda simply shifted in space and began making the familiar witchcraft gestures with his hands. The old man's attacks had no effect on him. The flames reached their target but did not burn the monster, who continued to cackle nastily. Suddenly, the man sensed a threat from behind and turned around, just in time to avoid being killed on the spot. Several bullets, enhanced by a fire spell, whizzed past just a few millimeters from his stomach. Fortunately, the hero managed to jump out of the way. This time it was Lying Song who was possessed. He was firing in Macedonian style from both of his pistols at once. The teacher parried the shots with his blade. His face was no longer expressionless. Now it clearly showed sadness and a hint of regret, almost fear. He glanced to the side. Garrison of the Purple Raven had created a protective dome to shield himself from the monster's spells and avoid becoming possessed. But this did him absolutely no good in the fight against the golem and the other monsters. The hunter could not inflict physical damage on them. He tried using magic. An explosion thundered, but the result of this attack was still unclear. The dome vanished. Now he couldn't defend the treasure. The player retreated, trying to see through the clouds of smoke. Garrison shouted that the place guarded by the Knights of the Purple Raven was not subject to chaos. No one dared to sow madness here. Saying he would give his life but put an end to these atrocities, the hunter charged forward using a new type of attack. Lin Huang was struck by the Purple Crow Man's courage, but Xiao He replied that his sacrifice might be in vain. The player could not defeat the super monster. The old man had only just recognized his enemy. It was Ziyu, and now he was trying to awaken memories in the heart of his old adversary. The cunning fox declared that he wanted to play, to which he received the reply that they would play only one game, called a deadly duel. The old man sensed a shift in his enemy's energy and decided to attack him immediately. A torrent of fire surged toward its target. The monster staggered, the blow struck his side, and though he had attempted to dodge slightly to the side, the attempt failed. The mask slipped, and it became clear that the person beneath it was the association team leader's apprentice. His eyes took on a thoughtful expression. The man was on the verge of tears. Lying Song had been seriously wounded, and by the very hands of his own mentor. The enemy began to taunt him, saying it was a great pity to make such a mistake and nearly kill his own men. The game was becoming dangerous. It was clear that he had managed to find the opponent's weak spot. The old man truly felt guilty. And yet rage and the desire to punish the guilty party took over. The hunter prepared a fire attack and declared that he would continue the game and he would set the rules himself. The super monster burst out laughing. He announced that things would be different. He would create two monsters of incredible power. If the old man managed to defeat both at the same time, he would win. If not, everyone within a 100-kilometer radius of the battle would perish. The Purple Crow players trembled with fear. Garrison had sacrificed himself, and now everything depended on the association's team leader. Lin Huang muttered doubtfully that no human could defeat three super monsters at once. Xiao He suggested he get out of there before it was too late. But the hunter was confident. He assumed a fighting stance and announced that he accepted these terms, so it was time to begin. Smaller monsters immediately began spawning behind the man. It wasn't exactly fair on the opponent's part, but no one expected fairness from him anyway. The player used a stream of fire attack to protect himself and destroy the weak monsters, since a battle with three super entities awaited him. Then the same attack was launched against the golem. It proved far more effective than all of Garrison's efforts. The monster staggered but began to advance, preparing to simply crush the man who dared to stand in its way. A new fiery strike was not long in coming. The old man acted with confidence, as if he knew for certain that he would win this battle. His counterattack not only dealt damage to the enemy, but also managed to halt the movement of the enormous fist hurtling forward with terrifying force. A stream of fire, like that from Bai's wings, wrapped around the golem's wrist and bound it, preventing even the slightest movement. Then the flame transformed into a bird, which intended to finish the job with its fiery beak. The beak snapped shut right on the golem's head, and the monster shattered into pieces. The first of the three super monsters had been destroyed. Lin Huang and his assistant were impressed. The old man turned out to be incredibly powerful. Apparently, he was one of the best super players in the world. Meanwhile, a second super monster was approaching him from behind. All the player said about it was that the enemy had been delayed. He struck out with his hand. The wave of energy from the blow literally knocked the monster off course, severely wounding it, and the sword whistled past very close by. Now the hunter cast a fireball that was meant to finally end this confrontation. He hurled it at the monster before it had even recovered from the previous attack. The timing was simply perfect. An explosion rang out. Fiery spears flew in all directions, tracing arcs as they plunged into the ground. The old man whispered that the monster was finished. Everything around them was engulfed in smoke. It spread across the ground and hid what was happening there. No one dared to predict the outcome of the attack. A few minutes later, the hunter's figure appeared. Before him lay the defeated super monster. The old man had won. He looked at the enemy and sternly reminded him that now it was time to fulfill what he had promised for the victory. The opponent clapped his hands theatrically, saying that the holy fire expert had fully lived up to his expectations. He really was an interesting person. The super monster added that he wouldn't use his gift on him. That would be too boring. The player asked if the monster wasn't afraid of dying while chasing after fun. The monster gave another nasty little chuckle and offered to carry out his threat if the hunter was truly capable of it. Their gazes locked. The old man nodded. The sky split open as if the pupils of an eye had dilated, and a stream of radiance descended upon Zhu Nian, who assumed a prayerful posture. He rose into the air, bathed in light, and streams of rainbow-colored energy began to rain down around him, terrifying the super monster so much that it recoiled. The hunter was one step away from entering the heavenly realm of immortality. The heavens themselves were on his side. No one had ever seen such an aura. Lin Huang and Xiao He were stunned. More than 3,000 strands of curses rained down on the enemy. Zhu Nian was so powerful that he could easily have dealt with the clown without resorting to close combat. Suddenly, the old man vanished, leaving only a powerful stream of light cascading from the heavens, striking toward the enemy. The monster managed to dodge. The threads didn't touch it. It seemed as though the beast had stopped being afraid, but had begun to grow angry. The second and third streams of energy also failed to reach their target. The super monster had somehow found a way to withstand them. Zhu Nian's disciples noticed their mentor's disappearance and began to panic. They realized that without him, everyone here was doomed. Another beam struck the monster. This time, the result was more noticeable. The monster seemed to have shrunk in size. The old man reappeared. He managed to attack with a spear that his sword had transformed into. The magic staff had done its job. The player saw through the deception. His opponent was much stronger than he had pretended to be, and even the sacred fire had failed to destroy him. Realizing that the deception had been exposed, the monster declared that they themselves had wanted to believe in his power and had believed it, getting what they deserved for underestimating their opponent. Lin Huang asked in confusion what that meant. The assistant sighed, saying that things were bad, for even a master as outstanding as Zhu Nian would be unable to kill the monster. The man realized his powerlessness. Only the head of the association was capable of confronting evil of this magnitude. The monster replied that the man was interesting, and therefore it would not kill him. Hearing that millions of innocent residents would perish, but not him, the old man rushed into the attack. It was against his rules. Shouting that the monster would devour the city only after he had perished, Zhu Nian struck the enemy once more. The monster called him a fool, saying the odds were too lopsided, but the man repeated that if the hunter did not die, then the city would not die either. He attacked again with sacred fire, pouring all his strength into it, and an explosion of unimaginable magnitude erupted. Everyone gasped. For a moment, they couldn't even bring themselves to move, trying to make out what had become of the old man. Anaconda reappeared from the smoke. He hissed through his teeth that humans were incredibly stupid. The monster grabbed Zhu Nian's staff with his hand without much trouble and made just one move. That was enough to kill the hunter. He was already at his limit, having exhausted all his strength, so a simple shove proved fatal. The players gasped. They understood perfectly well that if the association's team leader fell victim to the monster, they had no chance. A massive black anaconda appeared behind the villain's back, embodying all his dark grandeur. He promised that it would all end now. And this end did not bode well for the people. Zhu Nian began to fall headfirst like a stone. Xiao Hui told Lin Huan that the monster would now create an entire army of super monsters. They'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Our hero replied that he couldn't allow such civilian casualties, so he had to, indeed he was duty-bound, to intervene. Xiao He realized the young man had decided to take the risk. The young man carefully weighed his chances of success and asked to activate the seal card he had. The assistant reminded him that it could only be used once. Was the hero really ready to do this now? He nodded, confident in his decision. The young man activated the card, designating the monster as the target. A huge glowing arrow began to lock onto the target. Finally, the system reported that the anaconda met the seal card's parameters, as it had at least 2 mutations. The process began. Everything around them glowed pink, and the monster slowly began to crumble into pieces, its screams simply heart-wrenching. An incredible surge of pink energy blinded everyone. The monster's form became utterly tiny and pitiful. Junien's disciples began discussing what was happening. No one could understand what had happened or who had helped them. The system announced that the seal formation process was complete. The card in Lin Huang's fingers glowed with the same pink light several times. It was a card of an epic-level monster called the Ghost-Faced Clown. It had joined the player's collection of summoned creatures, and he was indescribably happy and proud of himself. Now the super monster had been defeated. The eye and all the creatures it had created glowed red and began to burn, turning to ash. The eye finally closed, and with it, all the monsters vanished. A red glow lit up half the sky. The association's hunters had managed to tend to the master. Now they watched as the empty eye vanished along with all the spawn of darkness. It remained unclear who had killed the monster. Then the players noticed that not all the monsters had been killed. There were still a few rather weak ones left, and they needed to be cleared out as well. This would fully stabilize the situation. The hunters were fully capable of handling such monsters, and they were determined to do so. Meanwhile, Lin Huang studied the parameters of the new map. Due to the use of the seal, he could only use one of the 6 skills possessed by the clown with the ghostly face. The guy asked to fill the empty slot as soon as possible. Xiao He reminded him that he wasn't very lucky, and it would only be a silver-ranked skill. But this time, luck smiled upon the hero. The system randomly selected the best skill, Mask Seizure. It turned out that the stronger the ability, the more restrictions it had. The duration was 3 minutes, and he couldn't use the mask to capture an opponent of a higher level. There were other conditions for using the skill as well, so the joy on Lin Huang's face vanished as if blown away by the wind. He leaned forward wearily. He needed to figure out what to do. This place was now controlled by the Purple Crow and the Association. There was no point in staying. Our hero decided to wait it out in a nearby village until a teleport opened up. Xiao He advised him to practice cultivation to match his rank. The young man was also curious about the classifications of super beings. He hadn't encountered anything like this before. It turned out these were all ranks of demigods and immortal beings. There were 3 of them. It turns out that for both humans and monsters, there are various classifications of super beings depending on their strength and abilities. The holy fire available to Junyan is the highest mastery of life energy control. In 1,800 years, there have been only 5 such masters. Not only is this a rare ability, but the probability of success is only 10%. In all other cases, the cultivator simply burns himself to ashes. The old man's aura is blue, which is roughly midway along the path, but he is clearly stronger than all the super players our hero has seen. Then Lin Huang asked if there were any hunters who had reached the immortal level, since that was a slightly different story. Xiao He explained that in this case, when a monster is killed, the player captures its soul and places it in the lamp of existence, which grants the ability to use it for 3,000 years. He began to describe the details but caught himself in time, realizing that this information wouldn't be useful to our hero yet. It wasn't his level. But Lin Huang decided that since Zhu Nian was capable of killing millions of monsters with a single move, he would surely approach that level of power someday. Our hero shouted that he would definitely reach the highest level and become a demigod, to which Xiao He remarked that he should just get out of here alive first. A few days later, as planned, the young man took his place in line for the teleport. He couldn't wait to leave the Purple Crow's territory. When it finally happened, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. It had been very oppressive for him to be in someone else's territory, in the middle of nowhere. The small town in the association's sphere of influence, as expected, looked very cozy and promising. The architecture had even retained a certain charm of ancient times. The historic center had survived here, and it was just lovely overall. Lin Huang hadn't even had a chance to properly enjoy his walk when someone jabbed him hard in the back with an elbow, ordering him to hurry up. It was unexpected and very unpleasant. It turned out the insults weren't directed at him personally, but at a kid getting in the way of some man. The stranger immediately got punched in the face by the hunter. There's no point in picking on the weak. The man stumbled backward, while the boy watched with gratitude and a touch of fear as our hero wiped his hands after making contact with the rude man's face. Lin Huang ruffled the child's hair, trying to calm him down a little. Both smiled a bit sheepishly. The young man asked the boy his name, but the boy only uttered some numbers, pointing to himself with his finger. The player was surprised. When asked where the child lived and who his parents were, there was still no answer. The boy grabbed the hem of his t-shirt. He didn't want Lin Huang to leave. It was starting to get dark, and our hero decided it was dangerous to leave him out on the street for the night. It would be better to spend the night together at a hotel and find his parents in the morning. They successfully checked in, and the hunter decided to go out into the courtyard to practice cultivation. He wanted to improve his sword combat technique. The firestream skill was slow to improve. Every fragment he obtained came with great difficulty. Suddenly, the system announced that 1,000 fragments had been collected and could be combined into a single rare skill. This was excellent news. A card appeared. It was a pleasant golden color, though the system hadn't been able to determine its rank yet. It was still classified. Shall we explain that this skill was currently gold ranked, but could only be used by a super player? However, there was good news. It would improve with sword combat. But to do that, you have to replicate the movements of the fire flow technique with absolute precision, which isn't exactly easy. In this art, presentation, artistry, and special skills are all important. Lin Huang asked who would be judging this, and the assistant replied, "We'll have to wait and see." The boy was heading to the shower when he heard someone behind the door musing that a person and a sword must merge into a single entity, an incredibly beautiful and precise spectacle. The clumsy swings of the blade were so worthless that the boy was ready to cry. Xiaohei was also adding fuel to the fire, sneering, and the boy peeked inside. Our hero didn't expect to see a child. He asked in surprise what the child was doing there, but naturally, no answer followed. But instead of words, the child began to act. He had seen the movement the player was practicing just once, but repeated it exactly, down to the smallest detail. Then the young man invited the child to come closer. There happened to be a few suitable bamboo shoots in the garden. After cutting one down with his sword, the player asked the child not to be afraid. He was simply bored training alone, and some company wouldn't hurt. He handed the boy a makeshift sword, or rather a bamboo stick, and suggested they play together. The way his new friend took his weapon spoke volumes. He did so with a confident and practiced gesture. Then something incredible happened. The child clearly knew some kind of martial art, or was a genius. Lin Huang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Xiaohei shouted with delight that they had found a prodigy. There was no other explanation for the fact that the child had repeated the entire sequence of strikes after seeing it only in a flash. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed that the young swordsman wasn't actually copying his technique. He was making it his own, using the very artistry that the hero himself so sorely lacked. Lin Huang immediately began mimicking the boy, which delighted the boy but caused a torrent of indignation from the assistant. As expected, it worked. The system reported that a special fragment of a top-tier firestream technique had been acquired. Encouraged, the player began hugging the child, saying that now he was his brother and they needed to practice some more. The little boy whispered that he was tired and wanted to eat. They went to the tavern. The child was devouring the meat so voraciously that the young man immediately ordered an additional 10 servings. Then they returned to the courtyard and trained with even greater zeal. Their energy had clearly increased and their mood had improved. This went on for just over a week. Soon the boys were being kicked out of the tavern because their help had noticeably depleted the food supplies, but that didn't upset them. The training sessions were very successful, and soon the youngster was already correcting his older companion's technique. Valuable fragments of special techniques poured out like from a cornucopia. Lin Huang was simply overjoyed to have found such an unexpected teacher for himself. When he had gathered enough of them, our hero's joyful cry startled a whole flock of birds in the garden. The coveted Firestream card, a rare, advanced epic level item, was in the young man's hands. He was so excited that he completely forgot to thank the boy. Besides, the teleport was about to open, and he could head home. The child reminded him of his presence by tugging at the hem of his shirt. He was very worried that he would now be sent back out onto the street. The question was asked, and it greatly surprised Lin Huang. It wasn't in his nature to act so inhumanely. He promised he wouldn't abandon his little helper, but first they had to find his parents. When the teleport opened, the player's house was just a few steps away. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. The child was very sad. He thought they wouldn't take him with them, but the hunter reported that no one had responded to the information posted about him. They stood in line, and the guy said that no one had responded to his request, so he suggested that the boy go with him until his parents showed up. The hero brushed the hair from his little friend's forehead and told him that from now on he would live in his house and be called his little brother. He has a sister named Lin Xin, so the name Lin Xuan would suit the little boy. He was sure they would become friends, and the boy agreed. When Lin Huang walked in the door, his sister's scream nearly shattered all the window panes. The girl was beside herself with joy. But then she sternly remarked that her brother had been gone for a very long time. She had been scared to death and wished he could have found a way to get in touch. Then Lin Xin saw the boy and asked in surprise where the child had come from. The gambler suggested letting them into the house. He would explain everything. They sat down at the table, and in the blink of an eye, the beauty had brought out everything in the fridge. A long conversation lay ahead. After listening, the girl declared that Lin Xuan deserved to be treated well and needed to be taken care of until his relatives were found. Our hero nodded in agreement. The mountain of empty plates grew higher and higher. Lin Xin admired the boy's appetite, to which Lin Huang remarked that this was yet another of his talents. Lin Xuan was given a guest room and promised that clothes and other necessities would be bought for him the next day, but getting him to go to sleep turned out to be no easy task. Finally, the player managed to get to bed. His imperial ring activated again, and a connection appeared. He had to read everything and review the call history. As expected, there was an overwhelming amount of information, so much so that the ring literally vibrated off his finger. His sister had called the most. Yin Yi had also tried to contact him 13 times. Yia Yu and her brother had tried to reach him twice, and there was a decent pile of messages as well. First thing he did, the guy called the fat guy. He needed to find out what had happened. The guy sounded terribly upset. When asked what was wrong, Yin Yi said there had been a lot of scary news about Misty Canyon, and he was worried. The guy explained that a mantis monster had been discovered, but Lin Huang reassured his friend that he hadn't encountered anything like that. The hero was more interested in what had happened to Yin Yi himself, and Yin Yi suddenly burst into tears. Finally, the fat guy managed to say that his father had died. Although physically healthy, he had lost his energy and passed away suddenly, which shocked his friend. Lin Huang immediately offered to come and support the fat man, but the latter assured him there was no need. The exam was coming up, and the hunter needed to prepare. The young man realized that his friend didn't want to burden him. He was very sorry that Yin Yi wouldn't have the chance to fulfill his dream. Our hero knew perfectly well what teamwork was all about. He had an idea of how to help the fat guy, but he wasn't in a hurry to reveal his hand. Now he needed to prepare as thoroughly as possible for the exam, and that meant many hours of cultivation ahead. Many martial arts masters were ready to start the battle. The boy had risen to the 8th level and now felt much more confident. That confidence lasted literally only a few minutes. Blows rained down one after another, and all he could do was dodge. And yet he had to see this path through to the end to gather all the fragments of the deadly technique. And yet our hero had a higher goal. He wanted to match Junian's skill and perhaps even surpass him. Several days passed in this way. When it was time to take the exam, the only thing that warmed the young man's heart was the thought of his sister and little brother. He had to live up to their expectations. And although both had asked him not to worry, promising and delivering turned out to be two different things. Lin Huang was very nervous. But first and foremost, he had to worry about something else. Himself. The strength trials organized by the association were no joke. Finally, the doors to the arena swung open. The one on whom the fate of all the players gathered here depended was about to emerge. The chief examiner looked very imposing. His name was Xu Jinpeng, and he was the best of the best super players. After surveying those present, he suggested that everyone first consider whether they were worthy of being there. This examiner was a man of few words. Without delay, he immediately announced the start of the first round of the exam. The boys' faces fell in surprise that the ceremonial speech had been skipped altogether. The man also began reading out a list of players who had been disqualified. It turned out to be quite a long one. One of the players who had been removed from the exam stood next to Lin Huang and started shouting that it was unfair, demanding that they at least explain the reason to him personally. There were plenty of reasons. They disqualified bribe takers, cowards, and those who had performed poorly in battles, players with a bad reputation online, as well as those who were late. Those who were rejected would receive a mark in the Imperial Ring, preventing them from ever joining the association again. The rest would get a chance to retake the exam, though the selection process was strict. The players who passed through the gates automatically advanced to the second round. They huddled together, none daring to step forward. The new examiner greeted the hunters. It was Zhu Li, an unrivaled master of cultivation. He remarked with a smile that his colleague hadn't been too strict and that there were still too many people here. His task was to cut their numbers in half. Lin Huang knew that at this stage, the participants were supposed to find hidden items. In fact, the whole thing looked rather strange. To pass the assessment, one had to collect as many crystals of a certain type as possible, which the master had hidden throughout the city. Whoever presented such an item to the examiner within 48 hours would pass this round. Lin Huang noticed that the material looked more like resin or plastic. The old man raised a finger and announced in a lecturing tone that the keyword for the search was hint. He said it so indistinctly that many didn't quite catch what exactly they were supposed to look for, leaving the players puzzled. Our hero decided to mull it over a cocktail. The heat in the city that day was simply incredible. Xiaohei couldn't understand why the guy hadn't rushed off to search. He replied that it wasn't a simple matter, but he had already combed through the nearby bushes. It turned out that the player had spread the subjugation spores, and half the participants were now searching the city for crystals instead of him. The guy waited, but time passed and nothing happened. He ran through all the keywords and names in his head, but it didn't help. The black market was supposed to open that night, so Lin Huang decided to try his luck there first. Our hero knew that the association tested not only combat skills and physical attributes, but also quick wits. To become a hunter, one must think like a hunter. Suddenly, Lin Huang announced that he understood why the assistant took the form of a dog. The dog had asked him to avoid eccentricity, since there is only one step between good and evil. Then the guy simply walked into the bar. There was only the bartender in the room. The patrons hadn't gathered yet, or rather, the customers, and the man greeted the guest. The player nodded and asked for a glass of red wine. It seemed an interesting idea had taken root in his mind. The guy placed a rectangle on the counter, and the man replied that he would charge 1.8 billion points for the information. Lin Huang held up a gold card and replied that it was no problem, then uttered the keyword. The bartender showed his card in response, noting that the information on it was far more valuable than the customer could imagine. Both placed their items on the counter and slid them toward each other. The exchange took place in a fairly routine manner. The bartender wished Lin Huang a good evening, but the young man suddenly decided to ask if anyone else had come here for information. The bartender replied that about an hour ago, there had been a visitor with the same request, but he wasn't in the charity business and didn't seem like a good person. Our hero thanked him, said goodbye, and headed for the exit. Having removed his mask, the player had obtained what he needed. Outside the city was the Sea Forest Cottage. According to the information he'd gathered, that was where the hunter needed to go. There was a production facility for that very material, whose name matched the keyword, but Xiao He knew nothing about it. This substance could kill an unprepared person, but it had a different effect on players. The stronger the hunter, the broader the possibilities became. The substance was also addictive, and overall the description didn't make for a very pleasant impression. It was a poison, dangerous and merciless. That was what he had to bring to the master. Lin Huang's eyes flashed with a malevolent fire. According to an informant from the black market, this substance had been developed by one of the association's employees, who had betrayed it by creating 3 super creatures. Lin Huang clutched his head. There were many gold rank hunters at this base and even more silver rank ones. It seemed the exam was indeed very serious. Our hero thought that Zhu Li wanted the test participants to join forces in completing the task. That was the point of it. Suddenly, the boy felt sick. He sensed someone's presence nearby, an aura glowing very close by. Under the tree from whose branch he had been watching the cottage, a girl appeared. When asked who she was, the beauty laughed. The hunter's name was Xia Yu. She was also participating in the test and reported that she had been following the guy all the way from the black market. The hero guessed that she was the very same information buyer who had been turned down. Cooperating with her didn't seem too dangerous. The girl explained that the base wasn't just home to researchers and hunters, but also to plenty of bugs and various security systems. An outsider couldn't get in. The girl proposed a plan. Lin Huang would take out the guards and she would sneak inside and retrieve the substance for them. The proposal seemed reasonable. The beauty also had information about the drug's price on the black market. It seemed she wasn't so much interested in passing the test as she was in making some extra money. Our hero didn't like what she said very much, and he refused, stating that he preferred to work alone. This angered Xia Yu, and she angrily asked why he'd changed his mind. They'd almost reached an agreement. The young man explained that he didn't view such a dangerous drug as a source of income, so he would try to destroy it and those involved in its creation. Lin Huang activated his vampire form and soared upward, using his wings, curses echoing after him. Left alone, the girl smirked. Whoever dared to stop her from making money would pay dearly for it. Meanwhile, the other test participants continued to search the bushes. Suddenly, one of them asked them to stop. New information had come to light. According to the report, a participant named Lin Huang had found the substance and taken it. He was willing to share it with others who wanted to pass the exam, but not for free. The hero himself had no idea what kind of dirty trick Xiaoyu had played on him. He searched the area and found only a few bugs and no traps. The guy decided that if he used the transformation card, he'd slip inside without much trouble. But what awaited him there was a complete mystery. Just then, someone shouted loudly that Lin Huang was a filthy bastard, which came as a complete surprise to the young man. An eagle soared in the night sky. Bai Yang, whom we already know, swooped down from it, looking clearly displeased. The hunter landed on one knee. In mid-flight, he had managed to knock our hero out of the tree and onto the ground. He hadn't been ready for this sudden attack. The guy's eyes were completely wild. He joyfully announced that he had finally gotten his enemy. Only now did Lin Huang remember where he'd seen this player. It was that very scoundrel from Snowy Divine Mountain. Scratching the back of his head, the young man asked what was going on. Bai Yang shouted that it was beyond comprehension and that playing dumb wouldn't work. The villain accused the hero of ruining his reputation and now stealing the drug as well. He would make the cunning trickster beg for forgiveness. Lin Huang laughed. He asked how such a loser had even managed to get into the exam, and Bai Yang puffed himself up again. It seemed the remark had hit the nail on the head. The opponent attacked with lightning speed, shouting that even if he ended up on the association's blacklist, he would kill the insolent fool. Realizing that a battle was about to begin, our hero suggested moving straight to close combat so as not to waste time. Blows rained down one after another, just like the mutual accusations of treachery, meanness, and worthlessness. Lin Huang quickly dealt with his opponent. Holding a sword to his neck, he asked why Bai Yang ran away at the first sign of danger, and the man didn't know how to answer. This enraged his opponent. He gathered all his strength but still managed to wriggle out from under the blade, knocking the player back. Shouting that he would tell everyone about this liar and deceiver once he killed him, Bai Yang rushed into the attack. Lin Huang parried the blow, saying that the kid would never kill him. He landed his strike, and the enemy's expression changed. He grabbed his whip with both hands, realizing that now his opponent would bring his sword into play, and it would end badly. That's exactly what happened. The whip was severed, so energy could no longer circulate properly, and the weapon became useless. Not only that, but it reverted to its original form, turning into a staff. A broken one, of course. Lin Huang remarked that instead of reveling in his power, he could have trained like he did, and then he wouldn't have lost. He added that he held no grudge against the guy and was ready to spare him if he decided to end the feud. There were few summoners, and Bai Yang thanked him for his generosity. He noted that his ability to summon monsters helped him not feel so pathetic. Our hero suggested joining forces to capture the base. The young man also talked about new possibilities and even showed how the old man killed monsters without touching them. After all, they could train together. Bai Yang summoned his blood eagle, saying that things must end differently, but it seemed he would fail the test. He advised Lin Huang to be on his guard. Someone had leaked information about the potion, and now a bunch of players were on their way here, ready to harm him. The summoner had already mounted the bird, but our hero decided to ask him one more thing, so he asked him to wait a moment. The young man thought that if a crowd of people arrived here now, they would definitely raise the alarm and his mission would be ruined. So, he had to ask Bai Yang for a small favor. The latter looked at the hunter in surprise. Soon, the players began to gather around the cottage. Not finding Lin Huang there, they started discussing what to do, realizing that if they made too much noise, they might get into trouble. Just then, Bai Yang jumped down from a tree, scaring several people so badly that they started stuttering. The guy reported that there was nothing at the base, and that Lin Huang had already fled, but he could share something interesting. He said that their only chance to get the substance was to catch up with the player before he returned to the city, and the guys started discussing how realistic that was. Then Bai Yang shouted that he would do it himself if no one joined him. It's not hard to guess that everyone rushed after him. Lin Huang was hiding in the shadows. His former opponent had bought him a little time, but he had to act immediately. He took on the form of a shadowy specter and easily bypassed the security system, which only reacted to living beings and their movements. Without much effort, the young man scaled the villa's wall and entered through a second-floor window. The room he found himself in was empty. It seemed luck was on his side today. Well then, it was time to completely destroy this disgusting place and put an end to the dangerous drug once and for all. Lin Huang went further and soon found the rooms where the research was being conducted. The people there were wearing hazmat suits. As expected, the highly dangerous substance was being manufactured in fairly large quantities. The production was very well organized. The room was filled with boxes containing enormous quantities of the substance. It was impossible to even estimate the number of doses. There were millions of them. Lin Huang knew that these boxes would end up in the warehouse. He just needed to keep an eye on the factory workers. A surveillance camera was hidden in the corner. Soon, the young man was in the room where the surveillance monitors were set up. As expected, the surveillance room was guarded by gold-rank hunters, and there were quite a few researchers inside as well. But the guard looked somewhat foolish reading the news through an imperial ring. Our hero, in the guise of a shadow ghost, was invisible to him. The gold-rank hunter was completely carefree and was laughing at the host's latest joke. That was his mistake. Shouting that scoundrels usually don't live long, Lin Huang took him out with literally a single blow. The other employees screamed in horror. They had felt completely safe here, but it turned out that was far from the case. Bai flashed past behind them. It seemed his goal was the complete eradication of evil, or rather, of this organization that was killing people with a dangerous substance. Gradually, our heroes cleared one room after another. The summoner urged the vampire to hunt with full force. In the room where people in hazmat suits were, they reacted to their appearance in an organized manner and started shooting. The scoundrels didn't understand why the alarm hadn't gone off. Lin Huang remembered that he also had a couple of guns and decided to fight the scoundrels using their own methods, reinforcing the effect with his sword. He swept through the workshop like a bolt of fire, taking down no fewer than a dozen enemies in a split second. Then a second super player from the security team appeared, and his cannon was far more impressive, apparently gold-ranked. Bai shielded the gentleman with his body. His wings worked better than any armor, so the attack didn't continue. Lin Huang didn't want to hide behind the vampire's back and immediately switched to close combat, applying his newly acquired sword technique. But he was far more eager to let the dragon have some fun. The second monster hadn't been out hunting in quite a while. The player was at a loss. He had never before seen a summoner attack with multiple creatures at once. He didn't have time to remain frozen in shock. Heitan had already bared his teeth, and the man dodged at the very last moment. Shouting that he was leaving this player to the monsters, our hero announced that he would head to the warehouse himself. The drug must not be allowed to be taken out of here. He kicked the door open and burst inside with his sword at the ready, prepared to put it to use immediately if necessary. Inside, a hunter with psychic abilities was waiting for the guy. Behind him, a crowd of guards stood, clearly under the influence of the drug in question. But then Lin Huang realized that this wasn't quite the right guess. The people were simply being used as the player's puppets. The scoundrel noticed that both of the hunter's monsters were currently occupied, so defeating such a large number of puppets was beyond his capabilities. He gave the order to attack. But Lin Huang had a trick up his sleeve. Declaring that he was no pushover, the young man activated one of his cards. A clown wearing a ghostly mask appeared. It seemed the battle had now reached an entirely new level. The enemy was taken aback. He hadn't expected the hero to be able to summon even more monsters, let alone ones of this caliber. The monster snapped his fingers. Now a new game had begun, played by his own rules, and the enemies had no chance of survival. His psychic abilities activated, and something terrible began to happen. Now the super player was no longer even in control of his own will. His puppets were now carrying out someone else's orders, and they all intended to tear their own master to pieces. For some reason, the hunter couldn't resist them. His body wouldn't obey him. The man screamed in horror, but there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Bai and the dragon had finished their part of the mission and were ready to come to their master's aid. Lin Huang decided not to mess around and simply ordered Heitan to burn the whole place to the ground. The house, the technology, and the drug. He didn't have to repeat himself twice. Flames instantly engulfed the entire villa. Our hero emerged just in time, and the players were running toward him. They shouted that Bai Yang had deceived them, but couldn't understand how our hero had managed to burn the base to the ground. The young man explained that he was only a bronze-ranked player, so he wouldn't even have been able to get inside. The fire wasn't burning of his own volition, and he had simply caught the crystal of the substance. He advised the others not to waste their time. Perhaps they could find samples of the substance for themselves among the flames to pass the exam, and a commotion arose. In the crowd, Lin Huang spotted Xiaoyu. She had called him an idiot, and the guy thought, "Don't think I don't know about the false report." The next day, all test participants were to report to the location specified by the Hunters Association for the announcement of the results. Julie and the other examiners told the players that they had wanted to assess their information handling and teamwork skills, but the goal had not been fully achieved. Still, 5,000 people managed to bring crystals of the substance here, so they would be considered to have passed this round. Then the examiner asked them not to celebrate prematurely. The third test lay ahead, and a spaceship would pick up the participants that evening. The players began whispering among themselves that what lay ahead would be even harder. They needed to spend the remaining time on training and cultivation. Lin Huang thought that Julie was a man of few words, but he looked like someone who had something to say, a very wise man. The old man was pleased with the result, unlike his colleague, who was indignant that all participants had passed the test. It turned out that Julie was aware that only 2 people had actually succeeded in completing the black market mission. He asked who exactly had burned down the base. Xu Jinpeng didn't know but noted that, judging by the damage, this person was skilled in both close combat and other techniques. He noted that only a hunter of at least gold rank could do this, but there wasn't even a silver-ranked fighter among the test group. The old man immediately guessed that the summoner was behind it, and that his monster had at least 2 mutations. Our hero sensed that he had practically been figured out, but still hoped that the examiners weren't that perceptive. Xu Jinpeng called the old man a naive fool. There couldn't possibly be a player with such high abilities in this group. That evening, the spaceship arrived at the landing site right on schedule. The vessel looked very large. The test subjects gathered below. They were crowding together, not realizing they should line up. That's what it means to get too excited. Lin Huang hadn't expected the ship to look so authentic, like a real spaceship of cosmic proportions. Captain Bo descended the gangway. He looked just like a real pirate. With a smile, the man invited everyone on board. The examiners began thanking him for his kindness. Bo replied that it was no problem. He'd bought a new ship, and this was a great chance to test it out. Our hero climbed the gangway, thinking that Zhu Li's politeness toward the captain was justified. Judging by his aura, he was at least a super player. Soon, the command to fasten their seatbelts came. The ship was preparing for takeoff, and the passengers took their seats. The ship soared into the sky and soon left the city. None of the exam participants had any idea where they were flying. Lin Huang stood on the deck and thought about how this ship moved perfectly through the air and on land, and almost on the sea. It was simply incredible. Captain Bo also went out on deck. Sunset was approaching, and he decided to go fishing while everyone else had gone to their cabins. Suddenly, some creature got caught on the line, but it was clearly not a fish. Bo shouted that he was incredibly lucky today. Our hero didn't think so. He realized that a huge octopus monster had gotten hooked. This was no joke. Soon, a delicious octopus stew was bubbling in the pot. The captain had no trouble quickly subduing and cooking it. The man invited Lin Huang to share the meal with him, calling him a slacker since everyone else was cultivating while he was out wandering, but the young man replied that he was just lucky. He thanked him for the meal and asked if Bo had really cut up the octopus using an epic-level sword technique. Bo smiled under his mustache and remarked that since the player had noticed, he must be quite skilled with a blade himself. As he popped another bite into his mouth, Lin Huang noted that the food wasn't just delicious, but also boosted his energy and improved his stats. The captain laughed, saying that unlike most members of the association, he preferred cooking to slaying monsters. Our hero suddenly realized that standing before him was that very legendary hunter chef, the man who had inspired Yin Yi. This was followed by an extremely pleasant conversation about the peculiarities of cooking monsters and a fat friend. When the ship arrived at its destination, all passengers were asked to disembark immediately, and the players gathered on the pier. Lin Huang waved goodbye to the captain. He was already dreaming of introducing his friend to him. Bo turned out to be a very pleasant person. He also said goodbye to the guy and wished the hero luck in the 3rd round. He would definitely need it. All the players gathered in the middle of some rocky clearing. The examiner was already waiting at the far end. He folded his arms across his chest in a businesslike manner and ordered everyone to stop fooling around and get down to business. First and foremost, to shut up and listen. The hunter's name was Huan Sen, and he would be overseeing this task. In reality, it was all quite simple. Everyone would need to go through the portal. Inside, there would be 3 iron cages containing silver-level monsters, and they could bring 3 items no higher than bronze rank. Once the monsters are defeated, the stage will be considered complete. In case of an emergency, you can call for help, but don't expect it to arrive instantly. Everyone was given 1 minute to pass through the door. Inside, you had to hold out against the monster for at least 1 hour, and everyone was very nervous. There were a lot of portals, and each participant was assigned a specific number, so the process didn't drag on too long, but the wait was agonizing. The examiner called out the numbers of those entering and those exiting. One of the participants died immediately, but this elicited no reaction from the organizer, unlike the players. They immediately announced that Xiaoyu had passed the exam. Lin Huang smiled. He hadn't doubted the little vixen's abilities for a second. Then another announcement came about someone's death and a call for help, and the participants were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The organizer reported that there was a problem with Portal 66, so the next person should enter through the other door. Tu Lin Huang raised his hand and said he wanted to enter that cell. He looked quite confident. The examiner asked if the guy was sure he wanted to do this and received the reply that he was tired of waiting. There were still 27 players ahead of him in line. Well then, if that's the case, there's no reason to deny a test of strength to someone who's confident in their abilities. Saying it was time to see what the problem was, the young man stepped into the portal, still smiling. Inside was some kind of winged creature, bound by a silver chain. It was the very monster that had already killed 2 participants. Suddenly, the link snapped open and the wings spread wide, revealing who was hiding beneath them. The monster asked what the man wanted. A pleasant voice asked who was seeking death this time. Usually, silver-level monsters couldn't speak, so the young man was surprised. The girl stood up to her full height, and the hero recognized her. He had read in books about a birdman monster named Phoenix. It was undoubtedly her. This creature had learned to speak after living among humans for some time. But worst of all, it was deadly dangerous and possessed incredible speed. Resting her chin on her hand with its deadly claws, Phoenix looked at Lin Huang. The most interesting part was about to begin.